On this run, it's gonna be about keeping a high cadence and a high turnover. For me, this is where I can pull ahead in the workout, but still hold a sustainable pace that allows me to get that overhead squat bar and rip those out. I think the separator for me in this workout is the run. And so that's where I really have to focus in, control the pace.
Squats at a decently heavy weight. There's a lot of running in there. I would say it's a majority of the workout. So getting your pacing right is super important.
Movements I am very confident with, so it's just trusting my gymnastics ability and my running ability. Running events have always been pretty good for me, so obviously trying to just keep a strong.
I do practice most workouts, but it's quite a lot on the wrist, on my wrist. So yeah, if I can, I love toe spot, I love running, so I just need to tackle the overhead squats. So need to get through them. I know I can do it unbroken, so that will be the goal, and if I do, I will be very happy.
It all began with a jump rope in 2015. It was tangled, plastic, and poorly adjusted. We knew we could do better, and so we did. We built our first prototype by hand. It worked. It made a difference. Our first double unders made a big impact. We felt the joy of success for the first time, and it felt magical. From there, our mission became clear: to facilitate the joy of success for athletes around the globe. Since then, we've focused on one thing: improving what others overlook. Engineering and innovation are our tools.
Victorious. In this day and age, I got time for innovation, time to be creative, time too big to waste on my time on critics hating, flattered by your opinions to show you I'll just embrace it. Now watch a early sunrise up, no daylight savings, go nuts when I have to. Glaze bet my sound in this beats on the house that we dreaming. Watch me way back up in the gas so my thoughts are distorted. Cause I recall guys were hating uncommonly, all of them became common denominators. Hold up.
Welcome into London, England, the site of Tour Stop 1 of the World Fitness Project. It is season 2, and we are ready to get things started. We're here at Drum Sheds here in Stratford. I am Derek Forrest. From my left down, Annie Thorisdottir, two-time Games champion, Pip Malone, a former Games athlete and a multi-athlete in Australia. And then, of course, we have Ed Haynes, the head coach of Coastal Fitness and the founder of Process Programming. It is another season. We crowned a Season 1 champion last year. On the women's side, it was Laura Horvath. On the men's side, it was James Sprague. We could have a repeat this year. We could have a newbie, but how excited are we? How happy are we that it's Season 2?
I'm just so happy to be back here. Like you said, now we have one season under the belt. Both athletes and spectators, coaches kind of know what to expect and maybe are starting to then play the game a little bit differently. And we have a lot of new faces. We had a lot of people coming up. So I seriously just cannot wait to get started.
So awesome to be on the desk here with you guys this season, and what an absolute privilege it is to be part of a global event like this and to be able to witness talented athletes from all over the world living out their dreams of being pro athletes and hopefully becoming one.
Yeah, I mean, last year, first year, the World Fitness Project, what a year it was. I was a massive fanboy last year, just watching from the sidelines. So an absolute privilege to be with you guys this weekend. I think WFP have done such an amazing job of highlighting the stories of the athletes. So I followed along, watched all the documentaries, so being here with the athletes, rubbing shoulders, get to chat with them is super exciting. And Annie, you said, we know what to expect this year, but there's some big changes, some big shakeups. Point system's a little bit different. How this is going to roll out this season, very, very excited to see how it all plays out.
Yeah, we definitely have a lot of changes that we are going to talk about throughout the course of the weekend. One of the things I'm excited about, and we'll talk about this as well, is just the fact that we had the 20 signed pros last year, but now the 20 signed pros going into this year, they earned it coming off of Season 1. I think it's going to add to a little bit more competitiveness, and I'm super excited to see what challengers will be able to creep up into the top 20 by the end of the season. But speaking of the season, let's take a look at that. Obviously, Tour Stop 1 is here in London, but Tour Stop 2 is going to be in Indianapolis once again like it was last year, and then we're going to cap things off at the Tour Finals again like last year in December. We're going to be in Copenhagen, Denmark once again. So again, this season starts here But we've got 2 more competitions before we get to the finals and crowning a World Fitness Champion at the end of it. As for the competition schedule for the entire weekend, I'm excited because we've got 7 scored events that we're going to have, so 700 points are going to be up for grabs. You see the full schedule after we are done this morning. The elite teams are going to kick things off, but we've got a full slate of competition throughout the weekend. So Ed, when you look at this weekend, what are your expectations here in London?
Well, I mean, I'm looking at that pro division. I'm looking at the workout. Something that I love geeking over is programming. Will Morat has done an incredible job, putting a lot of time, a lot of thought, and really trying to balance out the tests, not just in a tour stop, but over an entire season. When I look at these tests, I see a really nice spread of balance. We've got some long workouts, we've got some grinders, we've got 2 single modality tests, rare in this type of competition. And then with the point scoring system, so many points up for grabs, people can like really cash in on certain events and really shake up the leaderboard. In terms of main themes over the 3 days, we're at day 1 right now. One thing I'm seeing is shoulders. Overhead work. We've got some heavy-ish overhead squats and quite a lot of them. And then we're gonna have to back that up with a lot of pirouettes, a lot of time spent on the hands, heavy double unders. How is that going to play into fatigue as we move into day 2 and day 3?
I have my first little curveball. I'm gonna follow up with a follow-up. Any one of you can answer this, but you talk about that and how much load and impact is gonna be on the athlete, but how much of this weekend can also be a sprint considering that it's just 7 workouts?
Well, like you said, it is 6 workouts, 7 events, but all of these athletes are used to a lot of volume. And this might not be that much more volume than what they do in their training. However, it always hits you different when you're competing. Like the soreness that you get from when you're just doing your workouts and training versus soreness that you get when you're competing, it's another level, most likely because of the nerves and the adrenaline and everything that's happening in your body as well.
Yeah, I think also to add to that is, although this is tour stop 1 for the World Fitness Project, it's the first of 3 for the year, we've got a lot of these athletes who've been coming out of a heavy competition season already. We're only in the first quarter of the year, but we've got some athletes this weekend who've done back-to-back competitions 3 weeks in a row now, so we've also got to factor in that and how that plays on the nervous system, how that plays on the ability to really dig deep and empty the tank.
Yeah. Well, things are about to get started here in just a little bit, but we want to send it over to our competition reporter, Amy Bream, who looks at the start of the season.
Let's do this again.
Looks like London's calling.
We are kicking off with London Tour Stop 1 here in the Drumsheds venue. And to spectators, the tour is just beginning, but there have been months of work put in leading up to this weekend, and that includes even the build out of this venue. We've got new and returning faces, but staff and volunteers are ready, athletes are all checked in, and everyone is excited to see what the weekend holds.
Last year we had so much anticipation of the unknown, and this year, having a year under our belt, we are just really excited to get it going in Europe for Tour 1 versus in the States. It's going to be awesome.
WIT is so excited to partner for Tour Stop 1.
Season 2 is going to be awesome.
See you on tour.
Season 2, let's go! If Season 1 was any indication, we're in for an incredible tour.
WFP Season 2, stand by, action.
All right, thank you very much, Amy. We just heard from some of the volunteers and some of the workers here, but for the athletes, what is it like beginning a new season, Pip?
Well, new season, new pros, and one thing that is worth noting this year is that all of our pros have earned their pro card through competing last season. Last year, the pros were given wild cards, and obviously in the inaugural season, that's how it ran. But coming in this year, these athletes know what to expect. They've earned it, and the stakes are higher because they know what is involved with having that pro card, and these challengers now want one of those pro cards, so it's going to make it for a really exciting competition.
Yeah, for sure, and a couple of those athletes who've earned it, we're going to talk about them now. We're going to start on the women's side of things, and what better way than to start with our reigning champion, Laura Horvath, trying to win back-to-back seasons. She dominated, even though it did end in a tie. Ed, let's talk about Laura.
Yeah, the 2025 champ. When we look at her season last year, for her standards, probably got off to quite a shaky start. And this has been documented. Red Bull put an amazing piece up on YouTube talking about our whole season, taking 9th in Tour Stop 1, but then locking in a 1st in Tour Stop 2. The World Fitness Finals taking 1st, and obviously the season leader. But 2 stats that really jump out to me here. Top 5 finishes, 16. That means 67% of all the workouts she's done, she's finished in the top 5. Pretty crazy stat. Another really cool stat, though, look at the other end of the spectrum, is how many finishes she's had outside the top 20. Just 2. And I think, a lot of the fitness world know kind of, what potentially her weaknesses are, relatively speaking. We're not seeing those movements coming out this weekend. So potentially going to be a really strong start from the 2025 champ.
How much pressure do you think she feels coming into the season 2 as the champion?
Well, as I said, WFP do such a great job of highlighting the stories of the athletes, and she's been very outspoken about this fact that she loves to thrive under pressure, doesn't care what other people think. She's used to being the champ. She's used to having that target on her back. So honestly, a seasoned veteran, she's been in the sport for such a long time. She's stood on top of so many podiums. I don't think it's going to phase her. If anything, it might actually spur her on to be even hungrier to do it again.
Exactly. I think you hit it right on there. I think she likes having a target on her back and showing that she is the best.
Pip, when we look at the woman who was lockstep with her all season long, Amy Kringle, they finish in a tie. Laura wins because of the tiebreaker. What did you like about Amy's season last year?
Amy Kringle had an amazingly consistent season last year, and the most consistent that we've seen from her. It was really a breakout season as far as performances went. We know the areas that she's really strong at, and she's very hard to beat in those. In anything with aerobic capacity, running, she was third, and then 2nd in the finals to Laura. And one thing I find really exciting about Amy Kringle as an athlete is that she's still working on weaknesses. She's still working on that barbell strength. And the fact that she can be so consistent all year round while she's still working on weaknesses is awesome to see what she's going to come out with this year.
Do you think she built up her confidence coming off of the season she had last year?
Oh, how can she not? And look, it can go both ways. This might be unknown territory for her with now a target on her back, and she's now one of the athletes to beat. But you really have to take that confidence and run with it and use it for fuel.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the other signed pros we have in the competition this weekend. And there was one female that made her way up through the challenger division. Annie, when you start to look at this field, who impresses you the most and who are you watching?
Well, first off, we need to just talk about how many women made their way from Challenger to the Pro. We have just over half of these women came from Challengers and earned their Pro card. We're seeing very heavy influence from Europe. Just look at all these flags. That is so cool to see in a competition like this. How wildly spread it actually is becoming. But we have to bring it to Jennifer Muir. I look at her, when I look at this, she started not just as a challenger, but she didn't make it into the pro competition last season where the challengers were competing separately. She ended up winning the challenger there. 2nd tour stop, she made it into the other field, and then she finished the best at the finals in Copenhagen. And so she did better and better throughout the season. And when we look at the events this weekend, I think a lot of them play to her strengths. And I do think that she's going to have a great start to this season. So whether she's able to continue to carry that momentum or not, she is someone that we should be keeping our eye on.
Yeah, and she's one of the challengers on both the men's and women's who kind of paved the way to get into the signed pro field. We should see some of that this season as well. Pip, in terms of when you look at the top 20 signed pros, who stands out for you? Who are you watching?
We have to mention Hannah Black. I think she's become a favourite amongst the fans and also amongst the athletes as well. She had such a massive season last year. She competed more than any other athlete. She was all over the world. We even saw her down in Australia. And everyone loves to watch her with a barbell in her hands, but she's an athlete that really hasn't had a full training cycle last year to be able to work on her weaknesses. And now that she has her pro card, she's had more time to work on those, not having to do the online qualifiers. And I'm really excited to see what she's going to do this year.
Ed, for you, when you look at this list, who stands out for you? Who are you watching this weekend?
Yeah, so one of the names that pops out to me, Derek, is Olivia Kerstetter. I feel like her name has been sprinkled and spoken about a lot recently. She's done a lot of high-profile competitions. She's already locked in her spot to the games in 2026. She's only 20 years old, which is just wild. But she finished in the inaugural season of WFP last year. She finished 9th, so a top 10 finish. I look at the workouts, same as what you were saying, Annie, with Jennifer Muir. I look at a lot of these workouts and I think, okay, I can see a lot of these movements kind of, leaning into her strength. She's a great squatter. She performed really well in the handstand pirouettes last year. We're seeing those again. And so you kind of piece together confidence from last year, young, resilient, hungry, bursting onto the scene, and the workouts. She's one to watch for me. The only thing I'm thinking, though, she's competed a lot in 2026. And so that kind of fatigue that we talked about earlier, interesting to see, she can weather the storm this weekend.
Yeah, certainly. And of course, we've got 30 challengers who are looking to challenge the 20 signed pros as well. And let's not forget, and we'll talk about this throughout the course of the weekend, a different format this year where everybody's on the same playing field, all the same weights, all the same workouts, etc. So there's a better shot potentially of challengers getting into that top 20. But as we take a look at the top or the 30 challengers on the list, Annie, we're going to start with you. Who stands out?
Like you said, these challengers are probably feeling like they stand a big chance of earning that pro card. Like I said, there were so many that climbed into it last season, and standing that chance of earning that card is higher than it has been before. Again, look at all of these different flags, but we have to talk about the Norwegian presence. Like, the Krieger training is just taking over. We had 3 women last year from challengers earning their pro card, and now we have 5 women in the challengers from Norway. Some names that we recognize, like Hilde Garns, she's been in it for a while. But we have to talk about Leah Storn, that was the winner of the qualifier to get in, from Norway as well. These girls are used to, or we know that they have very strong engines, and Leah has struggled a little bit more with the heavy loads, but she had a little bit of a breakthrough, and she's worked her way from her knee injury that she had a while back. So I think we should keep an eye on her since she was the first one in, and we know that she has the capacity.
Pip, who are you looking at on this?
I'm looking at Andra Moises, second ranked in from Estonia, and she actually has experience competing at this level, second at Wodapalooza. So we talk about them all being on level playing field this season, and well, she's got that experience there. She's beaten some of these pros that are going to be out there this weekend. I'm really excited to see what she's going to do up against them.
All right, and we've got to move on to the men, but I will say real quick, one woman that we're going to be watching too is Sarah Sigmundsdottir, who's been dealing with injury over the last year or so, really trying to put together a solid competition for her this weekend. So we'll be watching her as well. On the men's side of things, though, let's talk about the champion, James Sprague. He won it last year. When we look at James, he seems to be that definition of consistency right now in the sport of fitness. What is it about him? What is it about him that made his season so special, Annie?
Well, similar as you were talking about with Laura, is with James. He had, out of the events last year, 2/3 of them were in top five finishers. He's a very scary athlete to compete against because he knows himself so well. He is a fantastic pacer, and he's not afraid to grab. Just go for it. And when he has his holes or weaknesses that might show up, he will make sure that he gets every single point that is available.
All right, Ed, in terms of another male in this competition, Roman Khrennikov, ever since he's made his way over to the United States, has battled for podiums pretty much everywhere he's been. Last year he finished in 5th, but he's started the year off pretty well. What are you seeing with Roman?
I mean, another household name in the world of functional fitness. He's just at every comp, and he always performs. Last year, he had a busy competition season. He finished with 5th place in the season ranking. Kind of had a bit of an up and down year, finishing with the finals in 10th place, but starting at 8th. But then also took Tour Stop 2 with a victory. That's massive. When I talk about consistency, he's one of those guys that maybe never takes the top spot in an event, but he's always in and about that top 5. Cool stat for someone who finished so well last year and for someone so good, no event wins last year. You will always see him up there. I will also say one other advantage for Roman, he's already locked in his ticket to the games. So he's got a whole year ahead of him now. I imagine he's laser focused on Tour Stop 1, Tour Stop 2, and re-locking in that pro card for next year.
All right, so let's take a look at the rest of the signed pros, 20 men as well. Annie, when you start to look at this list and you think about this weekend, who's an individual you're going to be watching this weekend?
Well, there's a lot of guys on there that we're going to be keeping our eye on, obviously, but we have to talk about Pat Vellner. He has said that this is going to be his last year competing, and we all love watching him compete. So if you haven't gotten your ticket to one of these tour stops yet, make sure you get those, because this might be your last chance to see him. He is obviously just that household name, and he has nothing to lose now. The events are fairly good. He usually doesn't have a great start to his competitions. That he's not really known for that. Let's hope he gets a great start to his tour season this time around. And then on the other side, we have Ty Jenkins, he is the youngest male athlete on the pro roster. He's only 20 years old, yet we know his name. He's won in teen division at the games 3 times, and now this is the first time he has a pro card competing as a pro here, and I believe he will have a lot of breakthroughs this season.
Yeah, it's definitely a different sides of the coin, if you will. Pat Vellner in potentially his final competition, as he mentioned earlier this year, and Ty Jenkins, who's trying to continue to make a name for himself as the season goes on. Pip, when you look at the list, what's an athlete that kind of catches your eye? Which athlete catches your eye?
I'm really looking forward to seeing a good season out of Chandler Smith this year, as is, I'm sure, everyone. He's a fan favourite. He's an athlete favourite as well. So passionate and great head on his shoulders. And he had an 8th finish last year, and we're really starting to see a bit more consistency from him again. And there is quite a few events or workouts that I think we're going to see some big things from him, maybe even some workout wins. He's great. I don't think anyone can disagree.
All right, Ed, for you?
I mean, I don't mean to keep on picking on the young athletes, but I just love when young blood is coming into, a mature sport when we talk about, functional fitness. So Tudor Magda is the guy I'm looking at, 23 years old, finished 7th in 2025, top 10 in 2025 CrossFit Games. Again, he's one of these names like Ty Jenkins. I feel like he's just been around for so long, even though he's so young. And exactly what you said, Pip, with Chandler, he has this ability to potentially win some events. Tudor Magda's similar. He's really strong. He's elite at double unders. We're seeing lots of heavy double unders coming up as well. He's great on his hands. So I'm really excited to see, young, hungry, just competed, very recently the Legends Classic. So he's got competition confidence in his wings. And, if he's healthy and feeling good, taking that into a big weekend, he's a guy to watch.
I'm going to say young and healthy. He can handle the volumes of many events and competitions.
Nice? Just like the women, though, there's going to be 30 challengers on the men's side that are going to be trying to become signed pros at the end of the season. So, Annie, when we start to look at some of the challengers in the field, who are you paying attention to?
Well, we are seeing people from the UK on the male side. Finally, again, I feel like we've had this gap where we haven't been seeing a lot of those flags on these leaderboards. And now we have 5 men on the challenger roster from the UK. We don't know a lot, or we haven't seen a lot of them in a pro division. Toby Buckland is the highest one of them from the challenger or from the qualifier. And he has competed at the games once as an individual. But I just have to say the presence of the UK, it's nice to see it back here.
And I want to just jump in there. Home soil advantage. Like, it's always a massive thing. You know, you've got your fans. You're not having to worry about air travel. A lot of these guys, you know, maybe driving or maybe even staying around the area. And so, like, having the confidence that you've got your people behind you, like, that's like an X factor that we have to always, you know, keep an account.
Yeah, and not only do you have home field advantage here in the UK, you've got home country advantage here in Europe as well, because Pip, you're looking at 3 Greek men who could potentially make a run. That's Yorgos Karavis, Alex Koutoulas, and Arnestis Artemis. Just your thoughts on those 3.
Well, we talked about European presence, and it's great to have 3 of the Greek athletes here. I think in particular, Yorgos has got the most experience in this elite level of competition, and it would be amazing to see one of them, if not all 3 of them, get that pro card and live out that dream of being a pro athlete.
Ed, for you, who are you watching on the men's side?
I mean, there's one name that jumps out to me straight away, and it's the last name, Panchik. If you've been a fan of the sport, you see the Panchik name and you think, this guy's going to be good. He's a seasoned veteran. I mean, still relatively young, 2 CrossFit Games under his belt. This is his first big competition, in 2026. So always just enjoy watching him compete. Again, very few holes in his game. First WFP, he got the wild card invite. Excited to see him.
All right, we want to spend some time to talk about the scoring system this year because it is different from what we saw last year. And there's a pretty large disparity between the top of the leaderboard and the bottom of the leaderboard throughout the weekend. So Ed, do you mind running through it for us?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's simple this year. It's simple. We've got 3 tour stops happening, obviously the third being the finals. You accumulate points every single workout. You've got 100 points up for grabs every workout. We're going to break this down in just a second. And the athlete with the highest number of points at the end of a tour stop is the tour stop champion. Pretty straightforward. But there's a second competition that's running throughout this entire year, which will determine your season rank. So your points carry over. They follow you throughout the season. So the athletes that could take part in 3 events, racking up some big points. But let's look at this, because this is really important to see. Rank 1 in a workout takes home 100 points. And then obviously the drop-off start. But pay attention to position 26. If you finish in 26th place, you've beaten half the field of competition, yet you're only receiving 1/4 of the points of those who finish first. So this really places a massive premium on high position finishes. What that means, it means if you know you are someone who could lock in an event win, potentially holding something back in the workouts before that to really go all in and, try to take home 100 points, that's going to really add up, in the season totals as we go through it.
Ooh, that's a lot of strategy and ballsy moves to do that, but yes.
It always makes for a good competition for sure. That's something that we're going to be paying attention to all weekend. We'll try to keep everybody on top of the scoring and all of that stuff. But a little bit later this afternoon, we are going to have the individuals taking part in London Pro 1. So let's see what London Pro 1 is later today.
London Pro 1 is presented by Trueform. London Pro 1 is 4 rounds for time of 25 toes to bar, 500 meters running on the Trueform runner, and 15 overhead squats with 185 pounds for the men and 125 pounds for the women. Athletes will advance their bar following each set of overhead squats. After the final set, athletes will set the bar down and advance to the finish line. There is a 20-minute time cap for London Pro 1.
I'm not sure if we actually officially named the green guy in our video, but here on the desk we call him Spike. So we're going to continue to do that.
Good to see Spike
weekend.
back.
Yeah. All right, so when we look at the workout, Annie, we're going to start with you. How do you break down this workout? What do you see?
Well, we have been looking at this event a little bit and comparing it with the first event at the first tour stop last season because we have running, a gymnastics movement, and a barbell in there. Noticeable differences, though, is the running is on a treadmill versus it was running on concrete at the first tour stop last season. And there's a few different things to factor in there. For the very efficient runners, it's not going to matter that much, but for the runners that are maybe like struggling a little with pacing or with form, it's going to be more beneficial to be on a treadmill versus running. Also, it's kind of a blind race that they have. You only have 2 checkpoints when you get to the runner and when you get off the runner. You're not going to be able to race the same way as you did on the first tour stop. So you need to know your pace really well and make sure that you are pushing it properly to not just lose it on the run.
I agree with all of those points, and for that reason, I think this workout really does come down to the overhead squat. I think that there is enough weight on the overhead squat for it to reward the athletes that are strong overhead, and we're going to see athletes that can do them unbroken, not wasting time, putting it down, having to get it back up overhead. I think it's going to even out the playing field amongst the really strong runners that might not be as strong with a bar overhead for that much volume.
Yeah, just jumping in there, it's a high risk, high reward, right? You want to play that game, ride that really fine line of pushing the pace as much as possible, but without getting to the point of failure on that overhead squat. Because we know dropping that bar, the recharge time is long, and especially at the end of the workout. And we saw it last year, like you said, Annie, missing one snatch. How many people can pass and such? The field is so tight this year. And then you throw on top of that, it's event 1 or tour stop 1. Nerves are high, everyone's a little bit anxious, and then you throw in a work like this to kick off the year, and maybe there's a bit of PTSD from last year as well.
Absolutely.
For some athletes. Yeah, it's a really exciting way to start the weekend.
All right, it's time for the favorite part of our show. We're gonna give out our picks, and we're gonna start with the men. I'll go first. I'm going to go with Chandler Smith on this one because I know he spent a lot of time in the offseason building up his aerobic capacity again. He did it last year. I want to see if he can get to that next level.
I love your pick for this one. I am going to go with a young guy, Ty Jenkins. I think he has great running capacity, and I don't think the bar is going to be a struggle.
Look, I think this athlete is going to come out of the gate hot, and my pick is Roman. I think it is a gritty workout, and it's got his name all over it.
Okay, I'm going to go easy. I'm going to pick last year's champ, James Sprague. It's a longer workout. Like Annie said, he's a great pacer. He's good at all 3 modalities, and he's just got that cool, calm, collected head on him. That workout won those nerves. Those aren't going to phase him. So James Sprague, he's my pick.
All right, on the women's side of things, I'll start first. I was looking for someone who I thought could do well on all 3 of the movements. So I'm going with Ariel Lowen as my pick.
I am going to go with a little bit of a different pick for the women. I am going for the squat here. I'm going to say Olivia Kerstetter might be able to take the win on this one. At least she is going to do well on it, with the run being on a treadmill, and the squat is going to be fast for her.
Good choice, Annie.
I have to go with Laura on this one. This is right in her wheelhouse. Very strong runner, but also rock solid overhead and grip onto those toes to bar all day long.
Okay, well, I'm not going to pick the same picks. I'm going for Amy Kringle. She's a great runner, perhaps the best runner in the field. Great with toes to bar. Now, there is potentially a question mark. She had a wrist injury last year, which did impact her overhead movements, but I think she hit a PR or something very close on the snatch. So, having had an off season to recover, licking her lips, as you said, great season last year. Amy Kringle was my pick.
All right, let's talk about the teams competition because that will be the first event for the day. So we're going to take a look at the full team schedule right now, but there's going to be a lot to watch on the team side of things. There you see we've got 3 workouts today, 2 on Saturday, and they're going to finish up with their finale on Sunday afternoon here in London, England. But Pip, when you're looking at the teams, what are you seeing and what stands out for you?
I think first and foremost, Krieger and friends. Krieger have a huge contingency here across the whole field of athletes. So they also came in #1 ranked. But also with the change in location, we have 5 UK teams, which is amazing. And 3 of those being CrossFit One More Rep. They have 3 teams amongst the field, also Team WIT and off-the-grid training. So really excited to see what the local teams are going to do here and taking advantage and getting some experience on the competition floor.
So we've got a partner workout for the teams in this one. Ed, when you look at the workout, how are you picking this one apart? If you're on the team, how are you approaching this?
Okay, so we've got 5 rounds for time. The pairs are split up, male-female pairs. one pair is starting on the treadmill, 400-meter run. It's not long, so it's going to be fast. And on the other side, the other pair are going to be working through synchronized toes bar and deadlifts. So really the best strategy here is you want to be finishing that run and you want to be finishing the toes bar and deadlifts more or less at the same time. We want no dead time, right? So we're flip-flopping back and forth between those two things. And so when you look at what a team needs to be able to do to excel, you got to have 4 really balanced athletes. And that's going to be a theme throughout this whole weekend. You can't afford to have a weak link in the team if you want to be taking home 100 points in one of these workouts.
I want to throw it back to you guys' end. When you look at this weekend, whether it's competition, personally, whatever, what are you most excited about for this weekend?
Just like Tour Stop 1, you know, like it's always interesting because we've just had an off season. That's the time of year where these guys have an opportunity to really, you know, iron out holes in their games. And we've seen it so many times in the past. People come back to the start of a new season a completely different athlete to how they finished the last one. So we know we've talked about holes, we've talked about strengths, we've talked about weaknesses. Seeing who's really put in the work over the off season and, you know, is going to come out firing, that's what I'm most excited to see.
All right. Well, that is going to do it for the first edition of On the Pulse Live here this weekend. But coming up next, we've got the team competition. So for Ed Haynes, Pip Malone, Annie Thorsdottir, I'm Derek Forrest. We're going to send it over to Jeremy Austin and the crew for the call.
It all began with a jump rope in 2015. It was tangled, plastic, and poorly adjusted. We knew we could do better, and so we did. We built our first prototype by hand. It worked. It made a difference. Our first double unders made a big impact. We felt the joy of success for the first time, and it felt magical. From there, our mission became clear: to facilitate the joy of success for athletes around the globe. Since then, we've focused on one thing: improving what others overlook. Engineering and innovation are our tools.
Victorious. In this day and age, I got time for innovation. Time to be creative. Time too big to waste on my time on critics hating. Flattered by your opinions to show you I'll just embrace it. Now watch a worldly sunrise up. No daylight savings, go nuts when I have to. Glaze bet my sound in this beats on the house that we dreaming. Watch me way back up in the castle, my thoughts are distorted. Cause I recall guys were hating uncommonly. All of them became common denominators. Hold up.
Welcome to London, one of the most historic cities in the world, and today the stage is set for the World Fitness Project for 2026. The second season of the World Fitness Tour, and we kick things off for Tour Stop number 1 in a city built on legacy, resilience and greatness. G'day everyone, and we are here at the Drum Sheds in the north of London. Jeremy Austin here, Tommy Marquez joining me for the next 3 days. Team competition coming. And season 2025 in the books, an exciting season, and we move forward now, what are you most excited to see for season 2026?
An improvement on what we saw last year, right? You know, the first ever World Fitness Project season ended on a high note in Copenhagen. So now there's been time to kind of take stock, figure out ways to improve, kind of fine-tune things a little bit, just like we do in training, right? And now we're here in London after a quick pivot, and I'm excited to see the adjustments and the improvements on season 2 for a more polished and more streamlined product. And we've already seen that with how they've organized the points structure for the season, and I'm excited to see how athletes now, knowing what's in store for a full season-long type tour, how they apply that in this first step of the way.
Changes from Mexico, where the original venue was going to be, moving to London. How does that adjust with the teams, with the athletes that are coming here to Tour Stop 1?
Well, what we've seen is the European contingent show up in huge droves, particularly in the qualifier as well. And a lot of athletes talking through check-in saying, hey, I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to make it out there, but due to the pivot, a little bit closer to home, maybe this is my opportunity to show up and have an opportunity to build some points, and we'll see what happens the rest of the way.
We've got a massive schedule over the next 3 days, and we are going to get started, as Derek alluded to on the Pulse show. Elite Team 1, the first workout of Tour Stop 1, and we are going to have 3 of those throughout the day. 2 and 3 are going to split the entire day up. Our individuals for Pro 1 and Pro 2, and we're going to get to On the Pulse, obviously, after each little segment. And then going to close things out, and then once we get to Elite Team event number 3, it's going to be a massive day for the teams.
Yeah, much like my approach to any given workout, we're coming out hot at the start here. A full day to kick off things here in Tour Stop 1, and the teams have three workouts in total to kick off Friday, and they're not going to be shortchanged.
You spoke about Copenhagen before, and we've got a number of teams that are coming back, but the team members are not actually jumping back into those teams. So we've got a clean slate coming up for our elite teams. So the qualifiers are... Obviously, there's a big contingent of Krieger athletes right here across the competition for the 3 days, but they are probably looking the best.
Yeah, and a lot of these teams are returning, but with adjusted rosters. And what I love to see is we've seen a ton of the athletes that were on the teams in Copenhagen move over to the individual side. And, you know, a lot of these brand names that you see here refresh with new athletes, new blood in the competition, and continuing to put down, you know, a legacy in the sport as far as consistently showing up at high-level competitions.
The Elite Team 1 workout, the first workout of our first day, and as you mentioned, we're coming in red hot, and it's like a big slap with a wet fish. Just kick things off.
Can't say I know what that feels like, but you know they're kicking things off with a 5-round kind of mixed pairs workout. First female-male pair is going to be on that True Form runner, knocking out 400 meters shared, so they both don't have to work at the same time. They can split that up as needed, while the other pair is going to do 20 synchro toes to bar, 20 deadlifts. They're going to flip-flop, and they're going to switch spots, and they're going to do that for 5 total rounds. And just the nature of this means that you're going to have to be really aggressive with your pacing, and that's a really stout way to start the weekend.
Stout, I like it, especially in the UK. And you go back to the 3 events that we had last year, the first 2 tour stops and the final, different running implements at different lengths and different positions on the floor. We're now moving to the assault runner, and how do you adjust on the fly knowing that you've done things previous and you've got an expectation, but how do you move forward now and put something solid down?
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of the runners, they just have to trust that no matter what, their running applies across any type of format and situation. And I think for some of the athletes, you kind of make peace with, especially in the team competition, with this interval style approach, right? You're going to have to work hard for a short, quick burst and then get out of the way and really focus on the recovery, both on the downtime and as you try and push your teammates along. And for this one, there's nothing fancy here. Running, toes to bar, deadlifts, nothing tricky, nothing crazy overly skilled. So pretty right down the middle as far as the technique and movements are concerned and the familiarity with these. It's just going to come down to hard work, and I think that's something that a lot of these athletes can rally around.
3 important workouts for today. It's important to get a really good start as well. 3 teams we're going to look at that are probably going to do the best.
Yeah, and you look, they're all European-based teams, right? So pretty familiar with the environment here in London, and you have the Krieger and Friends team. They're the top qualifier coming in. A lot of new names on this list, but like I said, there's not a ton of skill, not a ton of like weird nuance as far as the flow of this first workout. So a really good one, as most golfers would say, just to get the first one in the fairway.
Well, it's the important things. You've got to have a good tee-off shot and a final par or final putt.
Yep.
They're the only two important things on the golf course. So a good start here is imperative for these teams. We speak about Krieger a lot. There's 20% of the field, the athletes here are from Krieger. What are your expectations?
Excellence, and that's what they showed us in the first World Fitness Project season. They consistently showed up as individuals, as a team, and they have just continued to build this huge reputation within the sport, particularly in Europe, for just churning out high-level athletes. And now that's not just a homegrown element. They're attracting athletes from around the world that want to come and be a part of that. And just at some level, there's this inertia that gets built from consistently putting out high performance that becomes infectious for every athlete that walks in through the door, and I don't expect anything different from them.
In lane number 8, Zeus Exobolde all the way from the Netherlands. Lane number 7, the Babysitters, coming from the Netherlands. In lane number 6, Team Ruitz from the United Kingdom. Lane number 5, a Blacklisted HQ from the United States. In lane number 4, Road to Greatness from Germany. Lane number 3, Off the Grid Training from the United Kingdom. And in lane number 2, Pursuit of Happiness from Denmark. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you your elite teams.
Our lane assignments to get things kicked off for our first workouts and our first day of competition. And for some of these athletes, those nerves and that anxiety has just increased significantly.
And, you know, I think we're going to see some of these athletes start to settle in maybe the second and third rounds after getting those pre-competition jitters out. They're not just this isn't just the first workout for them. They're the first athletes to take the floor in season 2 of the World Fitness Project. So a little bit's resting on the shoulders there, so let's shake it out. And for me personally, I would love to be able to start a season with something like a run, toes to bar, deadlift, movements that I'm familiar with, and movements that I can just kind of put the blinders on and attack.
Elite Team 1, the 5 rounds. I was going to ask you before about sticking point. Where's it going to start stinging these athletes?
I think the synchro toes to bar in the 3rd round, that's really the only movement that's done as a pair. Everything else is shared, so you can kind of adjust accordingly as needed. But that one, there's no hiding.
Definitely no hiding on the competition floor. We're here at the Drum Sheds in the north of London, up near Tottenham. And we're getting things underway for season 2026. And you go through those 5 rounds, and the expectation for the athletes is potentially, especially with those first 2 rounds of toe to bar, they have got to be unbroken.
You have to let it rip because you know that the other athletes that are starting on the run are relatively fresh, and the nature of this 400 meters being shared, you're going to be having some athletes full on sprint for short periods of time, and that 400 is going to go by quick. You do not want to be the pair that's holding up the progress for the whole team.
And the good news for the athletes on the competition floor, yes, they've got to do the synchronized toe to bar, but the deadlifts have just got to be done. So you can split that up whichever way you want to.
Yeah, so you basically have a bookend of movements that can be shared, the running and then the deadlifts at the end. And I think that allows you to be a little bit more aggressive with some of the pacing here and how you approach the reps and sets. And quite frankly, it's going to be needed because it's going to be quick to each transition.
And we're going to talk posterior chain probably for the next couple of hours in regards to what is going to be happening on the competition floor right now. And you think about the runner where you are pulling with those hamstrings. The deadlift obviously is very hamstring dominant, and then you try and ruin your core completely by getting your toe to bar done.
Yeah, you have, you know, what's essentially a sprint for most of these athletes on the runner, and I think the nature of the curved runner and how some athletes run, particularly when it comes to technique. You're going to see some athletes really pulling with the hamstrings on that treadmill. And then you have 2 hinging movements back to back. That midline, those hamstrings, that core and posterior chain is going to be fried at the end of this one.
Pursuit of Happiness, as mentioned a little bit earlier, they are from Denmark. And just in the lead. Road to Greatness currently holding on to one of those top spots. Blacklisted HQ currently in 3rd. And this is probably the other fortunate thing for these athletes is with the run, they can switch at any stage. So you could probably go full tilt for a certain amount of time and then jump off and you get that work rest recovery, which is perfect if that's the way you've been training.
Yeah, and honestly, it makes the transition easier too. If you're sprinting hard, keep that treadmill, that little hamster wheel rolling as your next athlete hops on.
And timing. It's probably going to be the most important aspect, as you mentioned a little bit earlier on. You want to finish both components at exactly the same time. Pursuit of Happiness. They are looking pretty good. And Louis, just at the bottom left of your screen from Pursuit of Happiness, those legs coming a fair way back, but probably due to the timing aspect of the toe to bar synchronization.
And you'll see it based on fatigue level as well. A lot of athletes kind of shortening the backswing of the kip, kind of cycling the feet a little bit. And then as they start to get tired, you see the full length of the body elongate a little bit, a much broader, more sweeping kip motion. Really trying to generate power through the hips to get those feet up as the midline starts to fail.
Blacklisted HQ jumping into the lead. All right, I'm going to throw you under the bus here. What's your rep scheme for your deadlifts with your partner? Are you going a negative split, so say you do 11, your partner does 9, are you doing 10 apiece?
Oh man, I think you can be shorter than that. I mean, the way the deadlift plays out as far as a shared movement between these two teams, you can do short, fast, aggressive sets. And because it's not a long movement, you can essentially drop from the top, and by the time that bar settles, your teammates' hands are on the bar and going, and there's very little time lost for having extra transitions between athletes.
Five minutes down, 18 minutes on our time cap, and the blueprint presented by Trueform.
Well, as I said, I think you can be short and fast with your sets here, which allows you to be aggressive on the cycle rate, both with the run and really trying to get that treadmill going, and with the deadlifts. And then, you know, coffee's for closers, Jeremy. Closing strong gets you a good performance, because with the shared movement, teams with good awareness and fatigue levels amongst their individual pairs can allow the team that's, you know, the athlete that's a little bit more fresh, that's feeling a little bit better and responding better, to take the bulk of the load. It doesn't have to be even. Making those adjustments on the fly are paramount in workouts like this.
And a third of our time cap goes by, the lead changing back and forth. But keep in mind, both pairs have to be finished at the same time to get a good transition. Pursuit of Happiness jumping back into the lead once again. And it doesn't seem like any of the athletes on the floor, any of the pairs are having any problem with the synchronized toe to bar. It's probably going to come down to the speed of the true form runner and how many deadlifts can they get through, and there's obviously no point going all 20.
And one thing to note, you see Pursuit of Happiness here on your screen. The female athlete on the right was really aggressive in that deadlift. She sprinted to the bar first, giving her teammate some time to take an extra breath in transition, and she absolutely ripped those deadlifts. So next time they get to the toes to bar, pay attention to her posture with her upper body. She is so comfortable in the toes to bar. She's got her head turned, making sure she's the one that's accounting for her teammate in terms of synchro. That's just an athlete that's in complete control right now, and they're one of the first athletes to get through their half on the third round. As you see the barbells on the floor, that's going to be your signal for where the teams are in terms of those 5 rounds. They'll progress those barbells down a section with each full round completed.
True Form, the originator of the curved treadmill built for uncompromising performance. Just scan that QR code on your screen. Louis getting underway once again for the Pursuit of Happiness. And this, as you mentioned before, this is where it's starting to sting.
Oh yeah, and just running and sprinting on the true form as well. I personally find it harder than just, you know, we'll call it analog running out on the street or on the trail.
Jonas and Bertha for Pursuit of Happiness. They are going great guns down to the far left of your screen in lane number 2. And the lead changing over and over off the grid.
And it should be noted that the first pair, the pair that's on the runner right now for Pursuit of Happiness, they were done well before their partner pair was done on the true form runner. So we're seeing a little bit of back and forth in terms of the top position overall, because one pair is just a little bit behind as far as the transitions are concerned.
Shane and Emily from off the grid just looking at each other and just trying to work out some sort of communication pattern, because these deadlifts are getting pretty heavy.
Well, and that's also, like, you can see them looking over the shoulder at the pair in the back too. That's another element of adjusting your pacing accordingly. If you're ripping this section and you're just going to stand there and wait for a while, you can maybe pull back and avoid the red line by making sure that, you know, you don't finish too far ahead of that pair.
Road to greatness. And in lane number 5, Blacklisted HQ, we have got a great race on our hands for our first workout of the morning. Now, as your movement starts to break down a little, as your fatigue starts to increase, what are you doing with your sets? Obviously, it's a lot easier with a toe to bar. You're just jumping down, you can jump straight back up. But are you maintaining your 20 reps, or are you breaking that up a little bit just to sort of try and get some sort of advantage?
Well, as you can see with Pursuit of Happiness, one athlete is watching the other, so she's in charge of making sure they're in sync. If you're the athlete that's in control right now, you're communicating with your teammate, hey, what do you got right now? What is this going to look like? More than likely, they've communicated in the back, hey, this is what we're going for at the start. When movement and fatigue starts to set in, we're going to adjust to this rep scheme in particular. So it's almost non-verbal at that point.
Samantha and Andy for off-the-grid training, trying to play some catch-up. Ticking over 11 minutes, 18 on our time cap. Vera and Louis for Pursuit of Happiness. And a nice easy cruise walk down, getting the work done, and giving yourself a little bit of recovery time.
And this has been the case for each round so far. They're done well ahead of the pair, and they, in theory, move into a first place position overall, but after their transition point is where the other teams have been able to reel them in a little bit.
Louis back to work, and long strides, and as you mentioned before about that hamstring pull.
You see that slight lean forward, especially as you kind of get into that kind of center point of the curve of that treadmill. If you've never run on a true form, there is a sweet spot right there where the foot strike happens. The momentum of the treadmill just kind of almost kicks it back. You don't feel like you're having to pull or push against the treadmill too much.
Jonas and Berta head back to the deadlifts, far left of screen. They are well in control of this one. The road to greatness. Jumping in to second. And Grit Red making a late charge in lane 9, just to your far right of screen.
They actually got held up by the pair on the true form runner. So the teams, as far as the transitions are concerned, you're seeing one pair start to fall behind a little bit.
Victor and Nerea onto the far right. Grit Red, part of Grit programming. Jonas and Berta. Still looking pretty comfortable. It's a paper, rock, scissors to see who goes on the true form runner first.
Looks like Jonas lost that one. My bet he threw rock at that point.
Road to greatness, making their way back. And just deliberate movement on the runner. Obviously a lot different to what we saw in the Tour stops last year and the Tour final. As you said, the kitchen sink thrown at the athletes in Copenhagen. But a lot easier to work out what sort of pace you can run and maintain.
Well, you're starting to see the posture of the athletes change a little bit. You saw Jonas on the true form there, a little bit more controlled pace, but even still his posture pretty decent. You've seen some big, heavy breaths. Not surprising at the end of this.
Louis and Vera for the pursuit of happiness. Team from Denmark and teams from the UK, Germany, United States, Netherlands and Spain in this heat. Final reps coming. Louis and Vera are done. And that time cap was going to be thereabouts, trying to get under that 18 minutes.
It looks like lane 9, just in the same situation in the previous round. Grit Red,
yeah,
able to that first pair on the toes to bar deadlift, able to move ahead of the rest of the field, but in the last round they were held up on the true form, so they were standing there waiting for that transition point because the other team was falling behind.
Jonas and Berta with Louis on the true form runner at the back. And what a great start, pursuit of happiness. The fatigue, it is starting to sting now. Vera now swapping places with Louis, and they are going to bring the team home. The final 20 deadlifts. And speaking to Katrin Davidsdottir earlier on, she was saying that Berta is so strong. These deadlifts, not going to be a problem at all.
Yeah, and this is what's going to be key, right? We saw, as we see the male athlete really like taking his time getting to the bar. And in the previous round, Berta only did a handful of reps. She actually held on a little bit longer in this round. So making the adjustment, she feels a little bit more fresh, a little bit more comfortable taking the bulk of the work, leaning into your strength in this final round.
17 minutes into workout 1 and the word fresh don't spring to mind immediately.
she was shouting at her teammate and was pointing, hey, get across the line.
Jonas, hurry up.
I think that's a good indicator.
Louis and Vera are going to make their way down the floor. And they're going to finish up 45 seconds under that 18-minute time cap. And now pressure coming for Grit Red, who are currently in second. Could only see potentially one team finish under the time cap. Grit Red are going to have to get moving, but it's all going to come down to their team members on the True Form runner.
Well, in the same situation that happened in the last round, Road to Greatness was able to overtake Grit Red in the transition point because their team on the True Form runner to start was faster.
And Grit Red, they've got seconds. The last 5 reps, can they get under that time cap? It is going to be tight. Oh, we have got Road to Greatness getting their forward just over the line ahead of Grit Red. So those deadlifts really started to sting back end.
Yeah, and to the benefit of the last pair on Road to Greatness on the deadlifts and toes to bar, the athletes on the True Form runner got done early, were able to make the full transition down to the floor and basically be right there behind them in lockstep for when they finished those final reps. So the whole team got to cross as a unit.
Our first heats, our first day of our first tour stop for 2026. And I'll tell you what, not just competing and working hard, but recovering hard as well, backing it up for 2 more coming up today.
Yeah, these teams, they've got a full slate ahead of them, and they're the first to kick it off on Friday, and they're going to close things out tonight as well. So time to get some nutrition in and get done.
First workout of the weekend done. How does it feel?
It feels like my hamstrings are going to be feeling it for the rest of the 5 events, that's for sure. It's a very, very kind of like crazy run over the finish.
Well, you guys held a great pace that entire time. A workout that was longer like that, how do you lock in as a team knowing it's an early start to the weekend, but be able to stay in that fast pace knowing that you guys were in first for most of the time?
Yeah, so, I mean, first of all, it wakes you up quite a bit. Secondly, we had a good brief with our coach yesterday to lock in the pairs, the pacing, everything like that, and I think we stayed on plan, so it was good.
It sure seems like you guys stayed on plan. You did a great job. It was awesome to see you get started, and we're excited to see what you do the rest of the weekend.
Thank you so much.
Congrats.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. And Pursuit to Happiness. There we go. That's it. Win workouts. There you go.
If it were only so simple.
What a great start to competition already, and we know teamwork is going to be the benefactor of positions on the podium and on the leaderboard as we progress through the 3 days. And Pursuit of Happiness, they just nailed it.
Yeah, and you know, they matched up their pairs really, really well as far as mixing skills and making sure that they had a team pairing that was really strong on the deadlift and toe to bar, another pairing that was really strong on the runner, so the transition times weren't too far off. And I think if you're the other teams in the back and you look and you see so many teams didn't make it under the time cap, maybe you reassess a little bit and know that, hey, we're going to be working here for a majority of the full 18 minutes, and it's going to take really, really good execution to get under this cap and maybe upend Pursuit of Happiness for the top score.
Our top qualifying teams coming to team competition, about to hit the competition floor. Heat number 2, not too far away.
From Austria. Lane number 7, RX Performance, Sweden. Lane 6, the Pace Programming, Germany. Lane 5, Krieger and Friends, Germany. Lane 4, XT Oslo Krieger, Norway. And lane 3, CrossFit One More Rep Marathon, United Kingdom. Lane 2, Team Fleek, Denmark. Lane 1, CF One More Rep, United Kingdom.
Our lane assignments for our second elite team for workout 1. It is London Pro 1. And our top qualifiers, keeping in mind, no team is backing it up from last year. We have different team members in different teams. But it is the first workout of the day and plenty more to come.
You'll have one pair on the 400-meter runner ripping away at that true form. Another pair doing some toes to bar and deadlifts. They'll switch. That'll be 1 round and do 5 rounds total.
Number of athletes, not just with grips on their hands, but also sweatbands. And that's something you, as an experienced coach, you'd go and say, hey, you're going to have a lot of sweat coming down, which is potentially going to affect your grip. Let's minimize that as much as possible.
Stand by.
And not just affect the grip, the actual grips themselves too. As you start to get sweaty, they'll slide up the wrists and hands a little bit, so your grip point and your anchor point for those grips changes. You didn't see that a lot 5-6 years ago.
Absolutely not.
You see an athlete figure something out and it becomes commonplace very, very quickly.
How best to navigate the first workouts of the competition. Shooter Happiness, they're all over it. They knew exactly what they were doing. And following the blueprint is probably going to be the best way to do it. That one presented by Trueform.
Yeah, with the nature of the shared work on the deadlifts and the run, mean you can have short, fast, aggressive sets with really quick rep turnovers. And then as you get to the finish, you want to close really strong. Lean into the athlete that is struggling less, giving them more of the work on the runner, more of the work on the deadlift. If you're able to close, well, then you earn yourself a little bit of treat. Coffee is for closers, for sure.
And if you haven't run on a Trueform, it is something probably that you would have needed to practice coming into this. And the expectation of what we saw last year with Indianapolis, Mesa, and Copenhagen, 3 different lengths of run, different conditions, different surfaces, and now we're going to something completely different again.
Yeah, and I do think it highlights some inefficiencies of running in terms of foot striking and stride. And I remember the first time I got on a Trueform runner, I was a bit of a heel striker at the time, and it fried my hamstrings because I was basically doing a hamstring curl for every step, and it'll kind of let you know where your foot needs to be in terms of efficiency on that machine.
RX Performance in lane 7, just to your right of screen, getting their first pair to the deadlifts. Bar not being able to be moved from the ground till the other bar comes and settles on the ground. And one of those aspects where we know there's some crucial no reps coming up in this competition. This is one you don't want to be repeating too often.
And the movements are so straightforward that there's really no excuse to be piling up a bunch of no reps. The range of motion on a deadlift is very short. The turnover time between transitioning between athletes is very short. Most of these athletes are familiar enough with their teammates where synchronizing on the toes to bar shouldn't be an issue, and then you just have the runner. So should be a relatively clean run for most of these teams. And the adjustment comes on, hey, how do you account for one athlete maybe struggling a little bit more than you did in practice?
Pace programming and Krieger and Friends, your 2 leaders. As we saw in heat number 1, I think the lead changed 5 or 6 different times, and it's honestly who can nail it down to that 5th and final round and get the team across the line as quick as possible. Come up to the 4-minute mark. A team competition, are you going to be sitting and watching what other teams are doing, or are you just getting your team synergy organised to tip of the arrow, like get to that point of excellence?
I think in a workout like this, where there isn't a ton of skill, I think you can really just highlight and focus on what things your individual teammates bring to the table, how your pairings are set up, and really how you pace and adjust accordingly to make sure that you're not waiting on the other pair on the runner and the other pair is not waiting on you. The Pursuit of Happiness did that really well, and you know, they were the top team in that first heat.
Time under tension is probably another factor that is going to increase fatigue and increase the time they need for recovery. So getting quicker reps done. Is it better to go longer reps, maybe 10 and 10 split and holding on for longer, or do you want to get on and off as quick as you can?
Yeah, I don't think there's necessarily a benefit for holding on to those longer sets, particularly if you're going to get done and have a little bit of time to recover. You can just save a little bit in the tank each round, especially as you get into that 5th round. That's when you're going to maybe want to hold on, right? Hey, I can maybe let it rip here in this final round because I don't have to worry about burning up.
Oslo Krieger starting to make a move. And the true form runner. Test for the athletes. And True Form, the originator of the curved treadmill built for uncompromising performance. Just scan that QR code on your screen.
And you mentioned that synergy, Jeremy. I mean, RX Performance in lane number 7, first team to make the transition into round number 3. Primarily because, hey, they were synced up as far as their teammates making that transition between pairs. In lane 1, CrossFit One More Rep, on the first pairing on the deadlift toes to bar, they were done extremely quick, but they were standing there at the rig waiting for the other pairing to transition, and as they did that, RX Performance slid just right on by.
Team Fleck now making a move in lane 2 as well. Now keep in mind, a lot of the teams in Heat 1 didn't get the work completed under the time cap. So just getting under that time cap is going to be a target, surely.
Yeah, only 2 teams from the first heat finished.
Header getting to work. Bug up a little bit out from her legs. That's going to cause way more fatigue.
Yeah, a lot of times when you see athletes get tired, they'll try and shelf the bar just a little bit on their quads on the way down. And what that does is that can have a tendency for the bar to almost ramp off of the top of the knee. That bar getting away from the shins, away from that kind of center line position, is just a little bit added fatigue and taxation on your grip and on your midline.
Trying to keep that body square as well. A little bit of twisting going on. That's going to cause...
You will see athletes kind of do that shelf where the bar slips away from them as their grip fatigue starts to pile up too. Now remember, you're doing 100 toes to bar as a pair, synchro. So the grip is going to start to break down a little bit.
Magnus and Header heading back for RX Performance. Magnus straight to True Form runner. Anton to the left. Linny on the right-hand side. Looking like they are in good form and good position to progress. Anton having absolutely no trouble. Remember back in the day when this was extremely heavy?
I remember in a particular regionals year when the 315 deadlift showed up for reps for 21.15.9.
Oh, was it box jumps as well? Yeah, 30-inch box jumps?
Yeah, they had it 2 years, starting in 2011, and everyone was like, oh man, that's a lot.
What's going on here? Team Flack. One of those teams we saw in the final last year in Copenhagen. RX Performance. Really starting to put some separation between themselves and the rest of the pack. Mia and Victor.
The squad from RX Performance, they were all 4 of those athletes competing at the finals last year. They're just on different teams. So
take all that experience from Copenhagen and then morph it together, and hey, it seems to be working.
Yeah, so far so good through 4 rounds of the first workout.
Over the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, maybe they figured it out over breakfast at the hotel. Like, hey, you're fit, you're fit, you're fit.
Let's go. RX Performance, Team Fleck.
And I like the transition from RX Performance. They're still jogging back to the bar. At this point, from Pursuit of Happiness in the previous heat, one athlete was running to the bar, the other athlete was walking, leisurely taking a stroll, kind of like we were through the Kensington Gardens a couple of days ago, but
strolling through Harrods. Team Flack, the other partnership, getting to work. Eskilde and Mia, just to your left of your screen. And the rep schemes are that short, it should be able to be like a home run. Just get in, get it done, move on.
And I think mentally, as you start to get tired, knowing that I only got to hit 4 or 5 reps here allows you to kind of fight that negative thought process that starts to happen as you get towards the end of the workout and your body is telling you to slow down.
Anton and Lenny to the far right of your screen. They are doing very well. Team Fleck. Julie on the right, Victor on the left. And how much does experience play in not just a workout like this, but an entire comp series like this?
But yeah, knowing what it's going to take across an entire weekend, being able to kind of adjust effort, and I don't want to say necessarily effort, but how your energy is expended across the entirety of a weekend slate. In a situation like RX Performance, where you're in the lead, you look around, you're aware of all the different factors that play into a top performance and competing at this level. It's the little things, right? The 1% adjustments that can give you an edge. And part of that is having been through the fire in competitions like this.
Vinny Berglund finishing things up. And you mentioned it before about the influx of European athletes into this competition. yeah, we were supposed to be in Mexico. Things didn't really pan out that way. So we changed to London, and then this just mass of people coming into the competition.
And honestly, we should have expected that based on what we saw in Copenhagen, right? The European community shows up in a massive way. And when given the opportunity, they will continue to do so because we've seen the sport grow in so many different facets all across Europe. Norway being kind of leading the charge in recent years.
Now keep in mind, RX Performance, Hedda and Magnus just jumped down to split up their total bar. So it looks as though they've done a 12-8 split. Negative split all the way, big number first, small number second. Just easier for your brain to work out what's happening. Krieger and friends starting to make a move in lane 5. Pace programming. All trying to chase down our leaders, RX Performance. Hedda getting to work again. Pace programming coming in 9th in Copenhagen 2025. For our inaugural season of the World Fitness Projects. We're here at the Drum Sheds in the north of London. The World Fitness Tour, Season 2 for 2026. Final 3 minutes on the way. And it looks like RX Performance are going to be well in control of this heat. Our unofficial time, 16:54. Pursuit of Happiness from Heat 1, our time to beat. But really the time to beat is that time cap of 18 minutes. Anton and Linny for RX Performance continuing. Julian Victor. Team Fleck, bottom left of your screen. A lot of midline stabilization required for the deadlift. Obviously a lot for your toe to bar. What does recovery start looking like post-workout 1?
Oh, man. A lot of food, a lot of mobility, a lot of massage. Just making sure that you get enough calories, especially when you know you have 2 more workouts today.
Anton, easy work. Victor and Julie now moving forward.
I also think a really good cool down protocol is also very beneficial with something like this.
Pursuit of Happiness are going to be your leaders going into workout number 2. A no rep from RX Performance. Anton. All done. Let's say weight. Magnus and Hedda, they are in, just in 17:07 unofficial time.
And it's
Team Fleck home with a very wet sail.
But that was a good push from Fleck at the end. RX Performance was a little bit behind with their team having to make the full transition across the floor, and it's looking like the top time from the previous heat might hold up.
If you're sailing the North Sea, you're going to come home with a wet sail. Time ticking away. And currently only 2 of our teams have workout 1 finished. And it looks like that is going to be all that we're going to have for London Team 1. Some great work, some great combinations of athletes and good combination of timing to get over that line. Team Fleck, impressive, but RX Performance, obviously the way you want to go out. Some exciting first two heats of our elite team competition, Tour Stop number 1 at the Drum Sheds in the north of London. The World Fitness Tour for 2026. It's great to have your company as well, wherever you're joining us right around the world. And RX Performance, they're standing by with Amy Bream.
Team RX Performance, what a great performance that was to start the weekend. Did that go exactly as you planned as a team?
Pretty much, yes. We knew the runner would be the limiter in the earlier rounds, and then you had to push the transitions. So that's what we did, and that was the plan.
Well, we were talking a bit yesterday, and we have a little bit of an enemies to friends situation. All 4 of you are in Copenhagen, but on different teams in pairs. So how does it feel coming into this tour stop, knowing that you guys can work together as the 4 of you?
I don't know. I didn't hear the question.
I think we knew each other before from competing against each other, and we like each other, and we wanted to try, you know, working out, competing together, and it turned out really well, actually. Yeah.
I would say it turned out really well. Is this the move? Is this the 4 configuration that we're going with?
Yeah, hopefully. Are you guys up?
Great job, guys. Great work this weekend.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. And sometimes you just don't have answers. That's okay.
It's a sign of a good effort on the floor.
You got nothing left in the tank. It has been a great start to competition. Did it lay out exactly as you were expecting?
Well, anytime you have a top time coming from one of the earlier heats, I think it kind of clues you in that it's going to be a dogfight all weekend long.
3 workouts coming up for our first day of competition for our team competition. But coming up next, it is going to be the individual men. We're going to see the best in the business take on a Pro 1 right here at the Drum Sheds in the north of London. We look forward to your company. We'll be back very soon.
It all began with a jump rope in 2015. It was tangled, plastic, and poorly adjusted. We knew we could do better, and so we did. We built our first prototype by hand. It worked. It made a difference. Our first double unders made a big impact. We felt the joy of success for the first time, and it felt magical. From there, our mission became clear: to facilitate the joy of success for athletes around the globe. Since then, we've focused on one thing: improving what others overlook. Engineering and innovation are our tools.
Victorious. In this day and age, I got time for innovation, time to be creative, time too big to waste on my time on critics hating, flattered by your opinions to show you I'll just embrace it. Now watch a early sunrise up, no daylight savings, go nuts when I have to. Glaze back my sound in this beats on the house that we dreaming. Watch me way back up in there, guess who my thoughts are distorted. Cause I recall guys were hating uncommonly, all of them became common denominators. Hold up.
Welcome back to the Drum Sheds in the north of London, up Tottenham Way. It is day number 1 of Tour Stop 1 for the World Fitness Tour and the World Fitness Project Season 2 for 2026. Great competition so far with our elite teams taking the floor. We cast our attention now to our individuals. Jeremy Austin, Tommy Marquez, and a big good morning to Katrin Davis.
Good morning.
Hey, we stole you from the desk show and now we've got you here. How excited are you?
Oh, I'm so excited. I cannot wait to watch the live action and just see it all happen in real time.
How different is it going from the desk show where you've got to sort of pre-analyze and then post-analyze compared to live stuff on the go?
Both is so fun. The desk show is more, you know, we have certain things that we talk about for certain amounts of times, and we have these topics, and you're contained within those topics. And here you get to react in real time to the live action, and I love that energy because sometimes I felt like I'd watch it real time and you get back to the desk show. I'm like, how can I take all of that energy and bring it back? And now it's just kind of, it's there.
Well, prepare yourself for that nervous system dump at the back end of Sunday night when you're completely exhausted. Yeah. But it's absolutely great to be here. Tommy, going from this morning from our elite teams, going to individuals, what are we expecting?
Well, I think we're going to see some really impressive individual performances, obviously, but I think with the bigger field here, we're going to see a ton of mixture, I think, between heat to heat and some of these younger athletes, newer athletes trying to make a name for themselves in the early heats, and some of these established vets desperately trying to hold them off.
Of course, we've got a massive day of competition coming up. It is day 1, Friday here in the UK, and the elite team's getting to work just before we came onto our individuals, but our Pro 1 individual workout coming up, our OTP live team, they are going to get back to work and break down everything that's happened this morning. Elite teams will take the floor again, and our Pro 2s, and then finally we'll get to our 3rd elite team workout of the day. It's absolutely massive day for the athletes.
Yeah, and I mean, it all starts with this first one, right? a lot of times how you set the tone for the weekend can begin with the very first performance that you put out on the competition floor. For the teams, they're going to have 3 workouts today, so getting off on a good foot is going to be massive. For the individuals that are thinking full season, especially for some of the pros that have their card and they're guaranteed a spot at every single one, like this is your announcement to the world what season 2 is going to look like for you.
Well, let's have a look at workout number 1 for our elite individuals. It's a corker, and it's going to be a long one. It's going to really, really sort out the men from the boys.
Yeah, I mean, this first one, corker, I say I gotta love. I missed these Jeremy Ozzyisms. Man, I didn't have enough of them in the first half of 2026 for sure, but a little bit more running midline. I like the carryover between the team tests and the individual. We're seeing very huge similarities between the two, and it always takes me back to a time where there was more universal programming in the sport, and I love it.
Well, let's have a look.
London Pro 1 is presented by Trueform. London Pro 1 is 4 rounds for time of 25 toes to bar, 500 meters running on the Trueform runner, and 15 overhead squats with 185 pounds for the men and 125 pounds for the women. Athletes will advance their bar following each set of overhead squats. After the final set, athletes will set the bar down and advance to the finish line. There is a 20-minute time cap for London Pro 1.
Absolute a rip snorter and very sled dog-ish, if I can say so. Look at you. You're so excited for this one.
Oh, look at this workout, and this is a sled dog workout. This is who can work. It's going to be longer. I think the running is going to be a substantial factor in this workout. But if you look at it in depth, there's 60 total reps of the overhead squat at 185 for the men, 125 for the women. And that is, you can only work as hard as you can do the overhead squats, if that makes sense. So the athletes that have the good shoulder mobility, the good positioning, they can just keep moving and kind of just press into that bar and keep working. And those who don't might have to break it up.
Yeah, and there was a time when, you know, this level of overhead squat in terms of weight was a little bit almost unattainable, right? Yeah. And now we're going to see it for 60 reps in the middle of this high-intensity workout.
It's amazing how the bar just keeps going up, and these weights that once were so heavy are now being done for 60 reps in a workout.
Crazy. 3 guys in particular we want to really take a good look at, and they're probably 3 of the most experienced and 3 of our tall athletes with big wingspans.
And they're tremendous runners, right? They have proven themselves time and time again when running is in the equation, regardless of how it's programmed, right? You look at what they've done across the tour stops in season 1 at the World Fitness Project. You know, 3 very different workouts. In Indy, it was a mixed modality workout similar to this. In Mesa, we had a single modality, just straight up run. And then in Copenhagen, we've said it before, the kitchen sink, let's throw everything at them and mix some running in there as well. And all 3 of them have performed well across the board.
Yeah. Something to point out too is that the running is on runners today too, which is going to favor, they're already good runners, and it's going to favor the bigger, heavier athletes, which will be these guys.
Can't wait to see what is going to lay out in front of these athletes. We're not far away. Heat 1, our elite men coming to the floor.
The noise for your Pro Heat 1. In lane number 10, Victor Garcia, Spain. Lane number 9, Ryan Jennings, United States. Lane number 8, Michael van Gijzengem, Belgium. Lane number 7, Pietro Andeloni, Italy. Lane number 6, Leonardo Grottino, Italy. In lane number 5, Noah Wilson, United States. Lane number 4, Phil Royce-Peter, United Kingdom. Lane number 3, Len Postel, Germany. Lane number 2, Kian Dunphy, United Kingdom. Lane number 1, Simon Helenius, Canada. 1 minute.
individual men, Elena Simons, and probably a lot of names that you're not recognizable immediately off the bat, but there are some that are going to be at the end of Sunday.
A great opportunity to change that for a lot of people, right? You're going to be on the same leaderboard as some of the biggest names in the sport. It's a good time to take a crack.
What an opportunity. You get a last-minute call-up, you're going, oh, I'm going to take this straight away, and then like you think about your BKGs and your Pat Vellners and these sort of athletes, you're going, this is incredible. For Roy Peters, the local boy, and plenty of support for him here as well.
Victor Garcia Deval, last guy into the competition. A week ago, didn't even know if he was competing here, but you know what? Kept the engine warm and showing up big.
And underway for our first heat of our individual men. And you say that, Tommy, and the World Fitness Project from the start has just trying to explain to people, be ready, you could get an opportunity at any time.
And that was one of the, I think, hallmarks of that first season, right? Even when they had the separate divisions for the pros and the challengers, part of the reason they had that challenger division is they knew they were going to have athletes on site that could backfill last minute no matter what. So they told the challengers, hey, be ready for the pro division workouts and expect that call if something changes. And here, even with the single division athletes in the qualifier, don't assume you're out of it just because you're a couple spots away and we're a few weeks out.
Simon Zelina, all the way down there in the far left in lane number 1, one of the first off. And talking about the elite teams earlier on, we moved to the individual men, and that hamstring fatigue, it's probably going to increase. We go from 400 meters to 500 meters, but they've got to do the whole lot.
Yeah, and it's an interesting distance, right? I like when you throw some unconventional distances in the mix. I think a lot of times, you know, whether it's inside the gym or in training, we get really tied to the 400 meter, the 800 meter, the 200 meter, and then you throw in something like a 500 meter, and it forces you to kind of adjust and see how you can apply the data from training to unconventional distances.
How best to navigate this first elite workout, and it is the blueprints presented by Trueform.
Well, one and done, it should be the strategy for success when it comes to the toes to bar and overhead squat. I think for the best athletes, maybe one timed break at most, and then finish the set and be done with it. I think you'll see that consistently across the 4 rounds. And then the middle 3, that's the middle 300 on this 500 meter Trueform runner. That's your opportunity to pick up the pace or maybe overtake one of your athletes on that implement. The first and last 100 meters is really where you kind of take stock and prepare for the next movement that you're coming off of or moving to.
Now, Kat, you've obviously used the Trueform runner before. You've run in many different aspects of fitness. How does this relate to running on, say, grass or concrete or trail running, or there's just been so many different surfaces you've done?
Yeah, exactly. So I feel like the Trueform runner, it does, great runners are going to be great runners regardless. But some people are better on the Trueform runner. So you take somebody who has a longer stride, the bigger athletes, the heavier athletes, they're going to kind of allow their body weight to work with the runner a little bit more. And so this might favor these athletes, even though they're not maybe as good on a track or on a road. And it also, a 500 meter on a Trueform runner kind of feels a little bit more like a 600 meter on track. So it is a little bit harder than the traditional 500 meter run.
Ryan Chevening, Team Ryan in season 2025. We move to the overhead squats now, and we spoke about loading yesterday. This loading is very, very challenging. It's one of those loads early on in the game. It was hard, and now it's sort of a staple.
Yeah, exactly. So I think if you look at their positioning, those who have great shoulder mobility can actually grab the bar a little bit narrower. So if you're in a snatch grip, it's going to be harder on your wrists, it's going to be harder on your shoulders, versus if you go to a narrower grip, you can only do that if you have great mobility. but it's going to be easier to hold that bar overhead for a substantial amount of time.
In the early days of the methodology too, one of the biggest benchmarks in terms of strength and mobility and skill was 15 unbroken overhead squats at body weight. There's a handful of athletes here where this is heavier than their body weight currently, and they're going to do that for multiple rounds with other movements in the mix, and that just shows you the progress that the community as a whole has made.
Well, Feroy Peters with that good overhead position, 6 foot, and Tommy, you're way up there as well. It's obviously, with these bars, it is a lot harder to get that overhead position if you've run out of length of that barbell.
Yeah, I mean, you go by the traditional standards of how you set your hand positioning in the overhead movements with snatch, overhead squat, and where that bar sits in the hip crease on the way up. But for some of these athletes, the stability increases the more narrow your hands get, but it also requires a tremendous amount of mobility through those shoulders to be able to do that. As a longer athlete, that's a tough position to get into, especially if you have these shorter bars that don't allow you to go as wide as you naturally would go.
Our current top 3 looks like this. Noah Wilson, and one that we earmarked yesterday as we were chatting about what's he going to be able to be capable of in this first workout. Feroy Peters is in there, and Cian Dunphy, lane number 2, just to the far left with no shirt on.
Well, Noah's a great runner, and I think especially in a workout like this, he can trust that his running will start to carry him higher and higher on the heat list as this workout extends. Because some of the athletes that came out hot in that first round, if their running starts to fall apart, their conditioning falls apart, they're going to have to take a much longer break in that overhead squat to make sure they don't hit total shoulder fatigue.
Noah Wilson at 6'1", and then you throw it all the way back to Cian Dunphy at 5'8", which is more of that comfortable position with a barbell over your head.
I don't know if you remember back in the day, Jeremy, there would be that aggregate data around what the average height and weight for an elite athlete in the sport would be. For men, it was usually in that 5'9", 190 range, 195. But we've seen obviously variations across that in more recent years, and as the demands of the sport change, we'll see that number fluctuate, but no reason why, you know, some of the bigger athletes can have some fun too.
Exactly, and I do love that about our sport. Of course, there's a ideal height, weight for an athlete in this sport, but also to see all types, you know, when a podium is big and small, all types, it just shows that a strength and weakness can play to different body types, and we now see that in our sport. That, you know, we have James Brigg. You know, he's tall, he's long, he's not what we thought was the ideal body type, but he's proving that he's the best. So I think I love that for athletes, for up-and-coming athletes, to not think, oh, this sport isn't for me. Like, no, how can I make this sport for me? How can I find a way to be the best and make something my strength?
Ticking over the 7-minute mark of our first heat of our elite men, and the other member of our team, Lauren Smith. Good morning.
Good morning, team. Look, I want to speak about Noah Wilson. Noah has just been one of these up-and-coming phenomenons out of the USA. He's 22 years old. He's had a huge amount of competitive experience behind him, but I know he's coming into today off the back of a little bit of disappointment at the Mayhem Classic. He finished 16th, which, for all intents and purposes, you know, isn't a bad result at all, but it's really firing him up today. And this is a guy who loves to play with his fitness, right? At the start of 2026, he actually did 2,026 burpees. It took him 8 hours and 3 minutes, but he's still finding the joy in competing and getting out on this competition floor.
Exciting stuff, no doubt, is on the way for Noah Wilson. And fatigue and shoulders, we've spoken about it off air this morning, we've spoken about on air. The position is obviously going to be primo to get above your head, above where your midline is stabilizing. Any rotation of that shoulder is going to cause some instability. It's going to cause a lot more fatigue very quickly. How do you stop that from happening? Because that's all your body wants to do, is to rest those shoulders.
Honestly, the easiest way to do that is to go narrow grip. So if you go narrow grip, you're more in that stacked position. Your arms are not, or your hands are not sliding out on the bar as much. And you're naturally going to be in, you know, you're going to avoid that rotation. and you can also kind of release that grip a little bit, which they want to do for the toes to bar. So those athletes that can stay in a closer, narrower grip with a stack position are going to benefit massively on this workout. Those with a wider grip are going to be sliding. They're going to have to grip that bar a lot more and avoid that rotation that you're talking about.
The originator of the curved treadmill, built for uncompromising performance. It is the Trueform runner. Just scan that QR code on your screen. And you blink, and 10 minutes has nearly gone past. It's like, wow, okay.
We've had a lot of action, a lot of movement in this workout. A good flow overall. I like it. It doesn't feel like we've sat too long on any one implement. We've been able to kind of dig into some of these athletes, and also at 10 minutes they're well into this, and they've had a strong showing, especially from Noah Wilson.
I feel like right now is also the part of the workout where they need to be digging in. This is the third round, the third running part of the workout, and this is where it's going to be hard for them. This is where they're going to want to slow down because they've done so much and they still have a full round. They'll see the light at the end of the tunnel on round 4. This is where they need to dig.
Philroy Peters on the left and Noah Wilson on the right in particular. There is not much arm movement at all. Are they doing that to minimize the fatigue on the overhead position?
Honestly, I feel like I personally would like to be shaking them out a little bit more. I'd want to be getting blood flow into those arms. My guess is that he's feeling tight and he's feeling restricted. Is why he's not moving his arms as much.
My lungs are feeling restricted as well from here.
Maybe this is just me, being a taller, longer athlete, but some of the bigger athletes, I think sometimes you can feel restricted in your running motion when you have the frame of the runner around you. I don't know if that's always the case, but I think especially under fatigue, the arms start to kind of creep up. Tightness, soreness, blood filling up the upper body a little bit. You kind of try and keep everything nice and compact and not get too much wasted motion, even though they could benefit from a little bit more arm movement driving through each one of those steps.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Leonardo Grattino, as you mentioned, Kat, those arms, that torso just a little bit looser, being able to, I don't know, lessen the fatigue. Just seems like those shoulders from Noah and Philroy. Oh, there you go. There's the shakeout. We just saw it.
It helps, and like Tommy spoke about at the start of this workout, of kind of like breaking it into like the first 100 meter of the run is really just to get yourself going. Then there's the 300 meters where basically the majority of the run, you want to stay at a good pace that is sustainable for you, and hopefully you can make up some ground. And then the last 100 meters really are just to prepare for the overhead squat. So if you need to slow down that run a little bit, if you need to start shaking out those arms so that you can basically, if you look now, he can transition and he's going to want to pick up that barbell and get right to work.
Noah Wilson doing exactly that, getting straight back to work. And as we mentioned, Tommy, those hands at the far end of that barbell, we actually joked about it yesterday. Some athletes might have to grab the outside of the plates. Ryan Jevning now making a jump into second position. He is in lane number 9, just to the top left of your screen.
But Noah's positioning looking really good. Good position of the torso, able to snatch that first rep, dive right into the first squat. So far, solid performance from Noah.
Noah Wilson just getting a little bit skewed on that right side, so maybe one side getting favoured more than the other. Jevning not too far away from finishing either. Len Postel to the left of Jevning, and to the right it is Simon Zelena.
Well, it takes a lot of additional work on the side to make sure that the shoulders and the stability and strength to be able to hold barbells under fatigue overhead, that you're even, right? Because what happens is one shoulder can start to fatigue faster than the other. Your positioning dips and you start to see some rotation from the athletes. They almost start to do that slow creeping 180, and that's a recipe for disaster, especially towards the end when you're just fighting for every rep.
And especially when your feet are cemented to the floor. Jevning trying to chase down our leader, Noah Wilson, in lane 5. Still 6.5 minutes left of our time cap. Kian Dunphy back to the rig. And Leonardo Grattino in the blue shirt making a jump into 4th. the Italian. A chance to go top 3 in the first heats.
One thing to kind of keep in mind in the later heats as well is what shoe choice athletes go for. We've seen a couple of athletes with some runners on. A lot of times with the runners, you have a little bit more padding, a little bit higher heel to toe drop, and that puts you in a little bit different position than what you're used to when you're doing a heavy or overhead squat. So some might choose for the traditional trainer, but it's not going to be the best shoe for you on that true form runner.
Yeah, it's going to be significantly harder to overhead squat in runners. You're going to be falling. You're going to be constantly feeling like you're falling a little bit forward, harder on the quads. And again, that might get a little bit harder on the shoulders because it might feel like it's constantly falling. So with the true form runner, I feel like a lot of the athletes will opt for trainers because it doesn't make as big of a difference as if you're on solid ground outside.
Yeah. Noah Wilson well out in front. Leonardo Grazzino starting to make a move now into second position ahead of Jevning. Phil Peters falling off the pace a little bit. Cian Dumphy still in the top 4. Simon Zelina, top of your screen in the white tank top, now to the right of your screen. Lead changing, we saw that in the elite teams for the first 2 heats. But Noah Wilson, start to finish so far.
We got word that the athletes during the briefing were told not to dump the bar from the top for some of these overhead squats. So I don't know about you, Kat, at the end of a workout like this, having the situational awareness to try and lower the bar at least a little bit might be the last thing that's on your mind, but in some aspects very important depending on the situation with the event venue or the safety of the transitions between athletes.
Exactly. I think it's very often the tightness of the lanes. You just want to make sure that, yes, you're trying to go as fast as possible, but you're also trying to keep the environment safe and also fair for all athletes, because if you do dump it from above and if you are getting, as you say, rotational shaky at the end, the bar can roll into another person's lane and it might cut off a couple of seconds of you, which is not fair.
Jevning, part of the WFP season 2025. And probably knows what to expect.
But yeah, 2 athletes, Pietro Androloni and Jevning, 2 of the athletes that competed in the Challenger division during the inaugural season. So as far as experience is concerned, they're the 2 that know a little bit more of what to expect from a weekend like this under this competitive banner.
Wilson making a charge, and with 3 minutes left on our time cap, let's have a look at that position. How is the shoulder fatigue and the torso going to react? A little bit wider feet, but it seems to be working well for him.
Finishing up those last overhead squats. He's going to want to hold on to that bar for dear life.
Honestly, it just does not seem like 185 pounds.
It doesn't. He's rock solid with his upper body so far.
Leonardo Grazzino making a move now in the blue shirt. Ryan Jevning in the back. This is going to be a tight one, but Noah Wilson is going to take out our first heats of our individual men's fields. 17:51 unofficial time. Grazzino, what a charge. Pace to perfection. Simon Zelina to the top of your screen, just taking a quick break. Ooh, Jevning failing that rep. But Grazzino, great stuff from him. 18:23 unofficial time.
I think when we look at failed reps like that, we kind of look at the cost of a failed rep. And an overhead squat at this weight at the end of a workout is very costly because it's not, like an air squat that you just do another one. This is something that you're very taxed. You're going to have to get it back into place overhead. Some of them are trying to snatch it. And so you really have to weigh and measure that accurately. Do you risk it or do you go for security there?
Simon Zelina. Oh, wow. Getting the jump and costly no reps. That's how costly it is.
And Victor Garcia Deval made a huge push on that last round of overhead squats as Jevning was struggling to get the final few reps and starting to get the speed wobbles a little bit. The last man into the competition made sure he was one of the first few to the finish line. And if you didn't know you were competing here a few weeks ago and you come out with that performance on the first workout, I'd be pumped.
Oh, we're seeing some waffles.
Oh, we're
so exciting.
Getting into the last 30 seconds. Phil Roy Peters is done. The UK boy with plenty of supports. And came out of the gates hot, but just couldn't hang on to it. Zelina not able to hang on. Oh, it's some failed reps. Kian Dunphy. And you got to try something at the back end.
Yeah.
An overhead squat is really one of the toughest ones to watch as people hit fatigue on that because it's so technical. There's so much going on. And like you said, the cost of each rep is so heavy.
It's also so hard to regain that stability once it starts kind of shaking and the bar's over. It's like you're on a balance beam.
Oh, gosh.
Great start to competition. Noah Wilson, what a performance.
And for the first heat of the pro men, we had a strong start from a few athletes, but as we got into the second and third round, Noah Wilson's running prowess really started to show. Made quick work of the overhead squats, and he gets to kick his weekend off here in London with a Heat 1 win and a few good races behind him to boot.
Noah Wilson, the 22-year-old coming into competition for the first time. He's standing by with Lauren Smith.
Noah, congratulations. Some of your best workouts have come from running on the competition floor. Was there a secret to pacing that true form runner?
The first 300, I was like relaxed. The last 200, I pushed every single round. So I was able to catch my breath after the first 300 and then just get right to the overhead squats.
You were quite open about the disappointment coming out of the Mayhem Classic. Finishing with a Heat win to open up your weekend, what does that do for confidence?
Yeah, I mean, I know what I can do. I mean, they asked me earlier why I was here, and I said to win. I don't come to compete, so.
I mean, you've said to win, but what does success look like this weekend?
Win. Winning's winning. Anything less than first is not winning.
We can't wait to see you absolutely crush it. Great work.
Thank you.
Lauren and Noah, thank you. And if you're not first, you're last. Kat, you didn't just go to compete, did you?
No. And I think I love that attitude. And you come in and you want to give it everything that you have. Some people are coming here to get experience, and some people are coming here to compete. Neither is right or wrong. And I love that he's coming in with that. He wants to give it. He's giving it a crack.
Give it a crack, absolutely. And who's giving it a crack? It is Heat 2. They're onto the competition floor shortly.
Number 10, Quinn Robinson, United States. Lane 9, Samuel Cournoyer, Canada. Lane 8, Andreas Jimenez, Norway. Lane 7, Victor Helsinghoff, Norway. Lane 6, Toby Buckland, United Kingdom. Lane 5, Satu Eronemo, Finland. Lane 4, Fabian Beneito, Spain. Lane 3, Alex Katulas, Greece. Lane 2, Tom Kingdon, United Kingdom. Lane 1, Mikko Liliorg, Estonia. 1 minute.
Heat number 2 onto the competition floor. Our lane assignments. And Mikko Liliorg coming out with those sunglasses on and those bright pink shorts.
Got to block out the haters.
You do. He's in lane number 1. You know his prowess in the pool. What can he do on the competition floor here? It is London Pro 1.
25 toes to bar, 500 meters on that true form, and 15 overhead squats at 185 pounds. They're going to do that 4 times.
Athletes getting prepared. Tatu Erenheimo, Sam Conway.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen Sam high-level competition, but he is one of the most skilled athletes on the floor, and Quinn Robinson on your screen has a sub 5-minute mile. He's competed here at World Fitness Project on a team. Definitely an athlete to watch.
Heat number 2 underway. Tough 20 minutes ahead. They're probably smart from Mikko down in lane number 1 to the far left. It's pretty bright on the competition floor. Maybe just blocking that out, I don't know.
Got to be able to handle the bright lights somehow.
Mikko, part of our 2025 season as well. Fittest man in Estonia. Seen Mikko compete already this year in Abu Dhabi at the Crucible, and very quick in the pool.
We're seeing more athletes, I think, choose or opt for that longer kip swing for the toes to bar to start. Usually with less reps overall, you might see them go for that shorter cycle, but maybe conserving some energy here.
Yeah, I think it's definitely all about efficiency here. So even if you'd make up a couple of seconds on the first round by doing that shorter kip, as you say, like you just want to have, it's 100 reps over this whole workout, and you want to make sure that you're still efficient on rounds 3 and 4.
Efficiency's got to be the key. The blueprint presented by Trueform.
Well, you saw one and done there. I think the focus is for both the toes to bar and the overhead squats, even as you get fatigued, no more than 1 break on each implement and then be done with it. And that middle 300, I think, you know, you can maybe even shift it, as you heard from Noah Wilson a second ago, but there's about 300 meters where you can really make your move. And then you're really starting to make your mental adjustment coming onto the to the runner for the first 100, or getting ready for the overhead squats in the last 100.
We've spoken about experienced athletes coming into the field. Athletes in heat number 2, some of these names are becoming more and more relevant in competition now, and some we've seen a lot of in the previous couple of years, and probably those we're going to be seeing for a lot longer. Some of the youngsters coming through in competition. Victor Helsinghoff, one of those athletes. Andreas Temenis.
I mean, you go across the board, there's athletes that have been present at high-level international competitions for quite some time. You go to like Alex Katulis, who's, you know, showed up multiple times in Dubai. Fabian Beneito Celis is a games qualifier, has competed at high-level competitions all around the globe.
Team competition at Copenhagen as well.
Yep.
Quinn Robinson to the far right. Sam Conway, first 2 hands in the air from the judges. They're not too far away from getting off Temenis. 3rd athlete in. Victor Helsinghoff.
So here's one of the advantages of being able to go narrow grip, is that it's so much less risky if you can clean and jerk it rather than snatching the weight. So he goes to a narrow grip, clean jerks it, he's in a stable overhead position, and can then proceed to go with all of his overhead squats.
So let's talk about position of that overhead squat. Mikko Liliorg at the bottom of screen, that head all the way forward. He's trying to just counterbalance his mobility in his shoulders.
Probably, and as you can see, there's slight rotation, so I think he's going to be good on this round. We'll see how it plays out. To me, it looks like he's going to fatigue for the later rounds. And as you say, it's counterbalancing, but he's not stacked, and he's not in a strong position.
And that's tough, right? Especially as you get fatigued in the later rounds, right?
Exactly.
Like if you don't have the mobility to keep that upright torso and those shoulders and everything stacked on top of each other, something has got to give. And usually that, you know, you'll see people push the hips back further, almost like a low bar back squat.
And then that instability starts creeping in. So I think that's something that might catch up with him in about round 3.
Helsingov, our first athlete back. Second back was Tartu Erinheimo from Finland, wearing the black shirt. Erinheimo in lane number 5 is about to finish up as Helsingov gets to work on the true form runner, round number 2, Quinn Robinson. 7th place at the Mayhem Classic. Would start coming from team competition into individual. How much of a jump is it for athletes to go from team and then decide, hey, I'm going to give individual competition a crack? How hard is it?
I've never done the team competition. I've always had the individual. And so to me, it kind of feels a little bit, and this is me from the outside kind of looking in, it kind of feels like more pressure. Like when it's you on the floor, it really is just you on the floor, and you have to take full responsibility for whatever is happening. There's no one to pull you up. There's no one to ground you. It's all you, which there's comfort in that too, because all you have to rely on is yourself. And personally, I always did like that. But there's also that side of a team where you can you share wins, you also share losses. And sometimes I feel like there's also that pressure if you never want to let your teammates down, but there's also, the side of it that it probably is a little bit more fun. And so I think the overall broad perspective is that there's slightly less pressure on team. You probably want to be a little bit more skilled versus an individual more well-rounded.
Yeah, you've even heard that echoed from athletes making the jump from individual to team, right? It's a different type of motivation.
Yeah.
You're much more intrinsically motivated as an individual because you're the only one out there competing. And then suddenly when you move to team, you have other people that you're worried about letting down. And that extrinsic motivation can really be powerful and can really pull you into different areas of performance. And I think it's neat and interesting to see athletes be able to do both. And a lot of times for the early days of the sport, the team competition was seen as like the breeding ground for individuals. You get experience on the team, and then you make the transition over to individual comp.
Quinn Robinson will be first off the true form runner. It's been a good performance. I take that back. It won't be. Helsingov just ahead. So Quinn Robinson just easing off the last couple of seconds, but they will get to work Quinn Robinson straight into that snatch position. And as a very tall athlete, trusting yourself to go into that first snatch at a reasonably heavy weight. I won't say very. For me, it's very, but a reasonable heavy weight for these athletes.
And for the athletes with really good situational awareness on the floor, those are the little checkpoints that I think you can kind of mentally create almost kind of performance cues for yourself. Because if Quinn Robinson is getting off the true form and he's like, hey, each round I'm getting off just a little bit behind Victor, but I know I'm going to snatch that one first, that's a little, almost like a benchmark that can really focus mentally on to give yourself a little bit of a push, and then try to expand that with each round. Get off closer to Victor with each round, and then build the lead coming off of the overhead squats every time.
Quinn Robinson, your new leader. And his journey, what does he want? He wants a pro card for next year. What a goal to get.
Hey, no sense in setting the bar low, right? Not with that mustache.
Cornway onto the toe to bar. Tartu Erinheimo in lane 5. And your leader up to the barbell in the previous round, Victor Helsingov. Again. And one of our taller athletes I think he's cut himself short at 6 foot. I think there's a lot more there.
Yeah. Normally it's the other way around.
It is.
So it's something that I'm noticing in these first two heats is the walking transitions. So I think that's going to be the biggest change. They're going unbroken in these heats too, on the toes to bar, on the overhead squats. I think the biggest change that we're going to see as these heats progress is the faster transitions. And I think that's where you truly make a mark. Like you were talking, like, you know, passing, that's how you make a mark in passing. When you're trying to create a gap, when somebody jogs past you, sprints past you in a transition and picks the bar up fast, it's like, oh, whoa, he feels that good, you know? It's a confidence thing, even though maybe you're dying too. But I think that's something that these guys are not doing, and I'm guessing, you know, certainly by the final men's heat, that's what we're going to be seeing, is they're going to be doing this unbroken, they're going to be holding a good pace, and they're going to be transitioning well.
And it can be a benefit for the passer if you've ever, ever spent time with Chris Hinshaw. He'll talk about when you're running, you get a boost as you pass that person too, and there's definitely a benefit for it mentally and physically.
It's a pass with authority.
Yep.
Don't ever pass and make them see that you're tired, because then you're gonna chase them with you. If they think you feel good, they're gonna let you go.
Do it with a smile on your face, even if it's a forced smile.
Just hitting the 10-minute mark. We're at the halfway point of our second of 5 heats for pro number 1 here at the Tour Stop 1. But let's head down to Lauren Smith on the floor.
Thanks, guys. Look, in lane 7 and 8, you've got Victor Hesselinghoff and Andreas Timnes. Now, these guys are on 2 different coaching programs. Timnes with the Krieger crew, Hesselinghoff with Ben Smith out of Krypton. But they have been training together for the last 2 weeks, and they actually both tested this workout together. Now, Thomas Pettersson of Krieger wasn't quite willing to give me their times, but the fact that they are now lane by lane, side by side, and able to pace a little bit off what they were doing in training is a really cool way to roll out that opening workout in the comfort of home, shall we say, here at Tour Stop 1.
Thank you, Lauren. And Quinn Robinson, it does not even, it looks like a broomstick.
Oh, yeah.
It's so easy.
So smooth on the overhead squats.
And going back to Victor Hesselinghoff before, he's looking very labored on that run now and not relaxed at all. He may be working just a little bit too hard on that true form runner, but Quinn Robinson.
Even just look at the facial posture, how calm and relaxed he looks underneath that 185-pound barbell.
Quinn Robinson on his way back now. Another round done.
And talking about the mental aspect of passing with authority, look at the look that Sam Cournoyer gave Quinn Robinson as he was jogging back the other direction. That's one of the reasons why you do that, right? To give yourself a mental edge over your competitors.
Hesselinghoff, has he gone out a little bit too hot? Aaron Hamo with great overhead position, great depth as well. Quinn Robinson taking a break on those toe to bar.
Yeah.
Mikko Liljeorg now starting to walk, but as they say, slow reps are better than no reps.
Exactly. So I think that's some inexperience in there. He probably got excited about the competition. He felt good on rounds 1 and 2, and he went out too hot. But that really costs him. It counts so slow when you're walking. It's much better to go out at a slightly slower pace, but continue that pace throughout.
Quinn Robinson back to the true form runner. And the originator of the curve, the treadmill built for uncompromising performance, the true form runner. Just scan that QR code on your screen. He is looking in great shape.
He looks so calm. This workout is under control for him.
And we mentioned that he has a sub 5-minute mile. He's also been able to do a 5-minute mile and a 500-pound back squat in the same day. And when you have that top end speed at that distance, everything else just falls into place, right? That means he's trained and done running intervals at a faster pace, and everything below that just feels smooth and controlled. You can tell how comfortable he is with his stride, with his posture on the true form.
You see him shaking out. You know that he's already now thinking about the overhead squats, how he can get there fast, transition well.
I did notice on that last set of overhead squats, he just took a split second at the bottom just to get the bar exactly where he wanted before he started squatting. The snatch.
And we spoke about this on the Pulse in the lead up to the competition. Noah Wilson and Quinn Robinson kind of becoming fast friends and training partners in preparation for this weekend, because for both of them, this is one of their first major international individual competitions. So kind of teaming up and rallying together, and we're seeing it pay dividends for both of them so far.
I mean, it's so great in a couple of aspects. If you think about it, they're coming into this competitions. Neither one has experience at, this caliber field. And so there's comfort in that. They have that friendship. They have that comfort of they know each other. They do this in training. And so they come here and they can warm up together. And even if it's just that touch point of like that grounding, that gives them some confidence and calm going into this weekend. And then the other aspect, it's so amazing. Training partners are magic. It is, doing something alone can sometimes feel so tedious or nerve-wracking, but doing it with somebody else, it's exciting. It gives you that, it's easier to push hard.
Quinn Robinson still in control, still in charge of this second heat. And if I was that barbell, I'd be scared.
He's chasing down the top time from the previous heat. Noah Wilson, 17:49, so that could be in serious danger.
He has not looked fatigued in any aspect. The total bar obviously has been the one where he's started to break up reps.
But if you look at that too, that's a place to break up reps, because you can break up a rep and you're only 2 seconds behind because you jump down, you jump right back up.
As we were chatting, a little bit of fatigue starting to creep in that midline.
But that's great composure from him, though. You saw his hips start to rock back on the way up. Didn't really break stride, just took an extra second at the top and locked in.
Oh, that twist of that torso.
Oh,
no. He's got enough of a lead, though.
Yeah. He's still got to be thinking about the next 3 heats.
17:49, the unofficial time. Sam Cournoyer not far away, but Quinn Robinson absolutely crushing his first event. Here we go.
This is where it would be very helpful for him to have in his skill set to do the wide grip clean and jerk, because that's where under this fatigue, you're going to start failing the snatches.
Cournoyer, few behind, easy done for Quinn Robinson.
Good job.
Great stuff from Quinn Robinson from CrossFit Trivium in the United States. Cournoyer looking great.
Look at the turnover rate for each rep. I mean, for Sam, obviously hitting the jets at the end is important to have something for that final push, but I don't know, if you have that much in the tank, do you feel like maybe you left a little bit out there on the floor?
Looking at him right now, I think he maybe should have run a little bit faster.
Cournoyer done. Tatu, Aaron Hamo will finish in 3rd. Victor Helsingov will be in 4th.
And that's a great push from Tatu in the final 2 rounds. He hung towards the middle of the pack early and made a push late. That's going to beat the top time from the previous heat, and Noah Wilson as well. So for Tatu, this is his first big jump up into a big competition like this. He won the top competition in Finland earlier this year. That was kind of the motivation to try and push as an individual, and a strong showing to start the weekend.
Helsingov finishes his first workout of the weekends. Benito. As Benito finishes up. Koutoulas, one of our Greek athletes. And what a good challenge. Koutoulas getting finished up. Jimenez not far away from finishing. The final rep, Andreas Jimenez. And Mika Lilleorg, who went out blazing. Getting close to that time cap of 20 minutes. And both athletes are going to miss out on getting this one completed. Toby Buckland and Mika Lilleorg. And wow, you go out too hot, this is what's going to happen. Impressive. First two heats down, Quinn Robinson wiping the floor with that one.
Quinn making the jump from the team to individual here and really leaned into his prowess on the true form runner, but it certainly helped that he was able to maintain chunks on the toes to bar, and despite a little snafu on the final overhead squat that cost him around 40 seconds, he had enough of a lead built up that he could trot to the finish line in first.
What a way to start for Quinn Robinson. Absolutely crushing workout number one. He's standing by with Lauren Smith.
Quinn, you definitely kept us on the edge of our seats there. It was 40 seconds from the no rep until you crossed the line. How did you keep your composure in what was quite a stressful moment?
I didn't know it was 40 seconds until now. That's worse than I thought. Good, good. I just figured the only way to get done with that workout was to get one more rep. But shoulders and grip were feeling pretty burned up, so I'm just glad I got it.
You came across the line, you said to me, I'm knackered, that was a tough one. Will Morad persuaded you to sign up. Have you got any choice words for him after opening a heat win like that?
Yeah, he sure did persuade me to sign up. I'm glad he did. This is really cool to be here. The team's done an amazing job. The floor is beautiful, and the volunteers and the staff all know what's going on, so grateful to be here, and thanks to Will.
We look forward to seeing you chase your pro card. Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Unassuming, but wow, what a performance.
Yeah, I mean,
40 seconds. It was worse than I thought.
And even if it was worse than he thought, I mean, generally that speaking, I like to see an athlete pace it like that. The difference between just a perfect execution and, maybe going just a smidge too hot as one rep, to me, you're right on that razor's edge of top performance.
Yes.
That's right where you need to be if you're Quinn Robinson.
Exactly.
And great result, 17:02, 47 seconds ahead of Noah Wilson's time from that first heat. Heat 3 coming up.
Lane number 9, Spencer Panchik, United States. In lane number 8, Fran Hurtado, Costa Rica. Lane number 7, Julius Kisa, Germany. Lane number 6, Tommaso Pieri, Italy. Lane number 5, Matt Gilpin, Australia. Lane number 4, Troy Clay, United States. Lane number 3, Rodan Gobam, Mexico. Lane number 2, Georgios Karabis, Greece. And lane number 1, Anestis Artemis, Greece.
Our lane assignments for our third of 5 heats. For our first workout of our first day at our first tour stop. We're at the drum sheds. We talk about World Fitness projects. Greece, Mexico, the United States, Australia, Italy, Germany, Costa Rica, and Denmark all represented. It is Pro 1.
4 rounds for time of some toes to bar, a 500-meter run, and 15 overhead squats. These men will have 185 on the barbell.
17:02, Quinn Robinson's time, the one to beat from Stroya from Butcher's Lab in Denmark.
Top performer in the qualifier for London here.
Matty Gilpin, the lone Aussie represented here at tour stop number 1 for season 2.
And Matt's a good runner in his own right. The question for him is that 185 barbell at the end.
I've seen a couple of different variations of what success looks like so far. Have you pinpointed something that's going to work, or is it just going to be dependent on your body type and your strengths and weaknesses?
I mean, we've seen 2 strong performances from Noah and Quinn so far, and both of them have seemed competent across the board. So it may just be one of those things where, like, you can't have a chink in the armor for any one of these movements, and you're going to have to keep the pedal on the gas even through the 500 meters on the run of the entirety of this workout.
Yeah, I think you're spot on with it's the well-rounded athletes. You can't not have toes to bar. You can't not be efficient on those overhead squats and be able to move them well, you know, but it's obvious that the best runners are coming in first as long as they can overhead squat and toes to bar, transition well. So very much I think we're just going to see the best well-rounded athletes are going to come out on top on this one.
One of our Greek athletes, Georgios Karabis, in lane number 2, the first to get rid of the toes to bar. Now live scoring. Just a reminder that we are going to be counting down those reps down to 0. Couple of athletes in the field that we did see in season 2025. Roland Goldbaum, Troy Clay, Matty Gilpin, Tommaso Pieri, Julius Kiza, Fran Hurtado. And our blueprint presented by Trueform.
Obviously, unbroken is best, but no more than 1 strategic break on any one of these movements for the toes to bar and overhead squat and be done with it. And then the middle 3 on this Trueform runner, the middle 300 meters is going to be key, especially for the runners that can maintain and stick to the planned pace throughout.
Now we talk about 5 rounds of anything's tough. 3 rounds is normally pretty good. 4's, but 5 is just... How do you strategize and pace out a 5-rounder? 4, excuse me, 4. It's been a long morning already.
But it's true though. It's very different between the 4 and the 5 because number 1, first round, they feel good. And we saw that in some of the previous rounds that they're going to feel good on this round. They might go out a little bit too hot. You know, round number 2, you can still keep up. Round number 3, it's where it's going to hit you. And if you're on round number 3 and it hits you and you have 5 rounds, you're going to be in an uh-oh. But if it's only 4 rounds, you can kind of still pull yourself through. For it's long, it's a tricky one because 3 rounds per time you can kind of power through. 5
Yeah.
rounds per time you got to pace. 4 rounds, I think you can play. The best athlete is going to be able to play that mind game that when it gets hard on round number 3, you tell yourself it's just this one. You got one more. Everybody can see the light on the last round.
Team S not messing around and probably some of the best overhead position I've seen so far this morning. He was on and off those overhead squats very quickly. And I was just thinking about when you're talking about those rounds, Quinn Robinson, if he had another round to do,
Yeah.
could have been in a bit of trouble.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
he would have had to have broken up those overhead squats.
And I think the best athletes too, they kind of try and gauge how, not only how am I feeling this round, but try and gauge how am I feeling this round and try and project forward on how am I going to feel for 1 or 2 more rounds.
You can see Anestis in lane number 1 doing his toes to bar with his eyes closed. Not concerned with what's around him. Who needs to see for toes to bar anyways?
I've seen people do that on the rower just to try and feel a better position back and forth, but I've not seen that on toe to bar ever.
Yeah, sometimes it's blocking out extra input from the sensory perspective just to be able to focus on either it's breathing or grip or a singular thing that you're really focused on for that movement. Also on the rower too, for sometimes people looking at the screen and seeing maybe a pace or a number that you don't want to see can have a negative mental effect, so you're just trying to block that out as well.
I'm sure I'm running faster than that.
Yeah.
Artemis, your current leader in the black shirts. Another Greek athlete, Karavas. Goldbaum, lots of experience competing last year at the World Fitness Tour, Season 1.
Roldan started the World Fitness Project season last year with a podium in the Challenger Men's division, finished it with a podium on the team division with Invictus as well. So no stranger to competition here for the WFP. And just to his left, you see Anestis and Yorgos Karavas, 2 Greek athletes. We have a strong Greek contingent here with Katoulis in that first heat. Anestis really kind of the next man up as far as the younger athletes and trying to follow in the footsteps of Yorgos, who broke through to the games, and Alex, who's been performing at a high level across international competitions for the larger part of a decade now.
True Form, the originator of the curved treadmill, built for uncompromising performance. Just scan that QR code on your screen and you can run like these guys. Or sort of. You can try to run like these guys. Artemis, your current leader. Karavas, our 2 Greek athletes leading the charge. In our first workouts. And how important into competition, you've got say 3 or 4 or 5 days, whatever it might be. How important is it to get a good start? We've seen Patrick Vellner in previous competitions, like just crash and burn and then have to claw yourself out of that. How much easier is it to set yourself up with a good performance early?
It's in a 3-day weekend they have 7 events. You know, very often on a 3-day weekend it's only 6, so at least they have the 7. But it's still not that many events, so it really is important. On a 4-day weekend, let's take Copenhagen for example, in the finals, it is, you have more wiggle room. If you have a bad event, you have more events to make it up. You don't have that many events here to make it up. So a strong start really is going to set you up for a strong season. But also, it's an incredible skill to have if you do have a bad event, to be able to shake it off, know that it's a long season ahead. This counts towards your whole score for the whole tour, and just being able to kind of flip that page. But I know that every single one of these athletes is going to want to start strong, going to want to have that confident start, and be able to ride that momentum. That's always, very obviously, always the best way to start.
Artemis, again, some wonderful overhead position. Karavas also having to work extra hard on that true form runner. But let's head down to the floor with Lauren Smith.
Thanks, guys. I've just been speaking to Andre Houdet of No Shortcuts Training, and we were speaking about the management of transitions and how he's worked with his athlete, Tommaso Pieri. Now, the toaster bar to the run and the overhead squats to the toaster bar, those are push transitions. He wants to see his athlete running. However, coming off the runner to the overhead squat, that's all about management and getting yourself into a position in which you cannot put that bar down as soon as it goes overhead.
Interesting strategy, Lauren. Thank you for that. And good way to think about it. How are you going to reduce the time on that clock and get a more efficient time on the board?
Well, I love Andre Uday's approach to training, and he's just a student of the game, you know, a high-level athlete in his own right, having made the games and competed at a high level both on teams and as an individuals, stepping aside to run no shortcuts training. He's been able to really start to build a solid base of high-level athletes. Saw Victor Hoffer do so.
Our two Greek athletes, Artemis Karavas. Karavas making up a little bit of time on the toe to bar, both getting to the true form runner at the same time. Spencer Panchik just sitting all on his own in lane number 9. Good or bad? You're out on your own where no one can really see you because the other leaders are at the far end.
Yeah, I feel like he's definitely putting himself into contention and with some of the later heats, and this is where, you know, a good imagination comes into comes in handy. You just have to imagine that they're right there next to you. So even if nobody is there, you always want to imagine that somebody's getting off the runner, somebody's getting to the bar, and just force yourself to move at that pace that you've imagined somebody ahead of you.
And Spencer just took a peek down the line, and it really kind of depends on the how the workout is laid out. But if you're on the end sometimes, that gives you a clear down the line shot of everybody in the heat, whereas the guys that are kind of in the mix in the middle don't always get that same view of you. So if he's trying to kind of sneak up and make a push to catch some of these athletes, could be an advantage for him.
And this is kind of that round where we've been seeing the most separation. So this is round 3. They're already taxed. They still have some work to do.
And look, we just saw Spencer on the runner. His posture is still very good. It looks like he's got a little spring in his step. He doesn't look overly heavy through the shoulders.
Yeah.
Artemis Karavas continuing. Two athletes at the bottom of your screen. Karavas actually now jumping into the lead. And Jorgis taking a little bit more time with the overhead squats, but increasing his pace on the toe to bar and the run. It's been a great battle with our two Greek athletes in lanes 1 and 2. And again, that head dipping forward on Karavas. Panchik making his way to the bar. And Project One San Diego sign up. Coming back to California on May 25th. So make sure you grab that QR code and sign up for Project One San Diego.
See a lot of runners in this heat. We see them tipping on their toes on these squats, which does make them substantially harder. It takes a lot of that stability out of the squat, but they're handling it well.
Artemis getting done, and the walk back as Karavas jogs back.
But it should be noted that Jorgis starting to struggle a little bit with the overhead squats in that last round. Anestis was just in a better position overhead. Same with Spencer Panchik as well. You know, credit to Jorgis Karavas if he's able to kind of grit through the overhead squats and hold on for the top position despite maybe being in a less than optimal position. Speaks to his grit and the fitness he's built, but
Jorgis getting to work. His favorite fuel, pizza and burgers.
Oh,
can't go wrong. I'm gathering there's going to be a few of those Sunday night.
I'm excited for him.
Okay, that's one thing we were chatting about off air, about fueling. What is the best way to fuel? We spoke about at breakfast this morning. Like, you've got athletes that go into a hotel and they've got a massive buffet. Do you just feel with whatever's there, or are you particular about what you get?
You're going to be very particular about what you get. If you're competing, you're going to want to keep everything as close to what you always do as normal. You don't want an upset belly. You don't want something sitting weird. You're going to want to know, I have eggs and oatmeal every morning. It sits well in my belly, and I know that I can go push hard in training, and I feel good, and I'm very fueled for the day. So when I go compete, I want to have eggs and oatmeal and just know that I have a solid start to the day, and I'm going to feel good when I go out there on the floor.
Panchik now making a move. And Karavis has got some company, and Artemis now dropping back to third position, just getting to the true form runner now.
Anestis was really struggling with that last set of toes. Devar had to come off a couple of times, actually pulled his hat down low. You can see it to almost block his vision.
And there's been workouts, there's been events over the years where you were talking about it before, Kat, about just visualizing something else, long trail runs and the like. Where do you go mentally? Like,
I think it's very dependent on what the workout is. So, for example, if this is a long bike or a long row, sometimes it's nice to kind of disassociate a little bit from what you're doing and just do the work. On a workout like this, I very much go into details. Like, I like being very present in what I'm doing. I like thinking about right here, I think about my breath. I know that if I breathe every 6th step, I am under control, so I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, breathe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, breathe. So I'm literally, that's what's going on in my head. And then I move and I think about hand positioning, and I think about that on the squat. So I'm very, very focused on minor details, and I do that very repetitively, and that keeps me going and focused through the workout.
That's where I've been going wrong. I breathe every millisecond.
But that's something I learned from Hinshaw. If I'm down to 5 breaths or breathing every 5, I know I can only sustain it for a certain amount of time. So I can do that at the end of a workout. If I'm breathing every 7 steps, I'm in a zone 2 kind of pace. So it's very informative for my body and for my mind to know how I'm breathing.
Giorgos Karavis heading to the barbell just on 1 minute to get that time from Quinn Robinson. Keep in mind, Quinn Robinson wasting that 40 seconds with that final rep.
Yeah, Quinn got off the runner ahead of where Giorgos is right now, but like you mentioned, that 1 rep could be the difference if he's able to hold on for all 15.
Giorgos, new dad. Add that to the repertoire as well. One of the toughest jobs, but the most rewarding.
Which means he's probably not
sleeping.
getting the normal sleep.
Karavis getting close now, just on 20 seconds to get this complete. I'm loving the patience that Giorgos is going through right now. Oh, this is going to be a great performance.
Got to run across.
Oh, Giorgos Karavis. 16:56. Impressive, and also impressive is the overhead position from Spencer Panchik.
It's so elegantly and perfectly programmed, where it's kind of like you're right on that cusp of, like, it's not a certain that you can go unbroken every time, but you can.
Yeah.
And so we're very much, it's making for very exciting finishes on these events where, like, they're just squeaking in that last rep or not.
Spencer Panchik getting in under that time from San Cormoyer by a couple of seconds. And how much faster are we going to go? Artemis starting off red hot and just starting to bite in that 3rd round. 4th round looks a lot better on those overhead squats. And still going to be a very competitive time across our first 3 heats. We've still got 2 to come. Noah Wilson's time goes past from heat 1. Artemis 18:07 unofficial time. Roldan will be next. Only a couple of reps to go. Goldbaum is in with 90 seconds left on our time cap. Tommaso Pieri. I have to say, over the years of watching overhead squats, and it's been a long time, 2007 I think, the improvement of position of overhead squat has, it's just been incredible to see the change and athletes being able to do more.
Yeah.
Well, it even just a small indicator of that, right, is the ability of athletes to do the narrow grip. For the longest time, it was just a given. You're going to go wide. You're going to give your shoulders all the room that they need to move and lock in. And now you have athletes that are so strong and such good positioning that they can bring the hands in and, you know, leverage that skill set to the utmost degree.
Julius Kieser. In all 3 tour stops in season 2025. Matty Gilpin. Speaking to Matt yesterday, he wasn't overly pumped about this one. And time is going to beat the rest of our athletes. Fran Hurtado not able to get that one complete either. But Yorgos Karavas, great performance, great patience and good pacing.
And great pacing doesn't always mean you have to be out front early. We saw a pretty good pack of athletes led by Anestis Artemis out front, but over the course of the 4 rounds, Yorgos Karavas, his countryman from Greece, was able to reel him in and establish himself at the top and sets the time to beat so far with 2 heats remaining.
Impressive performance from Yorgos Karavas. Standing by with Lauren Smith.
Yorgos, you come into the weekend having won the qualifier. What was that experience like?
You know, I wasn't planning to do the qualifiers because the first tour was in Mexico. Then when you change it and you make it to the London, I say to myself, okay, let's try. And it was super, you know.
The qualifiers are now preparing for your first tour stop with a brand new baby daughter. How did you manage that workload?
You know, our life, because 14 months, changed a lot. We had a daughter, our lovely kid. But you know, my wife, Maria, supports me every day, every session, to continue to do what I love.
Well, do what you love. And we could see that on the floor. It was a great heat win. Talk me through the transitions and how you managed them.
You know, the combination of run and overhead squat made a lot of problems to my lower back. So I tried to push the transition from run to overhead and from overhead to toes to bar, make them unbroken, and go slower to the run. That was my plan, and works perfect for me.
It worked perfectly. Great job out there. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Impressive performance. A big shout out to all the supporting mums out there that are letting the gentleman get to work.
No doubt. A lot of time spent in the gym for an elite athlete like that, and it doesn't come without some sacrifices or some tremendous support from the people in your home life.
And Karavas, 16:56. But let's get into heat number 4.
In lane number 10, Tola Moraquinho, United States. Lane number 9, Colin Bossard, Switzerland. Lane 8, Nate Ackerman, United States. Lane 7, BKG, Iceland. Lane number 6, Travis Mayer, United States. Lane 5, Ty Jenkins, United States. Lane 4, Chris Ibarra, United States. Lane 3, Nick Matthew, United States. Lane number 2, Luka Čukić, Serbia. Lane number 1, Dani Camacho, España.
The first 10 of our signed pros hitting the competition floor. Elena Simons and some big names we're used to seeing in competition and performing well. London Pro number 1.
With a stout test of 4 rounds, 25 toes to bar, 500 meters on the true form, and 15 overhead squats. A nice, well-rounded workout here to kick things off. You see Luka Čukić returning as a pro from season 1. Nate Ackerman, one of the young up-and-comers, and to his left, Colin Bossard, a great runner, great with gymnastics, has made some good improvements in his overall strength. This is a good opportunity to showcase it here. And then Ty Jenkins, hard not to be excited about what's ahead of him in terms of his future. I think he is one of the sports elite already, and he can only go up from here.
In saying that about Ty, discussing yesterday about who could potentially make the podium at the end of Sunday, and Ty's name was mentioned numerous times, and his progress over the last couple of years has been ridiculous.
Well, and for him, one of the things that's so great about this system is the access that something like a pro card gives you, right? You're a young and up-and-coming athlete. You're trying to consistently compete at the highest level with big names in the sport, with athletes with big pedigrees, and now he has a guaranteed 3-headed shot at some of the big names with all 3 of the stops here on the World Fitness Project Season 2, and that's just a huge opportunity for growth for him.
Mistake early from Chris Ibarra. Needed to go back and do an extra 5 reps. Is that something that pops into your head, that you think you're doing a certain rep scheme and you do it and off you go, and you're going, hang on a minute, we've seen it from some of the best in the business.
Yeah.
And they go,
Honestly, it doesn't happen very often. I think you're very, normally you've practiced the workouts, you're very, at least I've always been very aware of, you know, the reps that you need to do, but of course it can happen, and maybe he just blanked. And like we saw in the previous heat, some of the guys, they do close their eyes and maybe they're trying to just relax. He might have relaxed a little too much, I don't know.
I like the fact that you're laughing about this. So you've never done it?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it does happen. Because it just did.
It's one of those things, though, like, if it does happen, I don't think this will happen to him again. Like, this is the start of his competition. It's the first round. He's thinking, like, if this isn't trading, you're going to be like, I'm going to restart the workout. You know, but he can't do that here, and he just has to, like, he's going to come off the floor and say, I need to learn from this mistake. I need to be aware of the reps that I'm doing. And also, he has the judge there. The judge put up his hand. He should be aware enough to see I have 5 left.
Can we have a do-over, please?
I would argue that he's already let it go.
Oh, you'd have to. Now, does that put him in a little, we'll get to this in a sec, but a little bit of a hole, because he's now got to play a little bit of catch-up. But the blueprint, this presented by True Form.
Well, I think it happening early is a benefit for him, right? There's plenty of leash left to try and claw back, but for a lot of these athletes, you're not going to take more than 1 break and then be done with it with the overhead squat and toes to bar if you get to that point. And then there's plenty of opportunity on the runner, especially if you're a good runner. That middle 300 meters is where you're going to be able to make up some precious spots.
Exactly. And for something like this to happen, this is a great workout. You know, they have so much time. Most of them are going to be breaking the toes to bar, I think, up maybe once. And even if something like this happens and he didn't plan on breaking it up, he can make this up on a transition. Like, he's going to use the rest of this workout as fuel. Yeah, make this up.
Bossard making his way to the barbell for the first time, and a little bit of space between himself And the rest of the field, Ty Jenkins on the move in the blue shorts, center of your screen. Travis Mayer in the green shorts. They are your top three. Bottom of the screen, Luka Djukic, BKG jumping in there as well, and Ibarra obviously shaking that mistake off. Camacho, let's hope those injuries that hampered him during season 25 have rectified themselves.
And credit to Danny for continuing to show up at every step, right?
You know what? Bossard on the charge. The Swiss maestro. Now let's talk about position of legs for Tota Bar. Bent leg, straight leg, or is it all dependent on how strong your core is?
Very dependent on how your core is and how you utilize the kip. So I think the majority of athletes are going to want to bend those knees slightly towards their chest and then just give them the feet a little flick towards the bar. That way you're not taxing your core too much. You're kind of just utilizing the swing rather than actually using the muscles of the abdomen, which is going to fatigue. So if you're using more of a straight kip, this is just engineering. Basically, you're carrying more weight. And so some of them have a better stretch reflex, and so some of them can utilize it well, but most of them are going to want to bend those knees and flick them up towards the bar to make it lighter.
Bossard already on the true form runner, Luka Djukic. All bar Danny Camacho and Tola Maracanio onto the true form runner. And we caught up with Ty Jenkins earlier this week. This is what he had to say.
On this run, it's going to be about keeping a high cadence and a high turnover. For me, this is where I can pull ahead in the workout, but still hold a sustainable pace that allows me to get that overhead squat bar and rip those out. I think the separator for me in this workout is the run, and so that's where I really have to focus in, control the pace, not be stupid, but try to move faster than a lot of people.
That's how you do it. As simple as that.
It makes me so excited about him, like, as an athlete. He's so young. He's already so talented and so good, and putting himself in that conversation about, you know, being one of the best in the sport at this age, and he has a very good head on his shoulders.
Is that a detriment to younger athletes, and they see like the progress of, say, Dallin Pepper and James Sprague and those sort of athletes? Do they put that expectation on themselves early and they go, hey, I want to do all of this stuff, but you've just got to be patient?
Well, I think for the men specifically, the blueprint has been a little bit different in the transition from the teenage divisions to the elite men. There's almost been a gap here that's been needed because coming out of the teenage divisions, the overall strength, the ability to move some of the heavier loads and skill sets when you mix modalities has required that young male athletes kind of fill into their body a little bit. And that's just kind of how genetics in the development of the male athlete goes at that age. And I think for Ty, he can follow Dallin's blueprint to a T, right? They're both multi-year teenage champions. He saw someone as talented as Dallin take that extra year to be able to break through, really focus on development overall and not try to rush it, and then immediately step onto the scene with success. And that's really what Ty has done, right? He's a couple years removed from the teenage division. He's already at the top of the sport, and he has continually made improvements, and right now he looks really, really good.
And he's now moving through the barbell for the end of the second round, tracing down Colin Bossard, Travis Mayer. Coming into third position, Luka Djukic into fourth, Chris Ibarra into fifth, just to the right-hand side of Ty Jenkins and the far left of your screen. Ty Jenkins getting through these reps very quickly. Bossard taking a little bit more time. Let's talk about that for a quick second. Time and attention. Are you going quicker reps, or are you finding better position and going a little bit slower?
On this one, you're definitely finding better position and going a little bit slower, because going faster, you know, falling out of position a little bit forward, getting that rotation of the shoulders is going to overall make it so much harder. Taking that split second extra to make sure that you're stacked, getting in that good squat, not getting a no rep is going to massively benefit you in the long run of this workout. And now getting into round 3, this is where I've been seeing the separation happen. Are they still maintaining that efficient movement? Are they still maintaining, I'm not even gonna say speed, it's more like the smoothness of the reps and the overall just continuation of the workout.
Ty Jenkins chasing down your leader, Colin Bossard. Travis Mayer and Chris Ibarra battling out the same reps.
On the opposite end of the spectrum with Ty Jenkins is Travis Mayer at 35. You know, the youngest and oldest athletes pretty much side by side. When Travis Mayer broke through to the games, Ty Jenkins was 7 years old. So it's a testament to Travis's longevity and his ability to take care of his body and continue to put out a high level of performance.
I feel like that's our sport right at the moment. We have these opposite end of the spectrum. There's a lot of turnover in the sport. So we still have these athletes that have been in the sport for the longest. So we have Travis Mayer, we have BKG, and then on the other end, we have Ty Jenkins, some of the youngest in the sport and the future of the sport. It's so exciting to see them compete together right at this time.
Big time. And with Travis, BKG about the same, 15 years of experience competing at the highest level.
So impressive.
How do you keep doing it? Like, it's just unbelievable. Travis obviously very busy mowing lawns and looking after 1,000 kids at the same time. There's not a lot of time to be doing stuff, so you've got to, I reckon, probably negotiate a little bit.
Well, you also just become better in you know, managing your time, right? It's the wisdom as you grow older on how to best make use of your time, you know, especially when you can't recover like you did when you were younger.
So I think it's a very hard thing to do, and it's something that I went through towards the end of my career, is accepting that you don't have the body that you did when you're 22 years old. When you're 22 years old, you pretty much just, you can wreck yourself one day and you bounce back the next, and you cannot do that for your whole career. And so kind of knowing where to slightly pull back, and the thing that the young ducklings don't have is the experience. And you cannot, the only thing that can give you that is the years of experience. And when you're at this stage in your career, like Travis and BKG, you have to trust and rely on that and know that you cannot do the same amount of training, but you have all the wisdom, you have all the experience, and you can rely on that, and you can compete better.
Do you miss it?
Yeah, I do. Can you tell? Yeah.
just a little.
Yeah.
Ty Jenkins now jumping ahead of Colin Bossard. This is going to be a tight race to the finish. We are all chasing down 16:56, our time to beat from Yorgos Karavis. Quinn Robinson with second best time of 17:02. We're about to hit the overhead squats for the end of round number 3.
He made his move.
Jenkins, here we go.
That's what he said he was going to do.
Now Luca as well, getting to the True Form runner in third position and going a little bit slower, but speeding up on the overhead squats and the toe to bar. Ty Jenkins, Chris Ibarra, 1-2. Bossard at the top of the screen with no shirt.
Moving the bar well.
Ibarra, wow, those reps looking very good, very quick as well.
I think it's safe to say he shook off that early mistake. It's kind of recalibrated into attack mode.
Good battle going on now. Jenkins, Ibarra. And sitting in third, Nate Ackerman. Ackerman sitting in lane number 8. And this is going to be a tight one, finishing the same time as Travis Mayer and just ahead of Colin Bossard.
But this battle now, Ibarra and Jenkins.
Only heightened by the fact that they're in lanes next to each other, right?
How much harder is it competing and you've got someone who's sort of...
It's easier.
You like
use it.
Okay.
Yeah, so if they're right in front of you, you kind of attach that band to them and you hold on. If you have somebody right behind you, you allow them to push you.
Talking of Luka Djukic before, his toe to bar have looked absolutely spectacular. Round 1 through round 4. Taking a quick break, but Ibarra just ahead. It's all going to come down to this run. It does, competing alongside someone, mess up your strategy a little.
So here's where experience comes in. You have to decide when you're going to allow it to mess you up, you know, or I shouldn't say mess you, when you should allow it to affect you because you can use it to your advantage. At the start of a workout, you're going to want to stick to your pace. You don't want to be pulled into anybody else's race. At this point, you are going to want to be watching him. You're going to want to compete, and that's where you have to trust your training. I have to know. They know they're both good runners. They know they can compete. If he's going at that speed, he can too. And you kind of have to know where to push that line, where to hold on. This is the point of a workout where you're going to want to compete and see what you can do.
And the little things are going to matter here, the little cues that give you an idea of where these athletes are in terms of how they're feeling. On that last transition, Chris Ibarra sprint to the true form runner, hop right up, had a little pep in his step. You could see Ty Jenkins had to kind of dial something up to match that energy, but his head and his facial expressions kind of gave away that he was struggling a little bit. So I think we watch them get off the true form here, see how much different Ibarra manages that transition to the barbell.
The stride length also from Ibarra and Jenkins in the center of your screen. Ibarra a lot longer, less expenditure. Ibarra's got in the tank.
Ibarra's in drive mode right now. He has got the gas pedal down. He is in full control.
And if you get to his overhead squats from his previous round, a lot quicker than Ty Jenkins. This could be a Chris Ibarra mistake early and come through and win the heat.
Hey, sometimes it helps you lock in a little bit better, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Minute 30 till we get our time to beat from Yorgos Karavas. From heat number 3, we still have one heat to come. The second 10 pro athletes for the World Fitness Projects. Pro cards, accommodation, flights, everything sorted for you. Just got to turn up and compete.
And Ibarra just took a peek over at Ty. The hand for Ty's judge went up sooner. I like the chalk from Ibarra while he's on the runner, had it in the cup holder there.
Experience, there it is again.
That is also such a signal. He plans to transition fast. He plans to waste no time. Ty knows that Chris Ibarra was faster than him on the squats. He needs a little, he's looking.
Interesting, Ty Jenkins shaking out those arms prior to going to the barbell.
He's gotta go.
Ty did start early in the last set, but Chris Ibarra just faster reps.
Ty kind of let loose a little bit of energy here. He's actually picked up the pace relative to the last round in terms of cycle speed.
This is what we're talking about with that competition. So he's allowing him to push him. He's right behind him. He's using it.
Time to beat, 16:56. Yorgos Karavas. This is going to be tight. Oh, Jenkins, he's going to get it. Oh, Ty Jenkins.
He's gotta make it over.
The fastest time we've seen by 1 second. Ibarra.
What a race.
Just outside that of Yorgos Karavas as well. Impressive from the youngster.
It's one thing to, lead from the front. It's a whole other thing to get out front, be challenged, have your lead be overtaken, and be able to battle back.
Bossard, Mayer, Ackerman battling it out for next spot. 17:02 has gone from Quinn Robinson as well. And this is going to be a great battle for our next heat coming up as Bossard finishes up. Good performance from Bossard to round out that top 3. Ackerman is next. Mayer not too far behind. And Luca will be next, finished. Still over 2 minutes left of our time cap. Jukic is in. BKG, Nick Matthew. Nick Matthew doing this weight easy. Great position from Nick as well.
I mean, that's darn near picture perfect. The weight isn't the issue for Nick on this one.
Look at BKG in the background. He's one of the best movers in our sport, especially when it comes to a barbell.
Matthew, 18:39 of BKG now. At 18:45, our bookends. Maracanio on the far right. Camacho on the far left. They're going to have to do some work here to get finished up underneath this time cap. One thing we didn't really speak about was the breathing aspect between reps of overhead squat. You're pushing the total bar, you're pushing the true form runner. Do you take a breath every rep, or are you holding your breath?
Every rep. Every rep you're going to want to exhale and then brace again. Every single rep. And that just, it tells your body when you're constantly, when you have that good cadence of breathing, it tells your body that you're doing okay. Your body knows it's going to get oxygen, and it allows you to sustain a higher pace, whether it's running, overhead squats, toes to bar. And so on this workout, it is a high heart rate workout. So both on the overhead squats and the toes to bar, you really want to grab that opportunity and focus on your breathing.
Is that a thing you want to focus on with your heart rate and getting it to a certain point but not overextending yourself?
Yeah, it's one of the, I want to say like most underrated skill in our sport is to know every single movement is to know where to breathe. If you know where to breathe, you know how to sustain that pace.
Jenkins taking a big deep breath after that one and having to work hard in that final round.
Yeah, absolutely. And this fourth heat is the start of where we get to some of our signed pros, including some very talented young men. And early on, Colin Bossard, the man from Switzerland, kind of threw down the gauntlet and dared a few athletes to chase him. And Ty Jenkins, Chris Ibarra were up to the task. Jenkins pulled early ahead in round 3. Ibarra almost reeled him in, but Jenkins dug deep to get the top time by only a second.
Seconds separating our leaders currently for the first workout of the day. Ty Jenkins, impressive performance, standing by with Lauren Smith.
Ty, that was some race. When you're going shoulder to shoulder against a fellow competitor, how is that influencing how you're approaching that final round?
Well, I mean, I think we all go into this workout with a pace, but in a competition, a lot of times in the last few minutes of that workout, if it's tight, the plan goes out the window and you just try to give what you have left, but also realize this year with the field of 50 at the first 2 events, you have to be careful to not push it too far because a big mistake can really slide you down the leaderboard.
Because you told us that you thought that run was going to be your separator. Are you proud of that execution, or was it influenced by the field?
I think the execution was where I wanted it to be. It's a challenge adjusting paces to the runner because it fatigues your legs a different way, and I tested this one outside. But good to see that even though I've been running outdoors a lot, it's still translating to these runners. But I would say, yeah, had a pace for the first 3 rounds, and then when Chris and I got on that runner about the same time, it was whatever you got left.
Very quickly, why should the field be nervous of Ty Jenkins this year?
I just think I'm starting to learn a lot, especially from these older guys that are willing to pour back into us young guys. And so hopefully, you know, I can learn from some of their tricks and then just continue to build myself as an athlete.
You're crushing it. Great job.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Ty Jenkins. And our time to beat 16:55. Our final heat number 5, coming up.
5. Lane number 10, Jelle Hoster, Belgium. Lane number 9, Jack Harlow, Canada. In lane number 8, Jonakoski, Finland. Lane number 7, Tudor Magda, Romania. Lane number 6, Roman Krenikov, United States. Lane number 5, James Sprague, United States. In lane number 4, Guimarães, Brazil. Lane number 3, Chandler Smith, United States. Lane number 2, Anjolikai, Spain. And lane number 1, Patrick Vellner, Canada. Athletes, 1 minute.
What an impressive field for our final heats and our final 10 Sign Pro athletes, including in lane 5, James Sprague, a World Fitness Champion for season 2025. It is London Pro 1, the first of the weekend.
And his defense starts with 4 rounds of 25 toes to bar, 500 meters on the runner, and 15 squats at 185 as he looks to back up his title from last year. And the man chasing him down, sure to give him a good test, Roman Krenikov, another accomplished runner in the sport. My athlete to watch for this one is Jelle Hoster. He might lead from the front early, but I think the barbell at the end is going to be the make or break for him, much like we saw Colin Bossard in a previous heat. He can handle the other 2 movements. How well does he handle the 185 overhead?
Stand by.
20 minutes on our time cap. Guessing most of these gentlemen won't be needing that. Chasing down a time of 16:55 from Ty Jenkins. The blueprint, how best to navigate the first workout of our first day at our first tour stop. Athletes moving quick. Sprague, Krenikov, Hoster. 3 to look for. And Patrick Vellner announcing that potentially this is the final year.
Yeah, I mean, you get a little bit of a retirement tour here. You know, I was a little bummed when we didn't get that from his fellow Canadian, Brent Fikowski. But knowing that, you know, we get to take in these final performances from Pat, that makes it a little bit more special every time he takes the floor. He's, you know, been one of the best in the sport for a long time. He's one of the most accomplished individual males in the sport. And he's been a fan favorite for a reason, because he's been so open and honest about his performances and the way he's carried himself on the competition floor. And I think he's still got plenty to give, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him have a strong weekend.
Yeah.
I'm excited for tomorrow as well when the deadlift comes out.
Well, the deadlift and the bike combo. It's so exciting. But I was just going to say, he's so accomplished in our sport, and he's been one of the best for so long, but he's also truly one of the most loved out there. He is such a fan favorite.
I think part of it too is that, like, his path hasn't always been linear, in the sense of, like, he will have those blow-up workouts. He will battle back from the brink seemingly every time.
Always with good attitude.
Yeah, yes.
That's the thing. It's easy to root for.
Exactly.
Okay, this heat, I am so excited to see the transitions. This is where I think we're going to see them kind of hustle a little bit more between. They're all running at a good pace. I think the separator here is going to be the transitions.
And the originator of the curved treadmill, built for uncompromising performance. The Trueform runner, just scan the QR code on your screen. Transitions, we know one guy who's going to hustle, and that's Mr. Krenikov.
He is not afraid to set an aggressive pace on the machines. And there was a time when this overhead movement, particularly a snatch or even overhead squats, was a difficult thing for him. But you could see the evolution of his game in the grip and how he's handling this 185.
Yeah, we spoke about arm span and wingspan of the taller athletes. Roman with very close grip position.
And we kind of talked about that being an advantage too, because with that closer grip, it's a wide grip for a clean, but he can clean and jerk it, which is a very secure way to get the bar overhead, especially in those later rounds when you're more fatigued. He's not risking missing that barbell. And then being in that closer grip, you're in a much more stacked position, and it's going to be easier and more efficient in the long run. So it's an amazing, it's just a tool in your toolbox to be able to do.
Two athletes I had just kept my eye on there, Patrick Vellner and also Tudor Magda with exceptional overhead position.
Well, and Tudor, one of the strongest athletes in the sport, putting on a show with Guy Mayeros in Copenhagen. But also, when you're someone like Tudor and you're regularly snatching 3 plates,
it
makes 185 feel a lot lighter.
Yeah, Tudor and Guy are the showstoppers in the sport.
So let's talk about physique. We've got taller athletes, we've got shorter athletes like Jona Koski in here. Does that benefit Jona being a shorter athlete for the range of movement that's required?
I mean, it depends, right? I think one of the things that good programming is it balances things out to where fitness is the main separator, right?
And this workout specifically, I think it balances out very well. So for the bigger athletes, yes, they have to move a longer distance, both on the toes to bar and overhead squat. So it's going to take a slightly longer time there. But the runner is using the runner rather than just running outside is going to benefit these bigger athletes because they can both utilize their stride and their weight.
James Sprague, our World Fitness Champion for 2025. This is what he had to say during the week.
Workout 1 of London Pro, we got 4 rounds for time of 25 toes to bar, 500-meter run, and 15 overhead squats at a decently heavy weight. There's a lot of running in there. I would say it's a majority of the workout, so getting your pacing right is super important. For me, it's being able to hold the same split across, if not negative split. So start out slow, hang in the back of the pack for a little bit and be able to make my mark in those 3rd and 4th rounds, be able to pass a lot of guys at the end.
I'm so glad he said a decently heavy weight. For me, that's exceptionally heavy. But the challenge is there for them. 15's a good target to hit. Our top 3 looks like this currently: Krenikov and Yola Kai. 2nd in from the bottom of your screen, and 3rd from the top of your screen, Jona Koski. The first 3 to get to the runner, and Jona with a great performance last year and a massive supporting crowd in Copenhagen.
And really kind of a non-traditional year for him, obviously welcoming in their first child, life schedule changes, things outside of the gym with some major adjustments, and he was able to kind of work through it all and continue to show up. And I thought he got better as the year went along.
We talk about being in the sport for a long period of time and the drive it takes to not just get there, but to stay there. I mean, you look at someone like Pat Vellner, who's been in the sport for a long time. What keeps the drive going?
Well, it could be so many things. And, at this point in his career, it could be his family. It could be showing, because there is sacrifice to this. There's so much time and energy that goes into competing at this level. And that's sacrificing time with your family. And so at this point in your career, it could be that he wants to make sure that it's worth it. He wants to make sure that he's getting everything that he can out of this sport, knowing that it's his last year. At the beginning out of a career, it could be a very different way. It could be a very different push. And sometimes it truly just is the excitement and the chase of becoming something.
Oh, it's going to be exciting to watch Pat Vellner as Krenikov heads back. Jelle Hoster making a big move. And speaking to him yesterday at breakfast, he was going to shake my hand, but he had honey all over it.
Oh.
He goes, I can't shake your hand, I've got honey all over it. What if he's got honey on it now? Stick to the barbell. And And our leaders starting to break away now. Krenikov, Akai.
Kind of want to touch on something that James Sprague said in the interview, was that his plan was to hang around in the back of the pack, and then knowing and trusting that he can make that push. And we're kind of looking at now, we're now in the last heat, and it really has been this third round that's really been the separator. And so it takes a lot of trust in yourself as an athlete and a lot of discipline to do that, because you're gonna want to stay with the pack.
Well, he's currently in 6th,
Yeah.
so he's true to form.
So he's doing what he said, and I do believe that he is he has the capacity and the fitness to break through during this round 3. And I'm very excited to see, does he now stick to this plan and make the move? Is he that under control, and does he feel that good that he can make the move now?
But is that a dangerous position to put yourself in where you don't give yourself enough time to catch up?
Yeah, it's a fine line to ride.
Krenikov, Akai, and now Hosta.
And right now, Roman's 30 seconds ahead of the pace set by Ty Jenkins in the previous heat. And right now, he doesn't look like he has overcooked himself whatsoever. We said in the lead up, 2 of the best runners in this field, Jelle and Roman, and right now they are in full control. And you mentioned a second ago, Jeremy, about the danger of, you know, overplaying your hand a little bit too much here in terms of pacing. One of James's superpowers, you talk to any other athlete, one of his peers, they say, what is James Sprague the best at? And normally you hear something like, oh, he's really good overhead with a barbell, or he's a tremendous runner. Time and time again, they say his pacing, his pacing, his pacing. To me, that's the ability, when you talk about pacing at the highest level of the sport, to maximize your performance every time you step on the competition floor. So if there was an athlete that I would feel comfortable pacing at this level, making the push late, it would be James.
Sprague in the center of the arena here at the Drum Sheds, north of London. Our first tour stop for the 2026 season. Jelle Hosta getting to work, all chasing down that time from Ty Jenkins, 16:55. Yorgos Karavas 1 second behind, 16:56, and Chris Ibarra 4 seconds back, 16:59. The race is going to be tight. Krenikov in control for now, and heading to the barbell for round 3 of 4.
I feel like this is the exact part of the workout which is the separator. And I think we're gonna see how they come off the runner and into the overhead squats.
Yeah, the battle between Akai and Hosta is gonna be a good one. Jelle making a big move, and you're just ahead for now. But Roman is looking so good. Still no movement from Sprague's judge. 2 of our tall athletes. Krenikov and Hosta at the top of your screen.
These are the type of performances so far that I think endeared Roman to a lot of people in the sport. Is when he is at his best, he is capable of putting down performances where he just pulls away from some of the best in the sport. But right now, Anjol just made a huge move.
See him look over,
Yeah.
he knows. He's gonna catch, he wants to catch him.
Has Roman gone out a little bit too hot? This is going to be a great last round.
He overtook him.
Has he got enough in the tank for 20 unbroken? 40 seconds ahead of Ty Jenkins, which is a long time.
They tacked on 10 seconds ahead of the pace from that last round, so they aren't just built, I mean, they're separating themselves from Ty Jenkins' pace from the previous heat.
In the earlier heats, we kind of talked about efficiency on the toes to bar and how the easiest way would be to kind of bend those knees up towards the chest and then flick your toes up. And we kind of see Roman doing the one that we talked about, you know, very few athletes do, but some. It looks like he's got a reflex of kind of, but he utilizes the swing a lot more and then comes up with relatively straight legs. And for how long he is,
Jelle now jumping into the lead just ahead of Akai, just ahead of Khrennikov. Oh, here we go. The race is on. It looks like they're going to be way ahead of Ty Jenkins' time. Tommy, your first pick could come home to roost.
Oh, but he's getting, there's a massive Spaniard and a giant Russian ahead, standing in between them.
Sprague now just in the back of where Anyola Kai is, taking a break. The pacing might have gone a bit skewed for James Sprague. Currently sitting in 7th. And Sprague down again.
It should be noted that Sprague did compete last weekend, so.
yeah, and he flew right from California. You know, it's especially coming from West Coast over to London, there's an 8-hour time difference. He might be jet lagged, so it's definitely, I'm guessing it's not the optimal way for him.
This is not the way.
I came from the same time zone, and I can tell you right now that he is jet lagged. And you know the difference in setup, right? Roman competed 2 weekends ago. While James was competing on the West Coast, Roman was here in London, getting to acclimate and get ready.
Hosta, your current leader.
We're gonna have to see some magic from James here on the runner right now.
Yeah.
I just don't think he's got enough in the tank after seeing those toe to bar. Could be.
He's also, if you look at his face, he's kind of grinning. This is not looking like the James that we're used to seeing, where he looks under control. He actually looks fairly labored. But again, as we just said, he might be tired. He is recovering from a previous competition, so we might not be able to see his best performance, but it's the first event. But for this one, I think he did run out of time to actually make his move.
Anyola Kai, judge's hand in the air early. So is that judge hand of Jelle Hosta. Khrennikov joining the party, this top 3. It is going to be a mad sprint finish, and it is going to be faster than Ty Jenkins' time. How much by? We are about to find out. Hosta looking like he's getting ready to move. Top of your screen. Anyola Kai, how are they going to address the final 15 reps? Here comes Khrennikov. That narrow grip, is it going to work for him? Hosta, the clean and jerk to overhead, snatch for Akai. Khrennikov, a few reps behind now. No rep from Anyola Kai, bottom of your screen.
Anyola's gaze, he is locked in on his judge right now. He's not concerned about the movement. He just wants to make sure he's paying attention to the rep count.
And his reps are getting a lot quicker than that of Jelle Hosta. It is going to be tight. I think Jelle Hosta could potentially come in second here. And Anyola Kai is going to take it out. Workout 1 in the books for Anyola Kai. Jelle Hosta coming in second. The final rep for Roman Khrennikov, and the top 3.
This
exceptional performance.
We also kind of look at the point system. It's the winner's reward. It is you get the distance between points is the greatest at the top. So winning events is so important.
Tura up next. We know how good he is with a barbell in hand. Good battle in Copenhagen with Guy. Game of cat and mouse that went back and forth. But good positioning from Tura. And another youngster with a massive future. Chandler getting to work, and Sprague now making a big jump. Sprague's reps a lot quicker than Chandler.
And the way Sprague is attacking these reps, it makes me believe he may be overpaced just a little bit.
Chandler about to finish up.
This would be a huge finish for Chandler, who hasn't been able to do a ton of movements like the overhead squat because he's recovering from a broken wrist before Wodapalooza.
Jessie. Wife Jessie, she's going to be joining us up here over the course of the weekend. Koski, Farlow. And Jonna Koski will be next up over that finish line. Keep in mind the top three finishing over 30 seconds ahead of Ty Jenkins. Farlow in at 18:18 unofficial time. Guy very quick underneath that bar. Wow. Oh, come on. That's air squatting.
So this puts Tudor Magda's finish into perspective of how good this is for Tudor on a running workout, because Tudor typically is at the top of lifting events along with Guy, along with Jack Farlow, and they're finishing substantially behind him. Tudor really, this is a phenomenal start and a phenomenal finish for him on a workout like this.
Vellner now has got the floor to himself. Still with 1 minute, he's going to have plenty of time to get this done.
Vellner's got a very wide stance on his squats. Oh, he's going to want to push up into that barbell, yeah.
Vellner also working his way back from injury.
Final couple of reps for Vellner. 30 seconds to get over that line. Here we go, Patrick Vellner.
Oh.
And all done. Workout Pro 1 in the books, and what a race we had in our fifth and final heats. And Yola Kai. Impressive from the Spaniard.
Impressive finish.
I mean, these are the types of performances for an athlete like Agnol that can really start to turn around a career, or be the hallmark of a dramatic shift in your career path. You come into this workout, guys like Sprague, Krennikov, Yella, you expect to see out in front because of their running prowess. Well, you know what? The man who tracked down all of them and reeled them in and finished with a head of steam was Agnol Kai. And I think for him right now, this could be the best performance we've seen from him.
Belief is a powerful thing, and now he knows he can beat them.
Great battle on our fifth and final heats of Pro 1. But Agnol Kai coming out on top. He's standing by with Lauren Smith.
Agnol, that was paced to perfection. Just how locked in were you on that final round of overhead squats?
Yeah, I was a little bit nervous with this one because overhead squats are not my best movement, to say it so. But I could maintain the control on all the overhead squats. And it's true that when I'm running and I'm doing like squats, it is a good workout for me. So I was thinking like if I can maintain the overhead squats and broken and with control, I will have a good score. But I will never think like I'm gonna win a workout with overhead squats. But it feels good. It feels amazing. It's a good start for the very first workout. So yeah, let's fucking go. Yeah.
It's a great start. Look, you advocate for fun, and when you are happy, you perform clearly like that. How are you using that as a secret weapon, having fun?
I don't know, like for the last couple of months after Copenhagen, I've just enjoyed a lot of training, and I was just trying to let my body be, as I told you in the interview, and that's what really what happens. I have no negative words inside my head. I was seeing Roman leading and then Jelle just being with me. And honestly, I don't care who's ahead or who's in front of me. I just try to do still my own thing. And I think that's what's helping me out. So hopefully I can stay like this the whole weekend.
Last year was all about fighting for your pro card and proving that you deserve to be up there. What's this year about for you?
I don't know. Just stay in the fight, stay at least top 7, which was my old position. But honestly, just do what I've been doing for the last few months, just training hard, having fun, enjoying all the time with the old people, with the new kids that are coming, you know. I'm right in between, so I try to get all of it from everyone, and it's working right now, yeah.
Well, awesome job. I'm not sure they love being called old people, but we'll let that one slide. Great job out there, Anjol.
Yeah, I mean, they are old, so they can't blame me.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Anjol. No offense taken up here in the booth. We are old. Oh, how good. So it's not his favorite movement, but he still wins the heat and wins Pro 1.
Could have fooled me.
Unbelievable. Great performance from Anjol Akai, 16:23. Jelle Hoster, 3 seconds back, and Khrennikov in 16:34. But a great first look at what we're going to be expecting over the next 3 days. And that will wrap things up for our men. Our women coming to the floor for the first time. We look forward to seeing them on the competition floor. Heat 1. We'll be right back. Day number 1 of the World Fitness Project. This is tour stop number 1 from the Drum Sheds, north of London. Jeremy Austin, Tommy Marquez and Katrin David-Stoddard with you. Breakdown, what have we just seen?
Well, we've already got an unexpected performance. I think that's probably the best way to put it because, you know, Aniol Kai has a ton of potential, a tremendous athlete, but I don't think many would have picked him to beat both Roman and Jelle in that first workout. Yeah, and James. But he did it in an impressive fashion, and I think he's more than deserving.
Yeah, well, let's bring our women onto the competition floor for the first time today.
Lane 10, Rikke Kivåg, Norway. Lane 9, Hannah Hardy, United States. Lane 8, Marika Seppele, Finland. Lane 7, Amanda Jobs, Sweden. Lane 6, Valentina Magalotti, Italy. Lane 5, Carolina Privot, Canada. Lane 4, Anja Keller, Germany. Lane 3, Blair Cheney, United States. Lane 2, Dana Perron, United States. Lane 1, Ande Gooch, United Kingdom. 1 minute.
Our lane assignments for the first heats of our women taking to the drum sheds floor for the first time. And a couple of names that are very recognizable. Dana Perron and also Caroline Privot. Names that we've been used to seeing for the last couple of years, and also some newcomers coming in exactly the same as our men's division, but London Pro 1.
Well, they're going to kick things off with some toes to bar running and overhead squats. The bar will be 125 pounds. They'll have 4 total rounds, 4 time.
Challenging to say the least. As a newcomer to a competition, and you hit the floor for the first time, what are your nerves doing?
Oof. I mean, when you hit the floor, like there's competitors that you've been watching compete for years. You idolize them, you look up to them, and to then stand next to them, it can be a bit of a shock factor, for sure. And I think sometimes some athletes are better than this and others, and sometimes it can take a couple of years, at least a couple of competitions, to kind of get used to that, to kind of believe that you belong here, to believe that you can compete and not put yourself behind them. You kind of got to believe that you're capable.
Ande Gooch, have a look at this toe to bar. If you talk about efficiency and spending less time and attention, wow. That's how you do it.
At 41 years young as well. Level 2 master.
Hey, Aniol, we'll see your old people chat and we'll raise you. There you go.
There you go.
How best are we going to get through the first workout of our first day at our first tour stop? It is the Blueprint, presented by Trueform.
I think with the toes to bar, and less so the overhead squats after seeing some athletes, one break and then be done with the set is going to be what the most successful athletes do. And then we've seen that middle section, the middle 300 of the run, be an opportunity for the good runners to really separate themselves.
Em getting to work at the front of your screen, now to the far left of your screen. Em's expectations, they're not to come last. So when you're going into a competition like this and you're a little bit older than like the average age of the rest of the field, does that play on your mind a little bit, or?
I don't know. I've never been in that position. Okay, I kind of take that back.
You know what I mean? Like when you're getting
exactly, yeah.
Got these youngsters nipping at your heels.
I don't know. My guess is if she's inexperienced in a field and older, you know, we kind of talked about that in the previous heats of, you know, if you're older, you have more experience and you can rely on that. but you don't have the recovery and the body that maybe a 22-year-old has. So if she's feeling a little more fragile and kind of behind on experience, then yes, maybe I can see that you just want to come in and have a good experience, lower your expectations so that it's hard if you have high expectations and to constantly be disappointed. Sometimes it might be beneficial to come into these big competitions and to gain experience, have a good weekend, have a fun weekend, and then build upon that.
Well, she's competed at a semifinal in Europe. She's competed as a Masters at the Games. Just 2 lanes over is Blair Cheney, who is 20 years old. So a 21-year age gap on the competition floor as we speak. Katrin would actually be familiar with that if you remember back in 2012 when she made her individual debut.
Yeah.
There was an athlete by the name of Cheryl Brost in the field.
Yeah.
Oh, Cheryl, yeah. A Masters athlete. So similar age gap then.
So it's so funny and I love seeing this in the sport, but I remember coming into the sport and Matt Chan, actually, we were competing at invitationals. I remember him go, what? I think I was like 19 at the time. He goes, I could be your dad. And like that happens in the sport. And then I remember when that kind of flipped. And instead of being the young comer coming in, Noble wanted to do a piece on me and Emma Lawson, me being the one that's kind of like, you're 10 years in the games and her starting the competition. So it's one of those things where you're like, oh my God, how did that just flip? How did I become the oldest in the sport? But it's also the beauty of it.
That's hilarious.
Amanda Jobs jumping into the lead. Valentina Magalotti. Blair Cheney, part of the 2025 World Fitness Project Season 1. Blair Cheney, fun fact, first trip outside the United States.
Wow.
Imagine having to go get a passport to go and travel.
So competition in sport is it's an amazing thing for that. You get to see so much of the world. Look at her. Now she's in Europe. She's in London. She's got a passport.
But you're from Europe.
Yeah.
You're used to traveling everywhere, so you're getting a passport. I know a lot of people in the United States just don't get passports because they don't do a lot of traveling outside of the US.
Yeah.
Australia, we're the same thing. Like, we got nowhere else to go but somewhere.
Yeah.
So we have to get a passport.
To be fair, you guys are kind of on a rock by yourself out in the middle of the ocean. So
happy to be there too. Everyone leaves us alone. It's good. Marika Seppala to the far right in the light blue. Amanda Jobs just there to your right of screen now. Valentina Magalotti in the brown to the left of your screen. And Emde Gooch getting through her second set of Soda Bar and moving to the True Form runner. Dana Paran, second athlete in. And Anya Keller from Germany, partner of Sam Whitworth. Had a good chat to them yesterday. Fun fact, you know what Keller refers to in German? The basement.
Ah.
So we don't want to see her in the basement, we want to see her in the penthouse, so.
Unless you're throwing a party?
Or unless it's a raid party, somewhere like Drum Sheds,
like
where
Drum Sheds.
Project 1 is going on over the weekend. Hannah Hardy just to the end of our arena here at Drum Sheds.
The big happy birthday to her.
Yes, absolutely.
What a way to celebrate your birthday.
Yeah, on the True Form runner.
The originator of the curved treadmill, built for uncompromising performance. Scan that QR code on your screen. Amanda, again, I like the strut of some athletes. They're moving with purpose between transitions, and tough get for Amanda on that one. Now that barbell not sitting at that complete horizontal position. That left shoulder looking like it's a lot stronger than that right.
Setup in the overhead squat is so important, right? You want to make sure that you get locked in for those first couple of reps, because even if you're a little bit off, it's almost a snowball effect, right? You're maybe a millimeter, a centimeter off to start, and that gap starts to grow before suddenly you're got the full speed wobbles and the bar comes crashing down. So getting locked in early, always important.
Magalotti currently in second. Blair Cheney now to the bottom of your screen in third. Mika Seppala, top of your screen in light blue. What do you call that, mauve?
I like the way Blair Cheney is moving the barbell right now. Confidence, steady, consistent, good positioning.
Amanda Jobs continuing. Coach Henrik Wilhammer. We've blinked again and almost at that halfway point of our time cap. And I like what you said before about Blair Cheney. Her positioning looks pretty good across all three movements. That's probably going to be beneficial towards the end of the fourth round.
Yep, good technique is the foundation.
So you can kind of see that she's starting to break down a little bit on the toes to bar. She's not really able to utilize the full kip. It looks fairly strict to me.
You start to see athletes' knees bow out a little bit,
Yeah.
just trying to kind of shorten the range of motion, the distance the feet have to travel.
Look how fluid she looks. She's coming forward in that kip and really allowing that back swing to kind of sling her legs up.
Blair Cheney getting through the qualifiers. She said she's not done as many redos in her life as she did with the qualifiers to be here.
We got a challenging field. It's hard to get in.
But we're glad you're here, Blair. And if you're watching on back home, Jobs, Magalotti on the right, Cheney on the left, and just looks relaxed.
Yeah, she looks like she's kind of utilizing that curve. She's utilizing the swing of her arms. It's just in much more of a relaxed state on the run. Versus if we look on the right side of the screen, they kind of look like they're twisting their body. They're trying hard to run.
Now, one thing we haven't really spoken about is the temperature in here. Now, you're in a puffer vest.
Exactly, it's pretty cool in here.
How does that affect you on the floor?
Honestly, it's pretty nice when it's cool. It's a little bit harder to warm up, but once you're warm and you're out here, if it's very hot, it hits you like a wall when you're in round 2, round 3, and suddenly it can feel like it's very hard to breathe. So I think for these athletes out here, it's very refreshing to have like a cool interior.
Do you get that lung burn feeling with workouts like this, and something you've got to like factor into your recovery after?
It's not something I've ever like consciously thought about. It's an interesting thing.
Okay, let's dwell on that, and then we'll get back to it later.
I've actually never. It's an interesting question. I'd be curious if other people think about it. I've never thought about unless it's an outside and you're competing in extreme heat, you have to think about the temperature and the loss, and you have to like rehydrate after, make sure you get salts in. So those are things that I think every athlete thinks about. But when you're competing inside, I feel like it's more of a go with the flow. It is what it is.
Everyone's dealing with it. Amanda Jobs now dealing with a barbell. 15 overhead squats incoming.
Yeah.
Ooh.
This is where I would love to see her toolbox be a little bit bigger and go to that clean and jerk. Even if she might have to just back rack it. Takes a little longer, but it would get the job done for her. There we go. We see Jobs doing a really good job of just locking in. She picks something in her eyesight and she just stays locked in on those overhead squats.
And shop exclusive WFP London Pro merch all weekend at the WFP booth. Just scan that QR code, pick up some great bargains. Magalotti, Jobs, and now Cheney. Your top three remaining, your top three. Cheney's still looking very good under this barbell. Magalotti taking a little bit of extra time as Jobs on her way back to the tote bar. Magalotti getting finished up.
Sometimes when your grip starts to fatigue, you don't trust that swing anymore. And so I wonder if Jobs is really feeling her grip and not trusting the swing, or if she hasn't developed an efficient enough kip swing yet.
Magalotti, I know you spoke about it during the men's competition, and that little flick at the top. Magalotti, just to the right of the screen, has got that really good, just last-minute kick to the bar.
You want to really shorten that lever to really make it easy to get those knees up, and then you just flick them to get the rep to count. You just want your toes to touch, but you don't want to be moving the whole length of the leg. It's going to increase your cycle rate, it's going to take longer, and it's going to be much harder.
Now Cheney to the back left of your screen from Tulsa. Hopefully her dogs, Ayla and Briggs, are watching on at home. Amanda Jobs now dropping into second position as Magalotti in lane number 6 moves forward onto that true form.
Jobs in danger of dropping to third too. Now the hand up for Blair Cheney. Blair made up some ground on the overhead squat. Both Jobs and Magalotti were a little bit slower on their rep cycling, so Cheney has made up a ton of ground in third, just off to the screen in lane 3.
Now you're the point where Blair Cheney is right now. You know your overhead position is a lot better than the other two ladies that are on the floor. Do you push the true form a little bit more?
I believe she should. And it kind of depends on what type of athlete you are. Are you risk averse? Are you not? Like, you know, does it excite you to take a little bit of chance? But also, are you then okay with maybe failing, but at least you went for it? And I think in her position, she did by far look the best on the bar. She utilizes the narrower grip, so she clean and jerks it. She's very secure with getting it overhead. So if I were in her position, I'd be pushing it a little to make sure that she can get to that barbell, because if she gets there, even if she's slightly behind, she's still going to cycle it faster and have that shot of winning the heat.
Yeah, I think the setup for her being able to clean and push overhead with the narrow grip is huge.
Yeah.
That's just another, you know, ace up your sleeve that you have.
Just over 3 minutes before we get to the end of our first of 5 women's heats. This is Pro 1.
Yeah, you kind of talked about it being an ace up your sleeve. Like, if I'm now Amanda and knowing that she's going to go snatch the bars, she failed her last rep, she's naturally going to be pulling back a little bit on that runner, knowing that she has to get the bar overhead. But Blair has that skill in her toolbox, and she's able to trust that she can push a little bit more, knowing she can still get that bar overhead.
And we talk about the distance they've got to cover, and what's a good time realm to sit in to get the meters done?
For this type of workout, I feel like you'd want to be keeping it under 2.5 minutes is kind of like where I kind of want to put it. For the women, the men are going to be faster.
We're just seeing 2 minutes 30 tick by on the display. And roughly just around that time.
Yeah.
And being round number 4, probably that little bit slower.
Exactly, exactly. They also, both of them could be more efficient on the runner. You can see neither one is really lifting their knees up. They have a very low to the ground, and especially with using the true form runner, to utilize that curve, you're gonna wanna get those knees up so you can really step down and use that curve for the legs to come back.
Now, Amanda Jobs has just sent that, and she's looking really, really fatigued. Remembering the last time she was at the barbell, she missed her first rep.
Yeah.
Magalotti can take a little bit of extra time here, and probably knowing she missed her first rep. Cheney about to get off now. This is going to be an interesting race.
Oh!
Wow. Oh, here we go. Amanda
This is where
down.
Cheney's gonna come in.
Valentina down, and Magalotti exactly what she needed to do.
If you're
Look
Blair,
how secure she is overhead.
Blair's the first to get a rep in right now. Even though she was a little bit more controlled in her transition, she was the first one to get a good rep in.
Very well executed by her.
Blair Cheney, all the redos were worth it. Grabbing a passport was worth it too. She's going to end up with a heat win here, and look at the speed of this barbell movements. Blair Cheney, take a bow, paced this to absolute perfection, and done. The heat win for Blair Cheney.
Nicely done. That was very well executed on her behalf. I think she maximized what she is capable of in this workout.
Oh, the time under tension from Magalotti. It is so much time. And she's running out of time. There's just over 10 seconds. Last one coming.
Oof.
And that will be 1 rep to go for Magalotti. Jobs is going to run out of time as well, as will Prevost, who caught up a lot of time at the back end of the last round. But 1 down for Blair Cheney, the only athlete in the field to get this one complete. Impressive performance from the youngster.
And a really impressive display of patience, right? You know, Katrin just mentioned how impressive the pacing performance was, but it also requires a tremendous amount of patience to look around and see athletes that look like they're pulling ahead of you. And Amanda Jobs was out front early, but overcooked just a little bit on the overhead squats. Valentina Magalotti, another Masters athlete, pushing the pace, and they were 1-2 in this heat all the way until the final set of overhead squats. And as they hit failure, Blair Cheney took advantage of the opportunity and earned herself a heat win.
Impressive performance, patience and perseverance. Blair Cheney, she's standing by with Lauren Smith.
Blair, you've just told me that that was shocking. Your performance was shocking. Why?
I am not a runner by any means. If you look at me, not a runner body. So to be with them, probably just because the overhead squats, I just saw I was in third most of the workout, and I was like, stay right here, that's better than you thought.
We last saw you in Mesa where you took 15th in the challenges. How did you lean on that experience of being on the biggest stage as you approach London?
Last year was definitely an experience, like first time, didn't have any expectations. This off season, I've been working my butt off, so I came here with all the expectations, and I think I met one.
Oh my gosh, you certainly did. Your first time out of the US and your first time to London, what's been your favorite thing?
The way you guys talk, it is amazing. It's so much better than us.
Well, I'll keep on talking for the rest of the weekend. Amazing job. You were epic out there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. She should come to Australia sometime. We talk even worse.
My favorite is how you talk.
I'll second that. I enjoy it.
Oh, so good. But so great to have Blair Cheney out in competition, and what an experience for the youngster. Heat number 2 is not too far away as we prepare to bring the ladies onto the floor.
For your Pro Women Heat number 2. Lane number 10, Vesleme Kolstad, Norway. Lane number 9, Ingrid Tundau, Norway. Lane number 8, Connie Eastby, United Kingdom. Lane number 7, Morgan Disan, Belgium. In lane number 6, Pernille Christensen, Denmark. Lane number 5, Mathilde Øyengarnes, Norway. In lane number 4, Belgros Bjørnsdottir, Iceland. Lane number 3, Jasmine von Armen, Belgium. In lane number 2, Astrid Tin, Denmark. And in lane number 1, Julia Jacobsen, Germany. Athletes, 1 minute.
Heat number 2 onto the floor. And again, look at those flags from all the different countries. Great to see it. They will be attacking London Pro 1.
They'll start their attack with some toes to bar, then some running on the true form, some overhead squats, 4 total rounds, trying to beat that 20-minute time gap. See Mathilde Garnes, most experienced athlete in this heat. Jasmine van Arnhem. And Astrid Tind, certainly someone to watch. A solid runner, should be able to push the pace here on the true form and give herself a leg up on the heat.
The sparkles from Team Krieger. Love to see it. They're back.
Did they ever leave?
No. Definitely not. A big contingent from Krieger Training. Did you know, Tommy, 20% of the athletes are from Krieger Training?
Got a charge from the Norwegians.
Absolutely. And the blueprints presented by Trueform.
Well, with the toes to bar and overhead squat, no more than 1 calculated break and then be done with it. That will set you up for success. And in this run, that middle 300, the best runners, we're seeing that middle chunk be able to really separate themselves and push the pace.
And I love the way this workout has been designed, as you could say, just having the 3 different components and all challenging components. Like you look at 80 toe to bar, that's a fair chunk of volume, and then you go into the run.
100 toe to bar.
Oh, yes. And then you go into the run, and then you go into the overhead squat.
Yeah.
And there's just these different components that some athletes are going to really dominate certain aspects, but not all 3. And we've seen some athletes really come out and just be very consistent with all 3 and put out a good result.
Yeah.
And that's the balance you're looking for, right? This is a classic triplet, monostructural weightlifting, gymnastics. The big 3 all wrapped into one.
It's very, we talked about this earlier, the elegant programming of all of these rep schemes, the 25 toes to bar, the 15 overhead squats at 125, doing this for 4 rounds. It's like you should be able to do it unbroken, but can you? Like, it's not a for sure certain, and it's a fine line of, do you go for it? Do you know that you can? Like, you know, right at the end, most athletes are making it unbroken, and then right at the end, it's like, can they make it through? So it's a really, the number of rounds and then the number of reps. It's a fun rep scheme where you have to see these athletes make the choice.
Julia Jakobsen in lane number 1 to the far left of your screen, to the far right. Westmaloy, Kolstad, Ingrid Tondel. There's Julia there. And in the yellow and black center of the screen, Tonda Garnes. Having a good chat to her yesterday, excited about the possibility of what's to come in this competition. And I think the change from Mexico to London, big driver in getting a lot of Europeans to sign up and do the qualifiers.
You know, so often it's challenging for Europeans. The majority of competitions are in the States, and so it's a challenge for them to go overseas. It's a big time difference, it's a big flight, and so a big leg up for the Europeans this time around to get to be in the same time zone, easier to travel, and see the influx of the European athletes at this competition.
Well, this heat particularly embodies that, right? Every single woman in this heat arrived here through the qualifier, and every single woman in this heat is from Europe.
Morgan Thyssen's back. And Ingrid Tondel coming into competition, and her wrist, a lot of swelling in it, and did some damage coming in, and just, I reckon, toying up, is it worth having a crack?
Yeah, you can see her talking to her judge there. You see the brace on her right hand.
Yeah.
It blown up like a balloon yesterday, and she's done so much training in the lead-in, qualifying, and the grimace already. This doesn't look comfortable at all.
I don't want to misspeak here, but I do believe there is a 1 round minimum work requirement. So my guess is that if she wants to continue on, and if she wants to get a crack at some of the other things that maybe are okay for her wrist, she still has to make it through these 50 overhead squats, which is not a small amount.
And such a shame putting so much into this,
Yeah.
and very little reward. But one of her training partners, Matilda Garnes.
But that's the rub with sport, right?
Correct. Things are not going to go your way all the time. Five and a half minutes in already, quarter of the way through our time cap.
Here we have Iceland's newest stud athlete, Bergros Björnsdóttir. Very young, very talented. I think she has a very bright future ahead.
I'm glad you said the name.
Yeah, I'll teach you guys how to say it. You'll get used to it.
Getting a very speedy course in speaking Icelandic.
I've been teaching you some names this morning.
I know.
How do I say this one?
Oh, I'm just going to ease my way into the weekend, I think.
Yeah. But this is one name you can get used to.
That's it. Astrid Tind to the right of screen. Julia Jakobsen on the left. And Astrid did very well earlier in the year in Abu Dhabi at the Crucible 1,000-meter, 50-meter shuttle.
Recently saw her post that she was training with Laura Horvath. Must have been a great push for her coming into this competition, and for both of them. We spoke about that earlier, of the magic of training partners. You know, how much that can push you and how much that can make hard training much easier.
And shots before of Ingrid Tondel, unable to continue with that wrist injury, which is such a shame. Matilda Garnes in the yellow and black in the center of your screen, doing exceptionally well on the first run. And some judges' hands in the air to the top of your screen. Astrid Tind's judge flagging that she is nearly done. Let's head down to Lauren Smith.
Thanks, Jeremy. I'm sat next to Annie Thorisdottir, who's trained with Birger Bjornsdottir since she was 16 years old. Annie, what can you tell us about her?
Well, she's always had this super strength I've been building up, and she got significantly stronger than me a couple of years ago. But now she's been working so much on her engine, and she is finally getting that breakthrough. Obviously, look at her overhead squats, like it's nothing for her. But with that work on engine and pacing, she struggled with pacing in the past when we've been doing intervals together, but now she is doing it perfectly, and I just hope she can hold on to that.
Well, I can't think of better role models than you and PKG to help her through her career. Thanks for your insight.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Annie. Oh, how about youngsters getting into sport like this without having a lot of bad habits from other sports like I did? And broken bodies and stuff.
Yeah, she's very impressive, and just to kind of echo what Annie says of like, she's so talented, she's so incredibly strong. Her strength numbers, she's very snappy on all movements, gymnastics, and then what she's kind of needed to put everything together and to kind of break through into this level of competition and into the open women's category is that overall fitness and that overall engine, and she's been working so hard on that. And just to kind of, yeah, I feel like whether it's this year or next year, there's going to be a name that people will get to know a lot better. And we'll see if she can hold this third round. This is the round that we've been seeing, like, can the athletes stay on the pace that they've been doing? This is where they either pull back or that they actually lean into the workout. She looks pretty good to me.
To the left of your screen, Julia Jakobsen, Astrid Tind, and to the right, Birger Bjornsdottir. And out of the three movements, it's normally the weighted component that's the one that's going to slow you down. Mm-hmm. Not so.
Yeah. Yeah, she's phenomenal with a barbell. She's so speedy in her squats and so snappy in all of her movements that she makes it look light. Her challenge would be to keep the pace on the run.
The originator of the curved treadmill, built for uncompromising performance. Just scan that QR code on your screen. Bjornsdottir continues. Jakobsen and Tind still battling it out for that second spot. Matilda Garnes with some work to do in the center of the drum sheds. You're talking about the 2-minute 30 sort of time frame. Mm-hmm. Ticking over 2 minutes now. Is this where you push a little bit harder knowing your overhead squat is so good and you're not going to fail it? Do you sort of empty the tank a little bit more?
Yeah, this is the round where you can start making that decision. I feel like the first two rounds you really have to kind of go by your own plan, and then this is, you know, the third round is where you can start evaluating, how do I feel? How do I perceive the overhead squats are going to feel on this round? And given how good she's been looking, she definitely can push it, but my guess is that she already is pushing it. Running is not her strongest, so even her holding that pace is her pushing it. And now the overhead squats or the toast bar is where she really shines.
Bjornsdottir steps up, narrow grip on that shorty bar. Oh, wow. Minute faster than the time from Blair Cheney in the previous heats.
Blair was the only athlete in that first heat to finish under the time cap, so even just finishing this workout gives you a leg up on the women that have gone before you at this point.
Astrid 10 getting to work. Lane number 2, Connie Easby making her way into 3rd position ahead of Julia Jakobsen. Bjornsdatter. You see a lot of athletes do their toe to bar, and they've got that tilted head position looking at the ceiling to enable their feet to get up as close as they can to the bar. Bergros is just head neutral position and great positional awareness for her.
And her hands are narrow too. There's going to be less activation through the lats and shoulder girdle. She's just kind of relaxed through the upper torso and kind of letting her legs do the drive.
Connie Easby in the black top and a little bit unstable towards to get to the end, but smart move. It's not feeling great. Dump that barbell, give yourself a bit of a break. Saw Quinn Robinson take a hit of 40 seconds in the men's competition earlier on. This is going to be a quick time from Bjornsdatter. Battle for second continues. Astrid 10 to the far left, Tilda Garnes in the center, and Morgan Thissens to the far right. Julia Jakobsen to work. It's Bergros Bjornsdatter with a massive lead. And I might be speaking the obvious, but this time is probably going to be standing up as a top 3 time for the entire 5 heats. 3 more to come.
I don't think it's going to be a top 3. I think it's going to be a good finish. Like, she's doing a really good job. My guess is that some of the athletes that are coming later are much stronger on the runner, which is going to be the majority of the time. I think she's got a very strong start, and I think she's got some great workouts ahead of her. So, but I do believe we're going to see some faster times.
So we fast forward 24 hours, and we've got maybe a deadlift coming up. What are we expecting?
I actually don't know her deadlift number, but overall she's very strong and she moves weight. You know, it's funny when Annie was talking about like passing her like physically in strength. Like, it's been years. She was probably 17 when she's cleaning, 16 or 17, cleaning 220. You know, she moves weight like it weighs less than it weighs, if that makes sense.
Oh, the dream. Your top 3. Bjornsdatter, Garnes, and Tind. Thissens now in the white and the pink. Top of your screen. Connie Easby as well to the far right. They are your top 5. Three and a half to go. And Bjornsdatter just walking those last couple of steps in. And this is going to be a sub-18 time. And probably by a fair bit. To the far left of Bjornsdatter, and just behind is Matilda Garnes in the yellow and black. The last 5 coming now. The fact that this is so easy as a youngster. Like what a future that's going to be laid out.
What a future, yeah. Especially because I'm not going to say, wow, impressive finish. I'm not going to say it's easy work, but I still believe that everybody can build an engine. Not everybody can build a movement pattern. Not everybody can build those fast twitch muscle fibers, which she already has. And to know that now she works on, she does the work, she builds the engine, the foundation.
But you were saying that before in the previous heat, like
yeah.
having a toolbox that's ever expanding, and you got to go get a bigger toolbox because you're getting more skills, and increasing that along the way. If you've got it as a youngster, then it's just going to be so much easier.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just, it makes for a bright future. I think we can say that for sure.
Astrid Tind is going to be next finished. It's going to be our second fastest time. Final rep now, Matilda Garnes now dropping back to 4th. Morgan Tissons in the 3rd, but Astrid Tind getting finished up. Garnes now, the opportunity to take on Tissons. Some good positioning as well from Morgan. Last 5, Connie Easby moving forward as well. Oh, some great patience. Morgan Tissons. Final rep completes. And Matilda Garnes, great to see her back in competition again. Final one done for her. Another under the time cap, but only just. She'll be the final female athlete to finish heat number 2. No, Connie Easby just sneaking in. Good last set of overhead squats for Connie Easby. And time done. But what a performance. Cheers.
Great, great start. Yeah, she's got to be very happy with that.
And there's some unfortunate stuff to start with. Ingrid Tondal not being able to do the overhead squats, but on the other side of that, Bergers Bjornsdottir really showing the world why she's an athlete to watch, just absolutely smoking this heat, and that's going to be a top time heading into the top 3 heats to finish this out for the Women Pro 1.
And a great performance from Bergros. Youth first experience. Let's go with youth. Lauren Smith.
Bergros, when you're out there in the lead with such a gap on the rest of the field, how are you managing your pacing?
I wasn't really focused on any other girls. I was just focused on my game plan, and I'm so happy that I could stuck to them, because obviously it's a competition and you want to go out hard with everyone. But yeah, super excited. Not happy that I could hold the paces that I set out for myself. Yeah.
Now, we know you as a strength athlete. Your overhead squats were incredible, but how proud are you of your running with all of the work you've been putting into endurance?
Oh man, I'm so happy. Like, I haven't been doing almost anything but running for the past 2-3 years or something. So yeah, seeing that was a huge win for sure. Yeah.
You were awesome out there. Go and enjoy the moment, and we'll see you over the weekend.
Thank you so much.
Oh, great stuff. I didn't expect the breathing to be so heavy. Oh, Spiky. We'll see Spiky in just a little bit. Spiky's coming.
but performance to be very proud of. And we are not far away from bringing in our third heat of 5. Our ladies about to take the floor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring out the athletes for heat number 3. Lane 10, Nicole Heer, Switzerland. Lane number 9, Leia Storen, Norway. Lane 8, Maribel Gallardo, Spain. Lane 7, Vivian Marie Christian, Germany. Lane 6, Emily Rathwell, United States. Lane 5, Elena Carradala, Spain. Lane 4, Noortje Bleker, the Netherlands. Lane 3, Amanda Fisher, United States. Lane number 2, Sara Sigmundsdóttir, Iceland. And lane 1, Andra Moistus, Estonia. 1 minute.
Our third heat's coming to the competition floor for the first time today. And some big names in there. Sara Sigmundsdóttir back into action again, but a lot of familiar names from Season 1 World Fitness Project. But this is Season 2, and this is London Pro 1.
Kicking Season 2 off for these women. 4 rounds of toes to bar, running, and overhead squats. Running's on the true form, 125 on that barbell. See Emily Rathwell, one of the strong runners in this field. Emily, a part of every tour stop along the way in season number 1. Leia Storen, your London qualifier winner, earning her way into 2026. And then Andra Moistus just behind Storen in that London qualifier representing Estonia. Great engine.
And we saw that from Moistus at Wodapalooza, event number 1. Everyone went, hey, what?
And second overall, and a very strong field of women. So she's already beat, I forget the number, but she's already beat the majority of the women in this field.
And some athletes jumping in from team competition. Nicole Heer doing just that. Leia Storen, another. And some athletes that we have seen right throughout season 2025. And Sara back to competition. It's been a minute.
It's good to see Sara back. It's good to see the Icelandic flag and Sara Sigmundsdóttir back on the leaderboard. Yeah, she's been through a handful of injuries. It's not only been one. It's been a handful of injuries throughout the year, and she's been working very hard to get back here. And I think I speak for all of us when I say we're excited to see her back here.
And the blueprint presented by Trueform.
And sticking to just one break on the toes to bar or overhead squats. Going to keep you moving through this workout, but in the middle 300 on that Trueform is going to be huge. We've seen the best runners in the field really be able to stick to their early paces in that middle section and then use the first and last 100 to take stock and get ready to attack the next movement.
Leia Storen, part of the Krieger training group as well. 1 in 5 athletes.
Really needs more awareness.
Kind of feel like the first round of this workout is very much like a patient waiting game. Like, you cannot win this on the first round. You just kind of have to stay in control, stay with the field, and then you can start making the moves.
Andra Moistus to the far left of your screen. Sara Sigmundsdóttir, second athlete in. Amanda Fisher. No surprise to see some multicolored hair for Amanda Fisher. Vivian Marie Christian. All 3 competitions last year for season 1.
And for those women like Vivian Marie, they were
the recipients of special invites by virtue of their commitment to season 1 and showing up consistently.
Excited to see what Amanda can do as well once she gets that barbell in her hands. We've seen it over many heats already. It's not how you start, that's how you finish.
Yeah, these first couple of rounds are an exercise in patience and being fastidious in your pacing and committing to that, not necessarily getting pulled high or low.
Is that a difficult thing when you're at the top of your game, to be patient and not...
Oh, it requires so much discipline. As a competitor, you just want to go. If somebody goes, you want to make sure that you're right there with them. And just knowing to, no, this is where I need to be patient, and also knowing when to go. Oh, it requires a tremendous amount of discipline, yes.
So you've got to pick your battles so much.
Yeah. On workouts like this, you know.
Nicole Heyer from Switzerland, part of the Krieger training group as well, alongside Leah Storin at the top of your screen. Maribel Gallardo in the purple, and Nicole Heyer just ahead of Leah Storin, just ahead of Andra Moistis. Two Krieger training athletes in lanes 9 and 10. That's going to be a good battle. Sarah, how about that focus? Well, it's one thing she hasn't lost. Leah Storin, Nicole Heyer. And Leah just ahead by 1.
Looks very tight in her kip. Uses that kind of stretch reflex.
And Leah, one of our shorter athletes, obviously is going to make things a lot more difficult. Stride length is going to come into play. Moistis. Elena Karathala. Now Emily Rethwell. So I think the run aspect of workout 1 is just going to come into play a lot more for the last 2 rounds coming. Nicole Heyer having to break up that toe to bar already. Well, let's head down to Lauren Smith.
Cheers, guys. I've just been catching up with Luke O'Bron, Sarah's partner. Obviously, so great to see her back out on the competition floor. The last time we saw her compete, she took 3rd place at the Rebel Renegade Games in 2025. When she accepted this ticket, it was all about whether the events were going to line up for her, because she's still dealing with some injuries. Bounding is going to be a problem for her, but she was really pleased with what day 1 looks like. She has, though, because she's been managing injury, only had a couple of weeks of CrossFit-specific conditioning. So she's not exactly sure how these events are going to plan out. The big goal is to collect enough points to head over to Indianapolis in Tour 2 and secure her spot for the final. And it's just great to see her back out there doing her thing.
Isn't it what? And one of those athletes that has been around, and another one of those very experienced athletes. And it's funny, that turnover, the change, the youngsters coming through and the experienced athletes. Nicole Heyer and Leah Storin continue. They are in the lead in lanes 9 and 10 to the far right of your screen. And Project One, Salt Lake City. Make sure you sign up. That's debuting in Utah on June 6th. Just scan that QR code on your screen. As Storen gets to work with that barbell. And some good positioning from Leah Storen. Andra Moistis to the bottom of your screen. And just to the left of Leah Storen is Nicole Hare. Emily Rethwell now starting to make a move. Hare a little bit unstable with that barbell. Leah Storen solid as a rock. But don't worry about, maybe too comfortable at the bottom there. I was going to say, don't worry about the movement standards. That squat is way deep.
Look at Andra Moistis there on the left of your screen. Her hands are all the way out to the collars. Really, really wide. That's going to be less stable, especially under fatigue, because the hands are so wide.
Mistake from Leah Storen just then, not rolling her barbell forward. Getting called back from her judge, Nicole Hare. Now jumping into the lead ahead of Andra Moistis and Leah Storen in third.
So another thing to look at, Tommy, just to say, we were saying Andra's hand positioning is so wide. It also requires so that your hands are not slipping out. It requires you to grip onto that barbell, which is going to affect the toes to bar. Versus Leah Storen's narrow grip, you're going to be able to release that grip a little bit more. Just let that bar kind of rest in the palm and rest the grip for the toes to bar. You can kind of see her kips starting to get a little bit longer.
Yeah, the timing is a little bit off now.
Yeah.
Usually when, people are fresh, the timing of the firing of the hip and the toes following right after getting to the bar is very rhythmic and in sync. As that starts to get a little bit more disjointed, you see the hips fire, there's a delay, then the knees.
And kick.
Yeah. You're kind of like hoping that the toes get there at that point.
Leah Storen now 6 reps ahead of Nicole Hare. And now Andra Moistis. So Leah Storen coming back to the toe to bar in third, jumping straight back out in first again. Elena Karathala just chipping away in the middle. Everyone leaving her alone. They're on the outsides. Emily Rethwell. Let's see if she can push on this third round of the True Form runner.
Yeah, Sarah just finishing up her second round.
Karathala, part of every tour stop last year. Indianapolis, Mesa, and Copenhagen.
Just barely outside of that window of invites for the pro card. We're able to get a wild card invite for this first one to hopefully flip that on its head for this season.
Andra Moistis continuing. And one thing we haven't spoken about this morning yet already is a point spread. It's a very aggressive point system. And if you finish in 26th, it's going to give you 26 points, which is not a lot of points if you consider if you're winning, you're getting 100.
Yeah.
You see big point spreads at the top, really benefiting the athletes that are able to step up and put together a podium performance for each one of these individual workouts. And, with the new point system set up, the points you earn in an individual workout are the points you take home with you for the entirety of the season. So
yeah. It's very much a winner's reward. So if you look at, we have 50 athletes competing. If you take first, you get 100 points. If you take second, it's 95. But by the time you're in 14th place, you're at 51 points. So you can have beat 2/3 of the field, but you're only getting half the points. And that it really goes to show that being in those, especially like a top 3, it's a winner's reward, but kind of staying in that top 10, you really are banking in those points. And once you're down below top 20, so if you're or bottom 4 or after the 14, sorry, there's not a whole lot of spread in the point system. So I'm not going to say it doesn't matter, but if you're in the bottom of the field, it's not a huge difference. If you're in the top of the field, you are really going to be banking in those points, and they're going to reward you.
Well, Justin Medeiros did it for the games win and not winning a single event.
Yeah.
But just consistency in that top 5 the whole time. And yeah, but points is what everybody is after. And Copenhagen, mark it on the calendar.
It's kind of as an athlete, though, like looking at this as a coach, if you're competing in the WFP season, of really honing in on your strengths. You know, because very often, most athletes are trying to be very well-rounded. And of course you need to be well-rounded, but if you want to win, you need to be winning events. And anything that is your strength, you kind of need to double down on. You need to make sure, if you're a top 3, top 5 athlete in an event, you need to make sure that you can be in it to win it and really bank those points.
Tight battle, Storen still in the lead. Karathala taking a break, Moises taking a break, Rethwell making a move, Nicole Hare. That was a good push from Hare. Now into second. Moises with a couple to go. Rethwell now jumps into third.
Moises had to take a very long break there. Her shoulders the stability starting to break down at the end of that first set.
Leah Storen still well in control. Nicole Hare in second currently. Emily Rethwell third. Andra Moises to the far left in fourth. And Elena Karathala in fifth.
And we're just about 3 minutes to Burgos' top time from the previous heat. And based on the pace that these women have had on the runners so far, looks like that time will probably hold up.
Storen, the opportunity now just to push ahead. Give herself some breathing space as they head towards the final barbell. Storen that chalk in a bra top as well.
Clutch move to hide the chalk in places where you can just grab it and go.
Moises now to the true form runner. And your top 5 still battling. The lead changing numerous times. Storen's display. Minute down, you'd expect about another 2 minutes, maybe 2:10. Those shoulders, you mentioned it before, Kat, just opening up.
So kind of allowing the stride to just naturally happen versus forcing it to happen. But of course, when you're this far into a workout, she's trying to finish, she's on the last round, you're going to tighten up because you're trying to put everything that you have left into it. You can kind of see that range of motion tightening up a little bit, versus if you look at Andra, she does look a lot more relaxed on the runner.
Emily Rethwell, what has she got in the tank to bring this home? Sigmundsdottir makes her way back from the overhead squats. Karathala, Rethwell in the center of your arena here at Drumsheds. There's Rethwell. Gave us some interesting ski erg movement last week. And
Sometimes you just got to do what you got to do.
That's it. Whatever works. Storen The grimace on the face. Now, has she got enough for 15 unbroken reps? Rethwell Karathala in waiting. Wait for some judges' hands. Nicole Hare. And Storen now. She hasn't got long. She's got to get moving. Rethwell, judge hand in the air. Bergros still leading after 3 heats. "30 seconds away from our second place, Astrid Tind. And that right leg just buckling in a little bit. Rethwell getting the jump on Nicole Hare. Moisters coming to the bar as well. Rethwell could finish with a second position here if she picks up that barbell quick enough. Moisters gets to work first, but Storen coming from team competition and making sure the Krieger training group is on the map. Leah Storen, great finish. We're going to have a tight finish. Nicole Hare, Andra Moisters, Emily Rethwell. Nicole Hare, 2 reps to go. Great work from Nicole, great bounce back. And done. With 30 seconds left on the time cap. Final rep for Rethwell. And she is going to take third. Karathala just in. Finishing fourth. Moisters. The final set of overhead squats has really hurt. Amanda Fisher won't have enough time to get done. Nor will Moisters. Amanda Fisher punching out 3 quick reps. But Leah Storen, what a performance. And it was a battle.
Yeah, it didn't come easy for Leah Storen. We've seen some strong times thrown down in earlier heats, and she got a push side by side with the woman to her left and Nicole Hare, all the way down at the other end of the floor, and Andra Moistis. Moistis was one of the first athletes in the first round off of the runner. And despite a little slip up from Storen on one of the overhead squats, her consistency with the toes to bar was ultimately allowed her to create some separation. And by the time she got through the final run, she was all alone, able to put one of the top 5 times we've seen so far from heat number 3.
Leah Storen jumping from team to individual, and a great heat win. Let's go down to Lauren Smith with Leah Storen.
Leah, that was an incredible performance. Even at 22, you have battled so many injuries across your career. Is this year the year where we're finally seeing what a healthy and fit Leah Storen can do?
I hope so. I am the best that I've ever been, so this is just the beginning, but it's time to show what I can do when I'm healthy, so I'm really excited.
I know last year you didn't come through the challenges because you're working on getting experience and making the most out of doing local competition. How does the step up feel now you're finally on this floor?
It feels really surreal to be on the floor with some of the girls that I've looked up to for years. So no, it's an amazing experience, and I'm here to make the most out of it. So I'm enjoying every second. Yeah.
We cannot wait to see what you've got. Go and enjoy this with your Krieger friends.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Lauren. And Leah Storen
Performance to be proud of, and the only way is up, I reckon. Not too far away from bringing our second last heat on to the competition floor. Are we going to see anyone take on Bergris Bjornsdotter? Time of 17:48. It lays in waiting.
Put your hands together for your pro women heat number 4. In lane number 10, Janie Chevalier, Canada. Lane number 9, Bisa Caffey, United States. Lane number 8, Ella Wilkinson, United Kingdom. Lane number 7, Jennifer Muir, Scotland. Lane number 6, Hannah Black, United States. Lane number 5, Danny Spiegel, United States. Lane number 4, Manon Angones, Belgium. Lane number 3, Uda Lukenbaum, Norway. Lane number 2, Linda Caseman, Netherlands. And lane number 1, Vor Forman Mo, Norway. 1 minute, athletes.
Heat number 4, Elena Simons. And some very recognizable names across the first season of the World Fitness Project. Some athletes that really surprised us at certain times. Who is going to surprise us in Heat 4? This is London Pro 1.
4 rounds in total. Some toes to bar, some running, some deadlifting. Oh, sorry, some overhead squats. You see Jen Muir on your screen, one of the athletes that was able to start in the Challenger division and work her way towards one of those coveted pro cards. Fisa Caffey, and up and down 2025, hoping that she can get off on the right foot this season.
10 seconds. Stand by.
Underway for heat number 4. The first of our signed pro heats. Final heat not too far away. And are we going to see that time from Bergris Bjornsdotter? Hold 17:48. Keep you in touch with how pacing is going. And the blueprints presented by Trueform.
Yeah, to be successful in Pro 1, it's really going to take one set or one break. That's the max. Not going to be able to break much more and be able to maintain one of these top times with the toes to bar and the overhead squat. And then really attacking the middle 300 meters in each one of these sets on the Trueform. Obviously, for the first 100 and last 100, you're going to take stock and adjust to prepare for that transition, but the good runners will be able to stay consistent through that middle chunk.
And Janie Chevalier getting those knees up a little bit higher.
Got a little bit of a show pony kind of trot there.
A bit of dressage.
Yeah.
I think what we would like to see is her to lengthen the stride a little bit. She's a smaller athlete, so she's not already naturally not going to get a big stride. So I'd like to see her at least try to lengthen it a little bit and then kind of pull with the hamstring to try and get some speed to it.
More sparkles. Vortham and Mo close to screen. Ura Ludekvam.
I love how it's become a part of the new Norwegian culture that they show up with sparkles.
Vor and Uda, part of the contingent that really showed out at the very first tour stop in WFP season number 1. kind of announced the arrival of the Krieger training crew and have kind of carried the flag ever since.
The originator of the curved treadmill, built for uncompromising performance. Just scan that QR code on your screen. And Ludovic Vam, CrossFit Games team winner. Ludovic Vam, Vortherman mode to the bottom of your screen. Ella Wilkinson to the top. Jen Muir joining Ella. Two ladies from the UK. Manon Agones. Focus is on. That's an interesting thing. Let's talk about that for a sec. And what happened in the previous hit, where's your focus? Because Agnol, when he was going through his overhead squats, he was looking at the judge.
Yeah.
Where are you looking? Where are you focusing?
Honestly, if you can find a single spot, whether that is, you don't want to look too close in front of you because you're going to be eyeing down. You're going to want to have somewhere where at least your chin is kind of at parallel, and whether that's looking 10 meters ahead of you or if you pick a point in the crowd, sometimes it's hard because you don't want that person to move. You want a static object somewhere where you can just lock in and know that you can kind of have that stability.
I mean, you talk about that person in the crowd, you look at, they start looking back, it gets a little bit awkward.
You gotta, you know, when you kind of look at something but you gaze past it, that's kind of what you got to do.
Oh yeah, it was interesting from Agnol to actually focus on the judge.
Yeah.
And make sure he was getting all his reps done. Vortherman Mo in the lead. Ura Ludovic Vam not too far behind.
We got the Norwegians up the top.
But as you mentioned, Tommy, injecting these two ladies into competition last year, and obviously with Uda with all of that experience in the Krieger team. But what an experience and that ride to go on through season 2025 and then coming to season 2026. You know what's happening. Ella Wilkinson, currently in third, and we caught up with her earlier in the week.
So workout number 1, toes to bar, running and overhead squats. 2 of those movements I am very confident with. So it's just trusting my gymnastics ability and my running ability. Running events have always been pretty good for me. So obviously trying to just keep a strong mind there and push where I can. And then the overhead squats are a little bit more of a challenge. So just trusting that I'm good at the other 2 movements and that I can make the most of them and just keep them, try and keep those overhead squats unbroken.
Good planning. And we saw some good performances from Ella in season 2025. And it's got to be good to know that you are so close to home from Wigan, which is a couple of hours north of where we are right now, and you don't have to travel as far.
I mean, especially when most of the competitive season for a lot of the high-level competitions require people from the UK to have to travel long distances, to finally have one in your backyard is a big relief, right? And in many ways, you get to kind of see what some of the potential of what they're able to do in training every day when they get the benefits and comforts of home.
And then you add on to, like, her family is here. You know, now she can have her support system and her family come and watch and cheer her on. That's always so special as a competitor to have your people there.
Something else I'm going to throw at you, just random stuff that pops into my head from time to time. What are you wearing on the competition floor? You've got running, you've got toe to bar, and you've got overhead squats. If you look across the floor right now, we've got a good mix of leggings, we've got shorts, we've got tights, we've like different aspects. What is that something that comes into play?
Always, 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 always. So the first thing that you'd kind of look at is footwear. So a lot of these athletes are wearing pure running shoes, and we kind of, if you put shoes into like 4 categories. We have the typical like training shoe that's very flat, very solid. You don't want to run in that. Then you have the typical running shoe that very much propels you forward. It's not great for anything like below parallel lifting. We do have the kind of hybrid shoe that's kind of a little bit softer than the flat shoe, so it's okay to run in, and it's also pretty stable to lift in. That would be the shoe of my choice here. And then the 4th shoe is a pure lifting shoe, which is the hardest, flattest kind of shoe of them all. So that would be the first thing that I always think about. The second thing that I would think about is, do I want to wear shorts or do I want to wear leggings? And for me, if it's anything like a rope climb, or if it's a lot of barbell cycling, things that are going to touch my thighs, I would want to wear leggings. If it's a longer workout where it might get hot, you're going to want to wear shorts. And then it's the gear that athletes wear, and you kind of see some people like to I feel like they over gear a little bit. They want to wear the wrist wraps, the belt, the knee sleeves, the tape, and all of it, and sometimes it can just get in your way, and you can it takes time to think about all the equipment. So I would always try and get away with as little equipment as possible. So if you don't need the knee sleeves, don't use them, because they're going to restrict the blood flow in the running. You're going to want to use the grips because they're going to assist you on the toaster bar, things like that. So a lot of things to think about.
Wow, didn't I open a can of worms there? Anyway, let's head down to Lauren Smith.
Guys, well, that was a great conversation. Look, I've just sat here this entire time staring at Vortham and Mo. It's like I'm looking at a completely changed athlete. She had such a rough time in Copenhagen in December. She came in off the back of a little bit of sickness, and then she was telling me the other day she felt she really overtrained in the build-up. Throughout it, she just said she crumbled like a cookie. It was the worst competitive experience she's ever had. She turned to Kristen Holter multiple times through that weekend, asking her if she could withdraw. And it was just one of these like absolutely horrendous periods of time in her life. And look at her out there now. She's had some huge off-season changes, especially when it comes to nutrition. She's currently leading this heat, and she's looking like a totally different, confident athlete. And when she is confident, we know that she can be right up there at the top level of the sport. So I cannot wait to see her over the course of this weekend just grow into what we know she's capable of.
Thank you, Lauren. Big time. And looks like a little bit of paint face from Vortham and Mo just to the right-hand side. Udo Ludekvam on the left, looking a little bit more relaxed on the run. But the focus from Vor at the moment, it is eyes forward. And is that something you do? Do you focus on the next thing you're doing, the next implement, if it's the barbell with the overhead squats? Are you looking through what you're doing with the run and looking at the barbell and going through like a process in your head?
Yeah, I think you always need to be aware of what's coming next, just to know how hard you can push. You know, if the run is the last thing you do, yeah, by all means empty the tank, but knowing that you have overhead squats coming up, you do have to reserve a little bit. But there's also a time and place for it. So kind of how Tommy broke it down in the beginning, that there's the initial get on the runner, you know, get the runner going, settle in. And then you have the 300 meters there in the middle. That's where you're purely going to want to focus on the run. You're going to focus on your breathing, your strides, and nothing else. Once you get to those last 100 meters, that's where you kind of adjust. Like, do you need to pull back a little bit? And you start, do you want to chalk up? You start kind of focusing on the overhead squats, but only at the end of the run.
Plenty going on our competition floor here at Drum Sheds. We're in Tottenham, just in the north of London. Tour stop number 1. And the Krieger women, Udo Ludekvam, Vortham and Mo. Vor's going to be the first to move. She's in lane number 1 in the white and the black. And currently Norway versus Iceland. Norway currently leading.
Oh, by how much?
Kat's not very happy about it. Vortham and Mo finishing up. Wilkinson. Oh, how about that speed under the bar?
So strong.
And going back to what Lauren said and speaking to Kristen about Vor's season 2025, you're not going to have everything go your own way and things are going to fall apart, but how do you process that quick enough to turn it around into the next season?
Yeah. I mean, a full season's not exactly a quick turnaround. So, but it happens, and that's just, it's the beauty of sport and it's the challenge of sport, is that sometimes you just hit a stride, everything feels good, your body feels good, your mind's in a great place, and you have a good season. And sometimes things just aren't going your way, and it's you have to sit in it, and you have to not allow yourself to give up. You have to know that better times will come. You have to keep going, and maybe just think about how to address. Is it a physical thing where we have to maybe pull back on volume? Is it a mental thing where we need to adjust our perspective? So very happy to see whatever was going on with her last year, that she's back and she has that fire and belief that I can be here.
Big time. Wortham and Mo to the far left, to the far right in second now, Ella Wilkinson. And Ura Ludekvam in the maroon and black center screen. There's Ella. On pace now with Bergros Bjornsdotter.
So what I like about this workout, I feel like the leaderboard right now speaks to kind of the balance of it, because we have very different athletes. Bergros, who we saw crush this workout in heat number 2, and then Vor and Oda, they're all powerful athletes. So they're very good on the barbell, and they're having to kind of push the run. Ella is much more known for her running and needing to really work on the barbell, yet they're all kind of right within that rep of each other, which is very exciting. Great workout to start off with.
Ball with 3 reps remaining. Ella Wilkinson is looking like she may get off the totem bar first. As she does, your new leader. Vor not too far behind and has really got to start pushing this run and has a look over. And another factor, is that something you're aware of on the floor, where other people are if they're across the other side?
At this point, 100%. Yeah, you need to be. Like you can see, as soon as Ella dropped off of the toes to bar, immediately she looks to see where are they at. Do I have any lead? And that's for her to kind of gauge here, how hard am I going to go on the run?
And knowing how well she does run, Ella's going to be in a good position.
Yes, absolutely.
Wilkinson to the far right of your screen. Ura Ludekvam in third in the maroon and black.
And you kind of look at her stride length, it's really shortening up. But Ella looks like she's kind of loose and she's got those long strides.
Wortham and Mo to the far left of the arena here at Drum Sheds, and to the left of your screen. I'm not sure if it's a grimace or not. I'm sure at this stage
she doesn't look too comfortable.
At this stage of the workout, I don't think it's going to be comfortable at all.
If you're comfortable, you went too slow. I think that's a good way to put it.
Bjornsdotter getting off the true form runner at 16:50. That is a minute 10 from now. And the shakeout from Wilkinson. And it looks as though she doesn't want to look at her display. She's looking everywhere else but.
You don't want to look down too soon, because if you look down too soon, you're like, oh dang, I have so much left.
It's also nice if you do wait long enough and you look at, look how far I've gone.
No
surprise here.
Fisa Gafi, Hannah Black onto the run as well. Janie Chevrolet. Manon Agones makes her way back. And Vor is going to come off second to Ella Wilkinson. Knee sleeves come up, the focus is on. This will be a good hit for the UK should Ella Wilkinson get through first. Bjornsdotter still with the fastest time, getting off the true form runner. Wilkinson at 16:55. Wilkinson looking very comfortable. Wortham and Mo And this will be a great result and a great bounce back from season 2025. Oh, this is going to be tight. Wilkinson, can she hang on? The final three, she is going to get the quickest time overall. Vore potentially could get under that as well. Wilkinson, heat win, fastest time, 17:43. Thurman Moe, ooh, we'll have to have a look at that. It's either going to be equal to Bjornsdotter or just slower. Linda Casemont in the background, who didn't take the field of play. Lurikvam. Hannah Black.
Hannah Black fought her way up.
Hey, the former track athlete, don't worry about the weightlifting. That was for you, Tim. Had a good chat to boyfriend Tim the other day. And he said people just don't know she was a track athlete. Fisagafi, top of your screen. Hannah Black, that's a great result for her. And she said look out for her in season 2026. Be scared.
Yes, ma'am.
Dani Chevrolet in next, and Ludwigvam just losing a little bit of time on that last run. Fisagafi will be next done. Great to see Fee back fit and healthy once again. If you had told Vore Thurman Moe after Copenhagen this is where she would have placed, I'm sure she would have taken it.
Yeah. She might not have believed you at the time.
30 seconds left. Fee will be next finished. Jen Muir coming home strong as well. Final rep, Fisagafi. Oh.
I was just about to say I was so happy to see Fee, and even though she failed her last rep, but so happy to see her back out here. Had that shoulder injury at the end of last year, so to be having this heavy weight overhead, plus all the toes to bar,
Oh, Jen Muir just missing that time cap, but getting all the work complete. Fisagafi, 1 rep remaining. But Ella Wilkinson, what a performance. And again, a good display of patience and perseverance.
Yeah, it hasn't always been the athlete that's out front right away. You know, there are obviously exceptions to that, but a lot of times for some of the top performances we've seen so far from heat to heat, we've seen it as long as you're in that first, 2 to 3, you're within striking distance, especially if you're a good runner, like Vore Thurman Moe and Ella Wilkinson. There's going to be an opportunity late in the workout to strike, and that's what Ella did on that final set of toes to bar, pulling into the lead overall, able to fend off the Norwegian contingent on those last overhead squats.
Impressive performance from Ella Wilkinson. She is standing by with Lauren Smith.
Ella, you told me earlier in the week that you're going to have to rely on your strengths, the toes to bar and the running, and just keep your fingers crossed on the overhead squats. It's safe to say, do you think you defied your own expectations in that workout?
Yeah, like massively. I feel like doing the overhead squats in quarterfinals with like 20 kilos lighter, I did struggle for the 20 reps. So I was like, to do 4 sets of 15 at that, I'm really, really, really happy. Yeah, it was like push the toes to bar, push the run, and then save enough in the arms for the overhead squat.
Now, you've had a big coaching team change since we last saw you. How is that getting the best out of you?
So I'm with the Brute Crew now, and they're honestly incredible. Just being around incredible athletes day in, day out at the minute, and I'm training in Worcester now, so a great opportunity to train with the likes of Amy and Harry and everything like that. So just a really good environment, and yeah, everyone there is so supportive and incredible. And obviously Fraser is an incredible coach, so I'm really grateful.
It's the beginning of a long weekend, but it's a long weekend in front of a home crowd. What does it mean to be on the stage in front of all of these Londoners, the British public, being, of course, from the UK yourself?
It's the best. Not to be biased, but the European crowd is the best crowd, so wouldn't want to do it anywhere else.
Handstand walking up next, pirouettes, a little bit of you?
Bit of me, just try to be disciplined on the route, but can't wait to pirouette.
Amazing work out there. It was great to watch.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Ella Wilkinson. Love the way they talk. Blair Cheney. There we go. We got some more. The north of England. Our fifth and final heat coming to the floor. Stand by.
Lane number 10, Emily Rolfe, Canada. Lane number 9, Lydia Fish, United States. Lane 8, Olivia Kerstetter, United States. Lane 7, Ariel Lowen, United States. Lane 6, Laura Howard, Hungary. Lane number 5, Amy Kringle, United Kingdom. Lane 4, Emma Tall, Sweden. Lane 3, Sydney Wells, United States. Lane 2, Andrea Solberg, Norway. Lane 1, Sydney Michalischen, Canada. One minute.
Our fifth and final heats hitting the competition floor, our lane assignments. And there's going to be some ladies ready with a point to prove for season 2026. London Pro 1.
A good way to prove it is by ripping these toes to bar, ripping the run, and ripping these overhead squats. 4 rounds in total. A good way to kick things off for these top-ranked women.
Your World Fitness Champion from 2025, Laura Horvath.
And the woman that tied her in points, remember it came down to a tiebreaker, Amy Kringle.
I'm loving her trajectory.
And then an athlete to watch, Emily Rolfe. 2025 wasn't the year I think she anticipated, but when it comes to running, she's one of the best in the sport. Throw some toes to bar, also going to be strong for her. How does she handle the heavy barbell?
Underway, the final 20 minutes of Pro 1 for 2026 at Tour Stop 1. It is the London Pro from the Drum Sheds in Tottenham in the north of London. Great to have your company wherever you're joining us. The Blueprints presented by Trueform.
Well, I think for these top women, it's going to be as stay unbroken as far as you can. If you have to break on the toes to bar, one planned break and then be done with it. And then they're going to have to really push that middle section of the run. You know, you get on the runner, the first 100 meters, you're taking stock, where's your pace? That middle 300 is where you're going to really have to hammer and be prudent in your pacing.
No surprise to see Andrea Solberg off those toe to bar very quickly. But Emily Rolfe One of the top 3 athletes off the totem bar.
Yeah, and if you remember back to 2021, there was a test at the games that was running and toes to bar. Emily won that. That was kind of her announcement as, you know, one of those top tier athletes, the ability to hit home runs. A little bit different. There's been some time between now and then, but she's consistently performed well in running tests. Question is, where's her health? How is she recovering after competing for multiple weekends in a row? What does she have left in the tank at this point?
I think the biggest question for me for her on this event would be her elbow from last year, because this is quite a weight to hold overhead for a long time, and seeing if the elbow holds up, I believe she can do very well in this workout.
She also had a little bit of a back issue too that flared up kind of out of the blue. She wasn't able to really even pick up a barbell for a good chunk of the season, and thought she might be able to grit through it, but
yeah,
we just weren't able to really see her kind of drop the restrictor plate and really let it fly. One thing that I was really happy to see last season, and that was indicative of Laura when she's in top form, is her running prowess come back. When she first broke onto the scene in 2018, she was a tremendous runner, specifically in mixed modality tests. There were points in time where she just didn't look comfortable running. And last year, we really got to see her kind of get back into that form when it came to the running workouts.
Yeah. And that's a bit of a scary Laura when she starts running workouts. And
how is this going to shake out? Amy Kringle is going to be the first athlete off. And talk about athletes with points to prove.
I mean, Amy was the best performer of any athlete in the World Fitness Project season last year when it came to the 3 running tests that were included across all 3 tour stops. Her trajectory, as you mentioned, Jeremy, just continues to climb. And I think really everyone's excited to see where that peak can truly grow to.
Solberg down to the bottom of your screen in all black, looking good with her overhead squats with Amy Kringle. She didn't move her knee sleeves up. Whether or not she's saving those for later rounds, I'm not sure. Maybe just an oversight.
she might just have it there just in case. But honestly, in a competition like this, she might just be hustling to continue to move and completely forget about it.
I mean, that was almost a full-on run back to the barbell. There was no question about Amy's intentions there with that transition.
The WFP app is your all-in-one hub for everything World Fitness Projects, update, schedules and announcements all in one place. Download the WFP app now on the App Store or scan that QR code on your screen. Kringle, definitely not messing around. And speaking to her yesterday, very relaxed, very calm. No real anxiety or tension, which is a good thing, obviously, going into competition. Did you find that when you were going to certain competitions, your anxiety would peak more than others?
Yeah, I think for sure on like competitions that matter more to you, you're going to be more nervous. And I think nerves can be good and they can be bad. And I think it's just challenging them in a way and phrasing them to yourself in a way that they're there because it matters to you, and that's okay.
Sydney Wells continues. We caught up with Amy Kringle during the week. This is what she had to say.
Workout number 1. So I haven't actually practiced the whole thing. My coach and I have done like intervals of it. Normally we do practice most workouts, but it's quite a lot on my wrist. So yeah, I love toes to bar, I love running, so I just need to tackle the overhead squats. So need to get through them. I know I can do it unbroken, so that will be the goal, and if I do, I will be very happy with that. So toes to bar fast, run faster, and then see if I can hold on to this barbell. That'd be great.
Young lady from the Isle of Man. Let's hear more from Lauren Smith.
Cheers, guys. I've just been chatting to Will Kane, who is Amy's training partner / coach, and they're comparing Ella and Amy over the last 2 heats. So Ella was in fact 45 seconds longer on her second round than her first. She had an incredibly quick first round. Amy has not done that. She's been way more consistent through, but it's just really interesting seeing the balance of how these two ladies are comparing against each other. But Amy looking super consistent right now and hopefully about to take on her current teammate to the finish line.
Thank you, Lauren. And the battle continues. This is the final heats of Pro 1. We're going to take a break shortly after this, get back to our OTP crew at the desk, and then get back to team competition. But it is everything on the line, and all these ladies wanting to start off the first tour stop with a great Pro 1 finish. Kringle in front, Sydney Wells, Andrea Solberg just to the back left of screen, and Laura Horvath as well.
You see how wide Amy's grip is. I mean, juxtapose that with Andrea Solberg right there, almost directly overhead in a jerk position. You heard Amy in her pregame discussion of this workout mention the wrist, right? Well, the wider you go there, the sharper angle that wrist is going to have to sit at under tension with the overhead squat. So her hand positioning is only going to add more stress and tension.
It would benefit Amy massively if she could hold that narrow grip like we see Andrea Solberg doing. But we've also seen in previous years, she really does struggle with her overhead mobility. So whether it was single arm dumbbell overhead squat, she needs to rotate a lot to really get that depth with that arm overhead. Whereas Andrea can just get that directly as the narrowest grip we've seen so far, but is so beneficial for the grip and for the overhead stability, just pressing up into that bar.
Solberg continues. Wells, Kringle, Horvath, and Emily Rolfe. Don't forget about her all the way down there in lane number 10. Kringle, 15 seconds quicker than Ella Wilkinson. You go into a workout and you know the time to beat, you know the splits to beat. Is that your focus? Do you want to come away with a win on every single one, or do you want to stay consistent?
No, it's very hard to be that aware constantly, because if you're worrying about the time and your pacing and your workout and the competitors around you, at least for me, I think it's good to be aware of what the time is that you're trying to beat. But when you go onto the floor, you're not going to be thinking of it until when you're on the run on the 4th round. I think you need to check the clock, see, can you get in under that time? Are you close to that time? Do you need to take a risk or not? So yes, be aware of it, forget it until you're kind of in that, you're close to finishing the workout.
I'm learning so much today.
You'll be on the floor next year, Jeremy.
No, I will not. As Danielle described us, we're old people.
Old people.
That's why we sit up here. Kringle, Solberg currently leading, but it's going to be a tight race. Laura and Emily Rolfe in there as well. Sydney Wells in the orange and black. She's in lane number 3. Kringle. Determination on the face. And just ahead of the split times currently from Ella Wilkinson. End of this round for Ella Wilkinson was 12:44. We know Andrea is going to do very well with some handstand pirouetting coming up. But first, get through our first workout of our first day. Wait for some judges' hands. Kringle's judge signifying she is next closest. Keep your eyes on lane number 2 with Andrea Solberg as well. Solberg's judge, hand in the air. Your top 2, still your top 2. The battle for 3rd continuing. Taking probably just enough time to settle herself. Sydney Wells, judge hand in the air, as is Laura Horvath. Solberg to work. That narrow grip continuing. Sydney Wells.
And you look at the confidence that being able to go narrow gives Andrea Solberg in terms of how she approaches the bar. For the other athletes like Amy that have to do that wider grip, they're making sure they take that extra second to set up, and because they know they're going to have to be in a little bit more precarious receiving position for the bar. Andrea just walked right up, hands on the bar, lift, pull, let's go.
She can be a little more reckless, both on the run and getting the bar overhead.
Wells getting to the barbell 3rd. Horvath squatting fast. Emily Rolfe down there in lane number 10. Don't forget about her. Lydia Fish ticking away on that 3rd round. Laura finishing 3rd. Lydia Fish now jumping into 4th.
Yeah, Lydia Fish made a huge move on that last round.
Was very impressed with Lydia Fish's 2025.
Very much a breakthrough year.
Yeah, she might have been one of the athletes that kind of had the biggest breakthrough performance of any female athlete in 2025.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah, and you know, coming off a slightly disappointing weekend last weekend, just missing out in competition.
Believe by a point.
Yeah.
1 point.
We're missing the fish heads.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure they'll be here this weekend.
There's got to be one at least. We'll go and find it. Kringle, the 100 toe to bar completes. Good move between.
If I'm the other girls, you do not want to see Amy get to the runner first.
Both her and Andrea really pushing that transition. No hesitation right up onto the runner.
I want to say Andrea is one of the athletes too that really made a name for herself last year, solidifying herself as one of the best. So I think something to kind of take note of too is how much have these athletes been competing. And looking at Olivia Kerstedter's her 3rd weekend in a row competing, which is you think about the travel, you think about the lack of training, you think about the adrenaline dump, you think about the accumulation of volume, and is that in play that she's sitting at the bottom of this heat? She has overall been looking very good last season and this season, but is she feeling somewhat taxed?
It certainly pays to be 20 years old at that point. I'll say that.
But how much is too much? Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to know until you hit that, right? Because, I mean, in so many instances, these women can be, you know, just superb in their physical abilities that sometimes the mind is a little bit stronger than the body, and you can push just a little bit too far.
Kringle still leading. Andrea Solberg not too far behind. In 3rd is Laura Horvath, and Lydia Fish jumping into that 4th position.
And the question is she going to do what she said she wanted to do? Can she go unbroken?
17:42, the time to beat. Under 2 minutes. Kringle No doubting she would have put a little bit more into this final run. Solberg now, the judge's hand in the air, but it is going to be Kringle to get off first. What has Lydia Fish done in this fourth round to put herself in a position? Laura Horvath is coming, but Kringle hasn't got time to mess around. Andrea Solberg not too far away. Lydia Fish now.
Ooh, look at the transition from Andrea, much faster. No room for error here for Amy Kringle.
This is going to be a tight one.
Wow, impressive by Andrea.
Hard to see from the forward-facing angle, but Amy's torso starting to cant forward just a little bit more. That puts more stress on the upper body in the shoulder position.
We'll have a look for some judges' hand in the air shortly. Lydia Fish picking the bar up. Andrea Solberg.
Still looking very strong.
She's going to get this done. Andrea, she is moving faster. The last 2 reps, Andrea Solberg. One more. Amy Kringle with one. The sprint to the finish. Amy Kringle, Andrea Solberg. Come on.
We're going to need a replay of that one.
Looks like it's going to be Amy just. Laura in third. Lydia Fish moving quick. She is done. Good result from Lydia.
I don't know how conscious that was.
Lydia Fish, the 4th fastest time.
That heat was blazing. But going with 2 reps remaining, with 3 reps remaining, Andrea Solberg was ahead. Andrea had a quick foot shuffle at the top with 2 reps remaining. Amy went for it, immediately dove back down into that last rep, just the littlest of margins.
That's all it's got to be.
That's just fantastic.
But important for Lydia Fish to jump underneath the time from Ella Wilkinson as well. What a good charge in those last 2 rounds.
As an athlete, those are the greatest moments out in the field. When you're in a competition so tight and literally the split second matters.
And that's one of those situations where it pays to be in the top heat. I think Ella had been right there with those other women. Might have given her a different type of push.
Emma Tall up next. Ariel Lowen won't be far behind, nor will Sydney Mikulishin. Ariel Lowen all done. Just on 19 minutes. Let's hope the races are like that all weekend, please.
Yep, we'll take some more of that.
Mikulishin final rep, all done. Kerstetter, 1 to go. Very quick on those overhead squats. And the youngster finishing up with 30 seconds left on our time cap. But Kringle had to empty the tank and did.
And that's just another gear of competitiveness that we're seeing from Amy as she has kind of risen through the ranks here in the women's division. You know, that comes from being comfortable just in the pocket there with some of those races that you see from some of the top women when you're really pushing the margins of performance here on the competition floor. And, you know, Amy was out front fairly early on. It was her, Andrea Solberg. Laura Horvath was in the mix. We got a good push from Lydia Fish. And going into that last round, it was all going to come down to how could she hold onto the overhead squats in that race between her and Andrea Solberg. That was just phenomenal. Amy Kringle just edges her out to the finish line.
What a finish we did have to our 5th and final heat of our ladies. And our winner standing by with Lauren Smith.
Amy, you just said you weren't expecting that to be that bad. When you read that, did you just think that was going to be a walk in the park?
Maybe because I didn't test the whole thing. I just did like 4 sets of toes to bar run, overhead squats, so I know it was that fatiguing. But yeah, whoever wants to try that and have a really nice time, then go ahead.
You don't recommend. Look, that sprint to the finish line was something else. It gave you no room for error on those overhead squats. How much confidence do you now have in your wrist that it can be sustained over those kind of efforts?
Yeah, so last time in December, I was struggling with a nagging wrist, so I treated it all over Christmas and the New Year, and I can now do the movement without pain, so that's a win. It's not the prettiest, but still it's a win. So yeah, the way I'm able to train now, doing that movement, makes me happy. Yeah, I just need to fix the position now. One thing after the next.
Look, off the back of last year, you missed out on taking the title by a tie break. How much fire does that give you coming into a new season of the World Fitness Tour, plus opening in London?
Yeah, well, the first tour, the second tour, I took the win on the first one, so I need to make it a thing. That's why I did that little sprint finish. But yeah, I just need to make sure that doesn't happen again. No tie breaks.
Kringle's coming.
Yeah, hopefully. Maybe like that every time.
Amazing workout there. Go get some rest.
Yeah, I'll see you at 7 p.m.
Thank you, Lauren, and great finish from Amy Kringle. And our heat results, Kringle, it was close. That's how close it was.
A little bit of deja vu. The first season of World Fitness Project started with an Amy Kringle win in tour stop number 1. Year 2, first tour stop, another Amy Kringle win.
The thing that doesn't surprise me there is that she's been so consistent and really coming in and solidifying herself not only as one of the best, but truly as a top contender every single time.
Yeah, and you even just the change in mindset, right? You heard her down there in the interview. Hey, not going to try and leave it up to a tie break this time. I feel like maybe a year ago, 2 years ago, you might have been a little bit less confident in her presentation of that, and it seems like she's starting to hit in the overdrive mode where, eyes down, head forward, let's go for it.
Some impressive performances in that one, especially Lydia Fish coming back late, but Bergros Bjornsdotter, hey, she was top.
She was up there.
She was way up. She was way up.
You were right.
She wasn't top 3, but she was in contention. But what a performance from her.
Incredible performance. Also, just to see that this typically has not been in her wheelhouse. And in her interview, you saw how happy she was, saying she's basically done nothing else but running for 2 to 3 years. I'm sure that's an exaggeration, but she truly has been running so much. And to have that pay off and to have her kind of debut here be so great, I'm sure she's very excited.
Oh, for sure. And that's probably going to wrap it up for us here. We're going to throw it over to the On the Pulse team at the desk right now, and we're going to be back later on with our Elite 2 workout, which is coming here from the drum sheds. And what a morning it's been, but we'll be back here very soon. On the Pulse, Derek and the team.
It all began with a jump rope in 2015. It was tangled, plastic, and poorly adjusted. We knew we could do better, and so we did. We built our first prototype by hand. It worked. It made a difference. Our first double unders made a big impact. We felt the joy of success for the first time, and it felt magical. From there, our mission became clear: to facilitate the joy of success for athletes around the globe. Since then, we've focused on one thing: improving what others overlook. Engineering and innovation are our tools.
Victorious. In this day and age, I got time for innovation, time to be creative, time too big to waste all my time on critics hating, flattered by your opinions to show you I'll just embrace it. Now watch a early sunrise up, no daylight savings, go nuts when I have to. Glaze back my sound in this beats on the house that we dreaming. Watch me way back up in the castle, my thoughts are distorted. Cause I recall guys were hating uncommonly, all of them became common denominators. Hold up.
It all began with a jump rope in 2015. It was tangled, plastic, and poorly adjusted. We knew we could do better, and so we did. We built our first prototype by hand. It worked. It made a difference. Our first double unders made a big impact. We felt the joy of success for the first time, and it felt magical. From there, our mission became clear: to facilitate the joy of success for athletes around the globe. Since then, we've focused on one thing: improving what others overlook. Engineering and innovation are our tools.
Morning.
You ready?
Couldn't bet to be abroad, there's no more connect. See you, we just rewatch the slide.
Are you ready? Come on.
Of America, the World Fitness Project is finally here in Indianapolis. Welcome to Grand Park Sports Campus.
Welcome back into On the Pulse here in London, England. We are at Drum Sheds in Stratford, and we couldn't have asked for a better finish to London Pro 1. On the women's side of things, we had a race that finished at the wire. Gotta love it. And then on the men's side of things, well, we had a little bit of a surprise with our winner. I'm Derek Forrest, left to right. We got Annie Thorisdottir, we got Pip Malone, and we've got Ed Haynes to break it all down. Just instant reaction from what we saw, Annie.
I think it was exactly what we wanted to see. We wanted to see a fight to the end. We wanted to see the leaderboard changing right on those final overhead squats. We never want to see anyone failing any reps, but it did end up happening, and seeing that change, shift, and how important it is no matter where you are, like what heat you're in, we're seeing it matters that you push all the way to the finish, like we always know. But I think this was the perfect start to Tour Stop 1.
I have to agree with you, Annie, and I think for a first workout of the weekend as well, there was so much carnage on that competition floor and across the finish line. It was a very, very grippy workout, and not to get ahead of myself, but I'm really interested to see how that's going to play out this evening with what's to come.
I mean, Annie, you talked about pacing being such a massive part to this first event. It's our longest event of the whole weekend, 20-minute time cap. And Amy, there in the final heat, is the only athlete to have won round one and also won the workout. It's what we saw in, in the men's division, just these kind of constant battles and changing of the baton between leaders, second and third, and some sneaky people just coming in the last, in the final clutch seconds of workouts and taking the heat wins.
That is probably one of the hardest thing to do in a workout like this. And I think that comes also with experience, but you have to have so much trust and patience in yourself to be able to not get carried a little bit too far ahead. So I think, like you said, like the pacing mattered so much here. It's the first workout, so you have the adrenaline going, and you get on the treadmill, it's going to feel a little bit lighter. You're going to go a little bit faster than you did in training, but then you need to make sure that you're backing off the right amount.
Annie, can I ask you a question? As someone who's competed in the sport for so long, do you prefer being the person out in front and staying in front, or do you prefer to be the person chasing down the person in front of you?
I'm the go out in front, stay in front kind of person, which is why me and Kat worked so well together, because she's more of like, she likes catching, like gripping and getting on you. So it was always like I went out hot, and then we saw if she would have enough time to catch me or not.
Love it.
Before we dig deeper into the workout, I just want to ask you this, because you guys mentioned pacing beforehand. You're mentioning pacing now. Where do you think was the biggest separator? Was it the bike? Or excuse me, yeah, was it the bike or was it the run? Excuse me, was it the runner or was it the overhead squats?
It depended on the person. That's why I think this was a really well-balanced workout. You had the best runners, the best in it, as long as they were able to move the bar properly. So obviously, if you struggle with a bar, that is going to be the separator. But we started seeing with the treadmill, it was the run ended up being a very big factor in this.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think time spent of the three movements, most time was spent on the runner. And it's deceptive. As a spectator, you can't really see too much in terms of, there could be just minute differences in terms of pacing, but over the 4 rounds, that really adds up to be a big separator. And I think a lot of us just see the overhead squat being a separator. We're looking at like, cycle speed, did they break? But, for the top heats in the men and women, everyone's gone unbroken. So breaking of the overhead squats is not a determining factor as to how fast you're going to go. It's how much of a buffer can you create for yourself when you get to that final bar, which is then going to dictate the final finishing position.
But that also meant that we saw so many lead changes, because you had the good runners, and then you had the people that the run just at the pace they could, and then they ran to the bar, picked it up, and just repped it out.
Love it.
All right, so let's start by talking about the men, okay? We saw Anil Akai ends up taking the event win, which was a little bit of a surprise, but I talked to him in the lobby last night, and he says in 5 years, he wants to be atop the sport. How about we just why don't we just get started a little early, shall we? And he takes the event win here on the men's side of things. We'll also take a look at the standings while we talk about the men as well, but he obviously took the event win. We saw a heat win from Noah Wilson in the first heat. Quinn Robinson takes the second heat. Georgos Karavis takes the third heat. And Ty Jenkins took the fourth heat. He ended up finishing 4th overall. But what did we see from the men's competition?
Yeah, Anil Akai, he's been in the sport for a while now. I loved watching him recently on YouTube talking about his just approach to the fact that he can now be a professional. And he's taking it seriously. He knows what it means and what it takes to be a pro in any sport. And you can just see he's just got the right mindset. There's not many people who have that delayed gratification to take a 5-year approach to how they want to attack their career. But him locking in his very first ever World Fitness Project win on to a stop 1, event 1, is very cool to see.
We saw the top 5 there for a second. Roman Krinikov ended up finishing 2nd. For someone like Anil to beat Roman in that heat, pretty much working side by side, they weren't right next to each other, but what does that say for Anil to beat someone like Roman as well?
I think it says a lot about the sort of competitor he is, because Roman is one of the fiercest competitors out there. I mean, you saw him start that workout. He came out hot, which is what we thought he was going to do. And Anil matched him and managed to overtake. So I think that really sets the tone for the weekend for what we're going to see from him.
Yeah, I think, you know, when you take down, and this is not a one-on-one competition, right? You've got 50 men, 50 women all competing, but, you know, as a younger athlete who's, you know, maybe sitting mid-table most of the time, you know, wanting to be at the top, when you take down big names, you know, at the start of a workout and you scalp in those victories, massive confidence builders that, you know, he's going to take into the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, we talk about how big 100 points is for this competition, especially with the new scoring. Some of the other people we talked about this morning, Ty Jenkins, he ends up finishing 4th, the youngster. What do we like about him today?
Well, I think it was great for him to actually have Chris Ibarra there pushing in the end. Ty was a stronger runner, and then Chris went on the overhead squat. And I think because they had that race, they both ended up finishing, 4th and 6th place in that workout. Obviously, this is a great start for Ty. I think he knew he was going to do good on that run. I think he was expecting the overhead squat to be even easier, but he ended up managing to finish it strong.
Yeah, I mean, he moves so well with that barbell, the overhead squatting position. He just, you know, I'm always looking, I don't know if you guys do this as well, but you're kind of trying to read the athletes and like, who's going to drop off, who's going to maintain it. One thing I always look at is like body language, facial expressions, like is there grimacing, you know, is the bar shaking, are the arms wobbling? He just looked really solid. You could just kind of tell after round 2, he's got a plan, he's executing the plan, and he's probably going to do just fine.
I think it was just frustration that maybe as soon as you see the person next to you that is like a little bit shorter, moving faster, narrower grip, you're like, I at least know that feeling. You're like, my God, just stay calm, do your thing, and you'll take it on the next station.
Yeah. Pip, you were following the challengers for a little bit, but also earlier this morning you were mentioning the Greek contingent, and we saw Yorgos Karavis end up finishing 5th overall in this one, taking his heat. What'd you see from him and, you know, guys like Quinn Robinson as well, who won his heat?
Oh, I saw a whole lot of composure and experience from Yorgos. He was very impressive. He was one of my favourites to watch in that workout. Just stuck to his pace and his game. And you could see that, you know, the strain on those overhead squats at the end of each round. But he was never going to put that barbell down because he knew what was at stake. So a top 5 finish for him is going to mean the world. Another one, though, Quinn Robinson. If you were watching along, he was on his way to have a very, very fast time, if not one of the fastest times. And I won't quote the actual times because I don't have it on paper, but he had a very unfortunate barbell drop at around the 6:30 mark. And it took about 30 to 40 seconds for him to be able to get it back overhead. So still a top 10 finish for him, but I'm sure he would have been disappointed with that.
Yeah, I mean, when you see that, it's like almost the perfect pacing plan. You know, he was literally 1 rep away, I believe it was. So, you know, had he been able to hold on for 5 seconds, it would have been an awesome time. So I'm sure, like, we've all been there as athletes, but it's easy to beat yourself up there, but it was also so close to being, you know, the most perfectly executed strategy.
On the women's side of things, let's talk about them for a little bit. We obviously saw a really tight race there in the last heat, and that was Amy Kringle and Andrea Solberg going toe-to-toe, essentially. 0.7 of a second unofficially was the difference between those two. Amy Kringle at 17:23.1, Solberg at 17:23.8 for Amy to get that win. We talked about Amy having confidence after going toe-to-toe with Laura Horvath last year and finishing in 2nd place, and she comes out with an event win here. It's a good start for her.
What a way to start. Like you said, Amy managing to win this workout, and I know that we knew she's a solid runner. You did call it such a good runner. She is so good on the toes to bar. That was also a separator for her on this workout. And then it was the overhead squat, and her goal was just to be able to go unbroken on the overhead squats, and she would be happy. She did that. I think she can be very, very happy. Andrea Solberg, she did have a maybe more comfortable overhead position, same as we saw with Chris Ibarra, that like more narrower grip. But she was close to catching her, but I'm happy for Amy that she managed to stick it out. Also with that wrist injury going in, I don't think she needs to worry about that anymore.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the team caught up with her and asked her, you know, what have you been working on in this off-season? We talked about it before, you know, what have the athletes been doing in the off-season? Are we going to see new versions of these people? And she is very honest about the areas of her game that she wants to work on. She wants to work on her overhead mobility. You know, she got She found out, the dumbbell overhead squats, in the finals last year really exposed an opportunity for her to improve. And so she's been working hard on that. She's been working hard on Olympic lifts, and she's been working hard on squatting and hinging. So literally, all those things came in to the kind of question mark movement for her in this workout, which was the overhead squats. And doing 4 sets of 15 unbroken, she said she was really happy that she was able to do that, and so she should be.
I think she made a statement with that workout win. I think any doubt that anybody had about areas that she has been weaker in, she's shown that she's been doing the work. Yeah. And I think everybody needs to be afraid.
Yeah, and we saw Laura Horvath, she finished in 3rd, so she's right there in good position for the weekend as well. But we were talking about some youngsters earlier, or some up-and-coming names. One, the challenger winner, Leah Storen, coming into the event. She ends up winning her heat. She finished with a time of 19 minutes total. But what did we see from her? And then we saw someone spending their first time out of the U.S. in Blair Cheney, who wins her heat, and had a little fun and said the best part of her trip so far was hearing the English speak. But,
Well, like you said, I think this was a phenomenal start for some of those challengers coming in. Like Bergros, I actually have known her for a few years. She's competed as a teen at the games, and now having a 6th place finish in a workout that has running in it, that is phenomenal for her. She has been working so hard on her running for like 2 years. But lately, I think she's running like multiple times a week, and she hasn't really had that breakthrough in a live competition like this before. So she can be very proud of that. And then 2nd place finisher in the challenger is Astrid. She looked really good on the floor, and she did tell me going into this competition that she wanted a top 10 finish.
I really enjoyed the little battle that was going on between Leah and Andra. Coming in is obviously ranked 1 and 2 from the qualifier, and then coming out straight away in workout 1, and just the battle between the two of them, proving that their performances with the online qualifiers, how strong they are.
All right, so you had something, Annie?
I just have to mention Hannah Black. She finished 11th place in the run workout. Like, she must be so stoked. We know that she's been working hard on her weaknesses, and you talked about her earlier as well. And I know that she has like notes on her phone where she writes down negative comments that people say and negative things about her training and uses this as a fuel. I think that's always been my best fuel. But it seems it's working. She made a statement with finishing 11th place here.
It's always cool when you're an athlete who has something that is such a standout advantage. And in her case, weightlifted for Team USA. She's been weightlifting her whole life. That's actually what brought her to CrossFit in the first place. And this is very reminiscent of like Matt Fraser and his journey, when you got something that's so good and you can afford to almost step away from that thing completely. And she's like, I never weightlift anymore. And this was still, there was a weightlifting element in this workout, that still, was a big contributing factor, but she's been working really hard on her engine. And as you said, that was a massive separator in this workout. And, she's clearly retained enough strength to still be really competitive with moderate to mod heavy loads.
I'm told that we have the women's standings after the first event, so we can take a look at that. But I also want to point out something we talked about at the beginning of the day as well. Right now, obviously, Amy Kringle sitting atop the leaderboard right now with 100 points, followed by Andrea Solberg, Laura Horvath, Lydia Fish, Ella Wilkinson. But we're seeing names like Bergros, Bjornsdottir, Var Thurman Moe, Astrid Trend, some challengers in the top 10, which is different from how we started last year because, again, points were different, all workouts were different, etc. Now we're seeing a situation where challengers now immediately can make an impact on this leaderboard.
Absolutely, and that should scare some of the pros. Obviously, it's a game and it's a long one. It's one event out of multiple events this season. But some of the pros that are maybe finishing lower than expected, like on the male side, we had James Sprague. Maybe it's a jet lag that's hitting him, or I know he was competing last weekend. I don't think he needs to be afraid, but every single event, you're losing points, and challengers might be grabbing onto those points that you're losing.
The mental component really does come in there, because it's really going to rattle some cages of our signed pros where, you know, their card might be at risk for some of these challenges coming through. So how well are they going to handle the pressure? We're going to see.
All right. I just want to bring up something really quickly because it was on my mind. We talk about Pat Vellner potentially being his final ride. Is it just like a mental thing now with this first workout? I said Will Morad could have given him a break and programmed something that he would have. That first workout, it seems like every weekend. Does it just get in your head?
I don't know, buddy. I was hoping he would have a breakthrough, have a good first event before he finishes this year.
I mean, you said it though. He's no stranger to being in this position. He seems to do it a lot of the time. Maybe this is just his thing. He likes slow starts and like climbing with momentum. You know, he's obviously such a well-rounded athlete. But we have seen over the years, overhead style movements can sometimes be a crutch. And again, he was one of those. It was just so close. It was like,
close.
Wobbling on just a couple of reps. Had he been able to hold on, there would have been a totally different score on the leaderboard. And just very different after that first workout.
All right, let's take a look at the schedule for the rest of the day. We still have one more event on the individual side of things, but the teams are still going to go later this afternoon as well. You see it right there. We're going to be joining you in a little bit to preview Pro 2 here in London as well. But we got 100 more points left on the table for the individual side of things. It's still very early on, so the leaderboard's going to change a ton throughout the course of the weekend. But what an exciting start to the day so far in terms of competition. But we are going to wrap it up for now. We're going to come back in just a little bit, and we're going to preview London Pro 2. So for Ed Haynes, Pip Malone, Annie Thorisdottir, I'm Derek Forrest. We will see you in just a little bit.
It all began with a jump rope in 2015. It was tangled, plastic, and poorly adjusted. We knew we could do better, and so we did. We built our first prototype by hand. It worked. It made a difference. Our first double unders made a big impact. We felt the joy of success for the first time, and it felt magical. From there, our mission became clear: to facilitate the joy of success for athletes around the globe. Since then, we've focused on one thing: improving what others overlook. Engineering and innovation are our tools.
Morning. You ready?
Couldn't bet to be a bride no more disconnect. See you in just we watch this slide.
Are you ready? Come on.
Of America, the World Fitness Project is finally here in Indianapolis. Welcome, Grand Park Sports Campus.
It all began with a jump rope in 2015. It was tangled, plastic, and poorly adjusted. We knew we could do better, and so we did. We built our first prototype by hand. It worked. It made a difference. Our first double unders made a big impact. We felt the joy of success for the first time, and it felt magical. From there, our mission became clear: to facilitate the joy of success for athletes around the globe. Since then, we've focused on one thing: improving what others overlook. Engineering and innovation are our tools.
Morning. You ready?
Couldn't bet to be a bride no more disconnect. See you in just we watch the sky.
Are you ready? Come on.
Of America, the World Fitness Project is finally here in Indianapolis. Welcome, Grand Park Sports Campus.
Welcome back into On the Pulse here in London, England, the site of Tour Stop 1, Season 2. The first workout's in the books. The second workout for the individuals is coming up, so we're going to take a look at that in just a little bit. I'm Derek Forrest. Left to right, we've got Annie Thorisdottir, Pip Malone, and Ed Haynes. We've got a lot of skill in this workout. We've got legless rope climbs, we've got pirouettes, we've got a lot of stuff. What are we looking at in this one? What movement should we be worried about when it comes to these athletes?
Well, like you said, this is maybe a little bit different workout from the first one. Here, it's more skill, it's more stamina, more localized muscle fatigue that you're going to be getting versus that high heart rate. We have 240 weighted double unders. That's a significant part of this workout. We have 9 handstand walk pirouettes, so a high skill movement, and we have short rope climbs. And I do think that the short rope climbs is going to be somewhat of a bottleneck for some of these athletes.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how workout one's fatigue on the shoulders and the grip is going to play out on this workout, because more shoulders, a lot of shoulders, and more grip. It's going to be really interesting, especially on the men's side. But on the women's side, I'm really interested to see how the rope climbs is going to affect the results.
And I think fans who followed along from last year, we're going to recognize these movements. I was chatting to Will Morad, during the last event, and kind of just picking his brains into like, how do you think about programming? How far ahead are you programming this stuff? And one of the things he really wants to incorporate into the World Fitness Project is similarities season on season and similarities workout to workout, so that the athletes can start to figure out and they can kind of start to expect what to see, and that can then inform their training process. And so when we break this workout down in just a second, the movements we've seen before, but the format and the density of the work is very, very different. And I think we might see some very different winners in the workout.
Yeah, Will said no repeats yet, but we do see something similar in London Pro 2. But we want to take a look at the schedule for the rest of the day. Don't forget, we still have a teams competition that is going on. We're going to be taking a look at that in just a few minutes. We're also going to follow up with London Pro 2 as well, and then we'll kind of wrap things up towards the end of the day. But we've kind of teased the workout a little bit, so let's now look at the workout. Here is London Pro 2.
London Pro 2 is presented by Velitas. Athletes will begin with 8 or 6 rope climbs on the short ropes. Continue with 27 meters of handstand walking with pirouettes. They then complete 120 weighted double unders, 27 more meters of handstand walking with pirouettes. Another set of 8 or 6 rope climbs on the short ropes. A final 27 meters of handstand walking with pirouettes. And a second set of 120 weighted double unders before crossing the finish line. There is a 13-minute time cap for London Pro 2.
All right, so there's London Pro 2, and obviously we were talking about how much this is a highly skilled workout, but Ed, you were breaking down some tape, and we're really going to learn that efficiency is going to matter in this workout for these athletes.
Yeah, so when we talk about efficiency, we are talking about an athlete who moves efficiently is spending less energy per repetition per movement. And every single workout, the athlete who's spending less energy per movement ultimately wins. They're being more efficient with their time, being more efficient with their energy. So when we look at these movements, first movement is the legless rope climb. So we're going to actually look at some footage from the World Fitness Finals 2025, Laura Horvath, who did really well in the short rope climb workout. And in this video, we actually have her doing 2 rope climbs. Now, she's doing these 2 rope climbs in succession, but you're going to see 2 different things. First one is when she jumps up, you're going to see 3 legless pulls. 1, 2, 3. The legs clamp, she goes up and touches. Now, what we also see her do later in the workout is she actually jumps up and does 2 legless pulls followed by the clamp. So which one is more efficient? Well, when we think about it, the athlete who can do less strict pulling, get the feet on the rope faster, is winning because they're saving energy in the arms, and over 8 and 6 reps that really builds up, and they're utilizing the legs in the stand. It's also going to speed up the descent because when they drop down from the rope, the feet are already closer to the floor. And that really does add up. We're talking seconds per repetitions, but 16 for men, 12 for women. Those seconds add up to quite a significant amount. Then the next thing is a handstand pirouette. So what we see here, we've got Janie Chevary last year. She was really efficient in the women's division, and what we see here is a 5-step turn. So hand placement 5 times before she gets moving forward again. Now, looks pretty efficient, but one thing you're seeing here, she actually kind of stops on a dime, does the turn, and then continues into walk. Now look at Tola here. He's doing what we call a 4-step turn, but you'll see a big difference here is that momentum is continuing to move forward all the time. We're not stopping turning, he's just continuously flowing forward. Now, Annie's going to talk about this a little bit later, but we have some athletes in the field today who have progressed the pirouette even further to the 3-step turn. So I'm really excited to see how that plays out. Of course, we've got double unders as well. That's massive. A lot of us are very familiar with the double under. A lot of us do it in this sport, but we've got a weighted rope here, more fatigue in the shoulders. We want to see the hands in as close as possible to the body, as much wrist movement and as short a jump as possible.
I think that's one of the things, all of these things just made so much sense, especially if you look at the big picture of the workout. You have the legless rope climb, so that's pulling, but it's grip. You're hanging on, so trying to use your legs as much as you can. Then you have the handstand walk, and at least for me as an athlete, it was so important on my grip. Like when it was long time on your hands, your grip fatigues, and keeping the balance now with the pirouettes, your grip is going to fatigue. And then you go to weighted double unders, and the weight is going to matter here. Efficiency, that's what makes this sport so exciting. You can always get better. And if you're not efficient enough on those double unders, if the circle starts becoming bigger and bigger with your hands, your bicep, your grip, everything is going to burn out, and everything is going to have that chain reaction effect on the event.
You raised such a good point there with the grip, because no one really thinks about handstand walks being, a grip impactor. And I think speaking to a lot of the athletes after workout 1, grip was massive. The toes to bar, holding onto your bear squat for a long time. We just talked about shoulders. Shoulders are going to be at play here as well, but it's shoulder and grip in both workouts.
Absolutely.
I got to follow up about the double unders, and can I borrow your mic for a second? Can I borrow your mic?
Oh.
Yeah. So if this is the jump rope, typically we're holding the jump rope this way and we're doing double unders. We're going to see a lot of athletes flip it and do double unders this way because of the heavy rope. What's the efficiency or lack of efficiency on either method?
I mean, I'll just say one thing. When it comes to efficiency of movement, if you only have one way to do every movement, you are at a disadvantage relative to the athlete who has multiple ways. Because there isn't necessarily a right or wrong way to do it, but it could just be about saving grip. You know, using a stronger grip on the handles, especially because they're weighted, they're heavier, which might preserve more grip for handstand walking and rope climbs. I mean, Annie, have you got any thoughts you'd like to add to that?
Well, I would just say, like you said, it makes a difference having somewhere to go.
Yeah.
If things starts breaking down in the workout, having somewhere to go, some safety. So I personally have never tried this one, so I'm not gonna give an opinion on if it's great or not, but I definitely felt a difference, just like making sure that your hand positioning is closer to the handle or like to the rope, versus when you start, and we might start seeing that when the athletes start fatiguing, they're gonna start like gripping the rope, then you know they're gonna start struggling, and then it might be smart to be able to move into this position.
So Pip, when we start to look at athletes on the women's side of things, who are you going to be watching and who do you think can excel in this workout?
I think we have to mention Amy Kringle for obvious reasons that we've seen her double unders. They are unreal. She's very, very strong on the double under. And we were just talking about efficiency on the double under, but accuracy really comes into it too. So for an athlete like Amy, she is going to be at an advantage having really strong weighted double unders. Accuracy and missing reps is not going to be as much of a problem for her as it might be for other athletes once fatigue sets in.
I have a feeling we're going to see a fight between Amy and Laura in this workout. I think it's going to move around a little bit who's in the lead when, because like you said, Amy, she's so efficient on her double unders, and if we just look at an event from last season, we had those heavy double unders and then finished with the pull-ups, and Amy was faster getting to the pull-ups, but then it came down to, in my opinion, grip and pull, and Laura just pulled ahead by being able to do so many unbroken. Other athletes we have to kind of keep an eye on, and that had a great start to this competition too, is Andrea Solberg and Leah Sturin. They are by far the best on the field on their hands. They're incredible handstand walkers, but they have not had a great finish, or some of their worst finishes have been on rope climb events in the past year. So now having their best and potentially closer to worst movements coupled together, it'll be very interesting to see how that's going to play out.
Annie, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
In the women's race, what do you think of the three movements is going to be the biggest separator?
Obviously, as long as you're able to do the handstand walk pirouettes, you're able to do the double unders, I am going to say it's going to be the legless rope climb, because the person that's able to do legless rope climb or the rope climb, go down, short break, jump up, versus we're going to see some athletes that are going to have to do intentional breaks, break for 10 seconds, 15, 20 even. So the rope climb on the female side, I believe, is going to be the separator.
I agree.
All right, we're going to switch to the men's side. I'm going to start with you, Ed. You were already talking about Tola earlier today. Is that a guy that you're going to be watching as well?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when I look at all three movements, he's actually one of the taller athletes in the field, and you know, the men and women, we're climbing the same rope. And if you are a taller athlete, you do have a massive advantage. Not only have you got that jump, you know, you're eating up more of the rope in that first one, but also locking in the feet, you know, one stand and you could be touching. So again, going back to efficiency, taller athletes do well. We've seen him in the handstand walk. He's super proficient on his hands. I was obviously picking Annie's brain a bit. You know, you guys, you know, train together, compete together a lot, and she's like, yeah, he's going to be pretty good at this one. And then, you know, looking at his double unders, you know, he may not be the guy you always look at when it comes to, you know, aerobic workouts, but he's efficient. He's got really good hand position on the double unders. He's got a really relaxed jump. You know, the feet are hanging at the top. So you combine all these three movements together, a lot of local muscle endurance. I think he's going to do really well.
Pip, who else in the field should people be watching during this workout?
Tudor Magda is definitely one to be watching. I think just the speed alone that he has on the handstand walks and also on the double unders, even though we're adding weight and adding the pirouette, I don't think it's really going to matter. I think athletes that are already high skilled at these movements are going to excel.
I agree with you. And I think we also need to just, like, we haven't talked a lot about him, but Nick Matthews has incredible shoulder stamina. So if we think about this as shoulder stamina event as well, I believe he's going to do great in it. And one person we have not talked about at all is James Sprake in this event. I really hope that now he's in the right time zone or like fits for him. He's rested, recovered, because he did actually win at tour stop number 1. He won the legless rope climb with legs rope climb in the yoke event, and then he also won the bike handstand walk pirouettes and the double under event. So he has 2 very strong finishes in similar events. So if we're comparing, I believe he's actually gonna run away with it.
All right, so we're gonna make our picks now. We're gonna start with my pick. I'm gonna go with Tuta Magda because, as we mentioned, he is good on his hands. Last year, he also did well in an event that was very similar. I'm gonna go Tuta.
I think Pip might agree with you with that after her talk on him, but after what I said about James, I think it's an obvious pick as a win for this one.
My pick was actually Nick Matthew, and you've already mentioned him as well. Really, really good with shoulder endurance workout, so see what he can do.
I mean, I've talked about Tola twice already, so I'm going to stick with Tola. You know, I really think that he's going to do well in this one.
So let's look at the women. I think the pirouettes are going to be the determining factor in this one, because if you're extremely efficient in the pirouettes, I think you have an advantage above the field. And the one person that has the biggest advantage, in my opinion, Andrea Solberg.
All right. I am going to go with...
I love when you react to my picks.
All right, Derek. I talked about she is great at that movement. I am going to choose Laura Hobart for the same reasons as I chose James Sprake. If I'm looking at last season, first and second in those 2 workouts, so I think she's going to take it here.
I mentioned her before, but I'm choosing Amy Kringle for this one, and I want to see her do a clean sweep of the workouts this weekend.
I'm going to throw a new name into the mixer, Ariel Lowen, ex-gymnast, super consistent. She's my dark horse for this one.
All right, let's take a look at the team, because they are following up after us, and we have those standings as of right now as they get set for Elite Team 2 in just a few moments. And it is Team Fleck who is atop the leaderboard at 100 points, followed by RX Performance. Pursuit of Happiness, love the name. I hope it's after the movie with Will Smith. Team Wit sitting in 4th, and then Road to Greatness is your top 5. They've got a interesting workout, Ed, if you want to break that one down. What is the strategy for this one if you're the team?
Yeah, so again, going back to the programming team, I love the contrast in workout 2 versus workout 1. Workout 1 was a long grind required, you know, everyone on the floor working at the same time together. Then we look at workout 2 now, we've almost got a blend of an individual workout and then the team having to come together in the worm. So part A, 2A, they are doing, individuals are doing their handstand walks as fast as possible. Think relay style. And then the team has to come together to the worm and complete 60 meters of walking worm lunges. Doesn't sound like all that much. There's not going to be much fatigue carried over from part 1, but cycle speed on the lunges is going to be really, really important.
I'm just going to say, having tried being on a team, the worm doesn't look like a lot, which sucks because it's really hard.
I feel like every team says that. For years, they've been saying that about the worm. All right, so we're going to sign off here. We're going to get you ready for the elite teams as they're going to take on workout number 2. So for Ed Haynes, Pip Malone, Annie Thorsdottir, I'm Derek Forrest. We're going to send it back over to Jeremy Austin on the competition floor.
It all began with a jump rope in 2015. It was tangled, plastic, and poorly adjusted. We knew we could do better, and so we did. We built our first prototype by hand. It worked. It made a difference. Our first double unders made a big impact. We felt the joy of success for the first time, and it felt magical. From there, our mission became clear: to facilitate the joy of success for athletes around the globe. Since then, we've focused on one thing: improving what others overlook. Engineering and innovation are our tools.
Morning. You ready?
Couldn't bet to be a bride, no more disconnect. See you, we just rewatched the slide.
Are you ready? Come on.
Of America, the World Fitness Project is finally here in Indianapolis. Welcome, Grand Hyatt Sports Campus.
Welcome back to day number 1, the World Fitness Project Season 2. And it is crazy things happening here at the Drum Sheds, the venue for our competition. Over the next 3 days, we are in London, England for the first tour stop for season number 2. Jeremy Austin, Tommy Marquez with you. Amy Bream's going to join us on the competition floor a little bit later on. Our team standings after our first workout of this morning. Only a couple of teams were able to get that one completed. And Team Fleck doing the job over RX Performance. Things were tight. And the pursuit of happiness from heat number 1, finishing in that top 3 position. And a few of the top ranked teams coming into competition are sitting down mid-pack after our first workout. We've got 2 more workouts to come. Workout number 2, we've got part A and part B. And it's going to be a good mixture of individual performance coming up, as the desk team did say, and then we're going to move straight to our team performance with the worm.
Yeah, a little 1-2 punch with some gymnastics. And then we're going to see the implement for the first time that is quintessential to the team competition with that worm.
The introduction of the worm for me in team competition is just like, oh, it's the separator.
It really is, but there's no better way to, test fitness capacity, communication, a lot of the connective tissue that is important to the team competition with a single implement. That's what's so brilliant about it.
Oh, big time. And this one presented by Velitas, and I just can't wait to see what is going to happen at the back end of this once the team has to get together and synchronize movement together to get that worm down the floor.
And maybe it's...
And no, I shouldn't laugh.
Maybe it's the sadistic side of us, right? But fireworks happen when the worm's involved and there's fatigue, right? Because if there's a mishap, a mistake, a failure at any point along that side, everything comes crumbling down. And it's not zero-sum, but it's pretty darn close. Once you hit that failed rep, it's so costly, and I think that's, one of the things we tune into, which makes it exciting.
Big time. We've got a massive day of competition. Our second elite team workout coming up. Then we'll get to Pro 2 for our individuals. Then we'll cast our minds back and get a breakdown of exactly what's happened with the OTP live crew for the evening show. and the final team workout. It is Team 3 that's going to wrap things up on a massive day for the team competition.
Yeah, half of the work for these teams on the first day, and I mean, what a way to get the ball rolling.
I've just gone and seen the physio team myself just to get a bit of a tune-up.
That's where you disappeared.
That's where I disappeared too. But the number of athletes getting a lot of recovery done early on, and if you've got half your work done on day number 1, it's imperative that you look after yourself.
Yeah, especially with something like deadlifts where, you know, we talk to a lot of athletes, some of the heavy deadlifts for reps, they feel it in their nervous system in day 2, day 3, and so it's really important to get ahead of the curve there and try and get some treatment in, get your body back to where you feel like you could repeat that high-level performance time and time again, and that's what it's going to take to be successful.
Now let's talk about fuel for a second, trying to fuel and trying to hydrate your body. It's a little bit cooler. Competition floor is a lot colder than the athletes are probably used to competing in. And for me, I know my water intake has been way down in the last couple of days just because it is a little bit cooler, but they've got to hydrate.
Yeah, and I was just outside for a little bit. There's a little patio here where the food trucks are, and I saw a ton of athletes outside getting food, getting water, and just spending some time in the sunlight a little bit. It felt like a bunch of lizards on a rock, just kind of sunbathing, trying to kind of get everything reset and going in the right direction. So they're doing everything they can to try and set themselves up for success.
And it's going to start with Elite Team 2, our next workout of our first day of competition, our first tour stop. And exciting to get the season underway once again. And we have got a flood of volunteers, judges, everyone on the floor. And I think we've got all of them on the floor for this one because we've got a lot of different moving parts.
A lot of moving parts, but at the core of it, right there on your screen, the judges, the volunteers, people that are the backbone of such a Herculean effort like a season-long tour here in the WFP. You know, athletes get a lot of credit, but you know what? The first people to enter the floor and the last people to leave are the judges.
Of course. They're all the hard workers. Our top teams coming into competition, not the teams we're currently seeing. Team Fleck have done extremely well and getting that top spot from workout 1 this morning. Pace programming and Krieger and friends, a little bit of work to do, but as you did mention, hey, half the work's done today, and then you got to spread out the rest of the work over the course of the next 2 days, but there is time and space.
Yeah, time and space for sure, and plenty of opportunity for these teams to showcase their skill set, especially with this two-parter here. You know, we're kicking upside down on the hands, and then most of these teams, even with new rosters, should have had an opportunity to work out some of their teamwork on the worm, and it's going to show up here in spades.
Expectation of Part A versus Part B.
Yeah, because, I mean, Part A is really like a collection of individual efforts, so it's really going to highlight teams that, you know, don't have that specific skill, right? And it's very easy to identify, but completely different test than what you get with workout 2B and the worm, and everybody moving in unison and sync. I think when people think of the team competition, that's what they're more preparing for on a daily basis.
In lane number 9, Grit Red from Spain. Lane number 8, Zeus Vondelgym, the Netherlands. Lane number 7, the Babysitters, the Netherlands. Lane 6, Team Wit, United Kingdom. Lane 5, Blacklisted HQ, United States. Lane 4, Road to Greatness, Germany. Lane 3, Off the Grid Training, United Kingdom. And Lane 2, Pursuit of Happiness, Denmark.
The Pursuit of Happiness currently sitting in third on the leaderboard.
1 minute.
And a good result from Elite Team 1 workout early this morning. Blacklisted HQ with some work to do. Team Wit from the UK, currently sitting in 4th. And there are your 2 parts to Team 2. Part A with the handstand walk, and insert worm here for 2B. Athlete sitting in 4th, waiting for the handstand walk and just chill a little bit. Athlete first up, work to do. And some of our teams already with 4 athletes over the halfway points.
Yeah, you're going to get your horses out early, right? Get the good handstand walkers out front. Get them out of the way. Let them do their thing. Don't want to be bottlenecked for sure.
Bottom of your screen, Vera and Jonas. Our first 2 to get done. But 2-parter, you've got to keep in mind, don't fatigue yourself too much once you get to that worm. We know how badly the wheels can fall off when you insert a worm into a workout. The blueprints presented by Velites.
Well, given that, you know, this first part is going to be dictated by your team's worst handstand walker, you're going to really need to stack small wins. You know, see the floor being segmented. If you're that last person, break it up into small chunks and celebrate getting those specific lengths there to hopefully allow yourself to get across the finish line first and get the whole team done with that shared workload. And smooth operator, so you don't have to rush on the worm here. A mistake is going to be incredibly costly, so smooth is fast when it comes to this team worm lunge.
Babysitter's doing pretty well in lane 7. Zeus Vondel Gym, lane number 8. 3 athletes home already. And we talk about crucial no reps, and we're going to see that a little bit later on in the weekend with our individuals, but a no rep here and having to go back, that's like crushing to your team goals.
I mean, that visual right there paints it perfectly, right? The team waiting on the one person that's a little bit behind. Now, granted, the athlete on your screen is more than capable, able to knock out that rep there, but if you do hit failure, then it's going to bring everything to a grinding halt.
The babysitters back to work. Luca, Sean, Jill, and Annalise. They are in lane number 7. Looks like Sean done already. Sorry. Actually, Sean and Luca both done. Vera making her way over for Pursuit of Happiness, trying to hold on to that current 3rd position on the leaderboard. And it's one of those skills that got injected into competition and it really hasn't gone away. The progression has been ramps. We're going to see some pirouettes coming up for our individuals later on. And there's just different elements and different, I guess, different progress of a movement and making it harder and harder each time.
Yeah, and it was first introduced into high-level competition back in 2011. And since then, it's become an integral part of, you know, testing at the highest levels of the sport, to the point where it's expected, right? Like pretty much every athlete, team, or individual, it's expected that you should be able to, you know, walk close to 100 meters on your hands.
Pursuit of Happiness finishing very strongly. And I think Pursuit of Happiness just explaining to their coach, wait, we need to go here to here to here to here.
Good to have that ironed out ahead of time.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Not too far away from our time cap of 5 minutes, then a 2-minute transition. Give the athletes a bit of recovery time, but the faster you finish, more recovery time you get.
That's the benefit of being good.
But being good as a team individually. Built for performance, the Velites and WFP collection delivers elite level grip, control and durability. Shop the collection now, just scan that QR code on your screen. And 2 minutes, fairly generous break. Jonas, Louis, Vera and Berta make up Pursuit of Happiness. They seem to get their sequence right, and who was leading and who was bringing up the rear and getting the whole team finished under that time cap.
Yeah, the floor is broken up in half in 15-meter chunks, and you know, you don't have to follow the same sequence. So if you do have an athlete that's stuck well behind, the rest of the athletes can continue to, you know, make work down the floor, but not necessarily needed for Pursuit of Happiness. The kind of work to rest ratio of finishing your section, waiting for your rest of your team to finish was just enough rest for them to kind of keep moving throughout the entirety of that first part of 2A. And right now they're probably the most recovered heading into this second section. Nice thing is too, it's like not a huge cardiovascular task.
Off the grid training, having a bit of a joke with Pursuit of Happiness in lanes 2 and 3. And attacking the worm. You've got to be careful you don't go too red hot down the floor. Vera, Jonas, some great communication. The bounce off the floor. And they are the first team, the Pursuit of Happiness, closest to the bottom of your screen. Off the grid training just next door. And what better way to determine who is leading but a race with the worm.
Yeah, and if you recall, the blueprint smooth operator was the part for 2B. You don't have to rush this, just smooth, consistent movement. As you can see at the bottom of your screen there, a quick little pause at the top of the lunge to make sure everybody is in sync, and just consistent movement throughout. You don't have to rush. You don't have to step through every lunge. As long as you don't make a mistake and you're able to keep moving throughout, you should be successful.
Off the grid, getting marched back. So a stutter step from Samantha at the back.
And you can see how costly it is already, having to go all the way back.
And I was talking about wheels falling off. I didn't think it'd be this early. Pursuit of Happiness. Louis, Vera, Jonas and Berta. They are going to be the first team to turn. Team Witt currently sitting fourth on the leaderboard. But it is going to be tough for Team Witt. Trying to catch the Pursuit of Happiness, who just seemed to be in such a good rhythm early. Zeus Vondeljim at the back. Currently in third. Road to Greatness. They are next best off the grid. What a crucial no rep.
And a word to the wise, right? They spent so much time arguing the call with their judge that they could have gotten the worm back into position and kept moving. They wasted more time arguing the call than they did actually doing work there.
Berta. And Pursuit of Happiness. Good going. Team Wits. They are finishing up next. Zeus Vondelgym. Sal Ava Aram. Yorkan are going to be coming home and finishing up. Road to Greatness as well. They are in. Vitus Yul Tobias and Pia. Grit Red, top of your screen. Maria Irene Alvaro and Victor. And a 5-minute cap, pretty generous, especially after a 2-minute transition break.
You know, I like that. There are workouts where the cap is going to be tough. It's going to force, you know, athletes and teams to work to the buzzer. And then there are ones where, you know, the cap is more than generous and you have to go into the workout knowing that the clock is not going to save you. You're going to have to finish the work.
Off the grid training after that early error are going to be really up against it. And winners are grinners. Pursuit of Happiness. Now, interesting for off the grid, putting Samantha first, the tallest of the team.
And she was the one on the way down that was getting a little bit out of sync in terms of cadence. They kept the same order, but now they're heading the opposite direction, and that's ultimately dictated the pace here.
And frustrating for the team. But Pursuit of Happiness. Smiles all round. We'll have to get the final results once they do come through. Pursuit of Happiness doing a great job so far. And a great start to Team Elite Workout number 2, Team Wit out of Slevin Fitness right here in the UK. Standing by with Amy Bream.
Team Wit, you guys just took the heat win on that second part of the second workout. I heard you guys just say that was fun. How did that feel, and how was your strategy coming into a workout that you knew were two parts, both worth 100 points?
I think because we knew it was worth double what earlier was, we wanted to just like basically mitigate and try and get as many points as we can without pushing too hard in the first part. And we knew like where our weaknesses were and stuff, so we were just trying to play to our strengths more than anything else.
Absolutely. And I noticed when you guys came out on the floor, you have quite the crowd cheering you on over there. How much do you guys rely on that energy as you get started? This is day 1 of day 3 of quite a few workouts ahead of you. How much do you need that energy from the crowd?
Oh, I love the vibes. We're all about the vibes.
Awesome. Well, the vibes worked for y'all today. We love watching it, and we love seeing what you guys are going to put out there on the floor tomorrow. Great job.
Thank you.
Great job, Team Wits, Elise, Chris, Jenny, and Tom. Smiles all around, the vibes are high, and results from 2B, the Pursuit of Happiness, 2:39, so just over the halfway point of the 5-minute time cap. And all the way down to off the grid, not able to get finished. But Team Witt, another good result. Going to keep them in the top 3. They head to Elite Team 3 later on this afternoon. And you think about volume, and you said half the work is done today. That's not a whole lot of work.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I think we get caught up on some of the, either the max list or the longer, grindier type workouts, and this one is a little bit different. You know, a mix of kind of 2 singular skills, and just as valuable for fitness, if you ask me.
For sure. Our second heat of our Elite Team 2A and 2B coming. We'll be back shortly right here at the Drum Sheds, day 1 of the World Fitness Project. It is the World Fitness Tour, and it is season 2026. Back soon. Welcome back to the Drum Sheds. It is Elite Team 2A and 2B. This is heat number 2. Our athletes not too far away from coming in. Jeremy Austin and Tommy Marquez with you. Amy Bream will join us a little bit later on from the competition floor. Here come our teams.
Lane 9, CrossFit One More Rep, United Kingdom. Lane 8, Zeus Austria from Austria. Lane 7, RX Performance, Sweden. Lane 6, The Pace Programming, Germany. Lane 5, Krieger and France, Germany. Lane 4, Oslo Krieger, Norway. Lane 3, CrossFit One More Rep, Mavin, United Kingdom. Lane 2, Team Flake, Denmark. Lane 1, CrossFit One More Rep, United Kingdom.
A lot of, in the crowd and athletes, is a lot of smiles today. Happy to be here. Team Fleck and RX Performance, your 2 leaders. Only 5 points separating 1v2. This is the second of 3 workouts for today. And workout Elite Team 2 parts, A and B.
Part A, you have to complete 360 meters of handstand walk. That's 90 meters per athlete. And then reset after a quick break and worm lunge to your heart's content.
When you say content, where is that point?
Probably somewhere around 170 to 180 beats per minute. That's when I'm content.
CrossFit One More Rep, Mathan. Plenty of waves to the crowd as well.
Stand by. Go!
underway for 2A 5-minute cap, 2-minute transition, and a 5-minute cap for 2B. And the blueprint presented by Velitas.
Well, for this first part A, you're going to have to stack small wins because your performance as a team is going to be dictated by your worst handstand walker. You see the 15-meter midway mark. Really just focusing on the short, small chunks, stack those small wins, keep yourself moving, don't hit failure. And then in part B, the smooth operators are going to do the best. There's no need to rush. It's not as fast as you think. Just continue to have smooth, steady movement. That's what will win out and avoid the costly, costly no rep.
Pace programming, our first team to get an athlete across the line. Now sitting in lane number 6. It's not a matter of just getting one across the line, your whole team. Team Fleck getting to work. They are in lane 2, second close to camera. And CrossFit one more rep. 3 teams in the same heats. And Victor getting to work quickly for Fleck, leading the entire fields. Mia kicking up second. Eskild in third, and Julie about to get started.
And the athlete from Fleck there went the entire length of the floor without stopping at the midway point. So must have been feeling good, decided just, you know what, I'm going to keep it rolling.
Julie Nielsen making her way down for Team Fleck. Team Fleck on their way back already. Already a workout win earlier this morning.
Longtime fans of the sport will remember Julie Hogard Nielsen from her appearance at the games as the fittest woman in Denmark. Stepped aside for a little bit, focused on a different career outside competing. It's good to see her back at a high-level competition on the floor here.
Victor, all done. Mia coming down at the left of your screen. Eskild will be home as well with a bit of a stutter step we're on. And Julie about to finish up as well. Quick going RX Performance are going to be second finish there in lane number 8. Apologies, lane number 7. And done. 3 minutes 30, so a little bit slower.
That should do just fine.
So a bit of a juggle coming on that leaderboard. Their top 3, Team Fleck, RX Performance, and Pursuit of Happiness. And coming into our final 60 seconds. And Zeus Austria, wow, what a performance from them.
Yeah, just right there at the finish line, not able to get the final few feet and has to go back and
just crucial.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Zeus Austria able to get across the finish line with their 4th athlete. That's good enough for second in this heat. So often you see it come down to those final few feet, more often than not. Because of the fatigue, you see athletes starting to look for that finish line, causes them to crank their head just a little bit, kind of throws their balance point and their positioning just a little bit off.
Final 10 seconds coming now. Teams going to have to work. And pace programming. Wow, Talk about cutting it fine. And the benefit of finishing early, hey, you can set your warm-up quicker. Built for performance, the Velites and WFP collection delivers elite-level grip, control, and durability. Shop the collection now. Scan that QR code on your screen. And I'm loving the way the programming has worked its way out, that they've got to run to the worm to start. But it's all about setup.
Yeah.
You need to, this is a component that's imperative to good movement.
It seems almost counterintuitive, right? Rush to the worm and then stop for a second, make sure you communicate, get the finer details on point.
Now, good news for Mathan for CrossFit One More Rep with Liv, Rosanna Thompson-Matt. They're relatively the same height, which is going to be a benefit, especially when you've got a worm. We saw that in the previous heat with off-the-grid training, and Samantha just being that little bit taller than the other athletes. You'd know that problem.
It's not fun being the tall athlete on the worm just because.
Just because.
Yeah. You take a little bit more of the weight off the shoulders of your teammates.
And athletes will know exactly what position they're going to be on the worm, how fast they need to run down the floor. And normally, when they do get to the worm, you'll have your anchor point at the back, calling the shots. And as you mentioned, in heat number one, it's not about speed, it's about efficiency.
And consistency of that efficiency, right? Pursuit of happiness, never faltered from their cadence. Quick step down, pause at the top, right into the next step, without really much communication or need for adjustment. We're seeing a few athletes struggle with their foot placement too. So one of the things you have to be aware of is when you take that lunge step, where your foot placement goes, because you can bump into the athlete in front of you.
Now,
you don't necessarily have the freedom to step where you want. You just have to make sure you're not stepping on your teammate.
Julie is at the back of Team Fleck. Now, she's not actually bringing her feet together. She's stutter stepping and just making sure she's offset each time.
Yeah, she's kind of letting it trail a little bit behind her. She is kind of at extension, if you will, but just doesn't necessarily have to bring the feet together and can kind of pass through right into that next rep.
Balance component, maybe?
Yeah, probably a balance and timing component, right?
Team Fleck swapping positions. So Julie's now is going to lead the charge all the way to the end and still going with that trailing leg. And that seems to be the way it's working for her.
It's almost like off to the side out like a kickstand.
It doesn't look like there is much communication going on at all. They just know each other that well.
Yeah, and it's kind of the nonverbal communication, right? You cue everyone to get into those first steps, and then if you're smart about watching your teammates, anticipating their next movement, then communication really only needs to happen when you're breaking from your agreed upon cadence. And that's just time under tension and time spent working with each other and practicing and ironing things out ahead of time.
Pace programming. Coming down, Katarina leading the charge. Karina Blanc at the front. Oh, it is going to be pace programming to take this out. The two Katarinas, Christoph, Malta. Oh no, what's happened there? And Team Fleck getting in just behind
Pace programming. Some tough going, but good experience from Victor Munter.
Yeah, right there at the end. You can see in lane 6, pace programming, holding on to that worm for a few extra steps just to make sure they got across the finish line.
Oslo Krieger. And the problem with getting to this position, you're deep into this worm synchronized lunge, is that you don't want to be that person that's going to let the team down. And if you are going to, you need to make sure you communicate that pretty quickly.
Yeah, we've seen some pretty epic
worm fails.
Yeah.
Krieger and friends, all done. And Fleck continuing to do well. Let's hit one more rep. And communication continuing.
They're getting cues from someone not on their team currently.
Myro, Anthony, Letitia, and Janice. Pace programming. Great performance from them. Team Fleck as well. 2 done for the teams. And the second of our heats for workout number 2 for our elite teams. Team Fleck doing exceptionally well. They're standing by with Amy Bream.
What a solid day that you guys have had so far. We were watching that last workout on the worm. Victor, talk me through what kind of happened in those last few steps in the lunge.
Oh, I think it was being pushed a bit forward for Yuli, so she was yelling, stop, and then we had to like readjust to not get a no-rep and then go again. So better play it safe than sorry.
Absolutely, lots of communication. And Julie, this is your first time back onto the competition floor in quite a while. Obviously, you guys are doing great, and you also have a full-time job as a doctor. How do you balance everything?
I mean, I actually thought I was going to retire just because of the workload, but it's not possible for me to like leave this environment. And then Victor asked me if I wanted to join these guys, and I know them from like years back, so I thought it would be fun. And this stage is just super cool, and it's good to be back.
Absolutely. Well, it's great to see you back. We're having a bunch of fun watching you guys compete all weekend, and we will continue to do so.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks.
How good.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, Julia stepped away from the sport for a little bit to focus on a different career. You know, becoming a doctor, a noble pursuit for sure.
Doesn't take up too much time, thankfully.
Yeah.
It's amazing what people can do with the amount of hours in the day.
Makes me feel like a slacker, that's for sure.
That is for sure. Our elite team 2A and B. 2A, how well can your team work together? And 2B, it is putting them all together, and just consistency of quality of movement is going to get you home.
Yeah, precision under tension, right? Especially with that lunge and not being able to step where you normally do for the lunge without, you know, bunching up on top of your partner in front of you. That's why I love the worm as a testing implement here for the teams, and it's just it wouldn't be a team competition without it showing up at some point.
Oh, absolutely not. We've got some team standings, and let's take a look exactly how 2A and 2B has affected that leaderboard, because Team Fleck, they were sitting in that top 3, and have they managed to jump up? Oh, we're going to be sitting exactly the same spot. Pursuit of Happiness doing enough in heat number 1. Team Fleck and Team Wits, Road to Greatness, jumping in equal now with Grit Red in that top 5. So we've got a pretty tight race for our top 3 and a bit of a gap back to our 4th and 5th. It's going to make a very exciting end to our team competition over the next couple of days. Our elite team competition, we're going to press pause on that. We're going to get to the 3rd workout later on this evening. We're going to cast our attention to the individuals. They're up next.
It all began with a jump rope in 2015. It was tangled, plastic, and poorly adjusted. We knew we could do better, and so we did. We built our first prototype by hand. It worked. It made a difference. Our first double unders made a big impact. We felt the joy of success for the first time, and it felt magical. From there, our mission became clear: to facilitate the joy of success for athletes around the globe. Since then, we've focused on one thing: improving what others overlook. Engineering and innovation are our tools.
Morning.
You ready? Couldn't bet to be a bride no more. Connect. See you in just we watch the sky. Are you ready? Come on.
Of America, the World Fitness Project is finally here in Indianapolis. Welcome, Grand Park Sports Campus. Day number 1 of the World Fitness Project, season 2026 underway. We're at the Drum Sheds in the north of London.
And it is great to be here. Jeremy Austin, Tommy Marquez and Katrin Davidsdottir with you. We've seen some great performances so far this morning. Our individuals and our teams, our second team workout all wrapped and done. We do move forward now to our second workout for our individuals. And I am excited to see exactly what's going to pan out, if anything, in Copenhagen is things to go by.
Yeah, we already have a little bit of a surprise, right, with Anjul Kai kind of maybe out-kicking his coverage a little bit and beating out Jelle, Roman, some of the favorites for that first workout. And you know what? Best part is, have another crack at it. Let's see if you can back it up.
Performances that are going to be coming, the likes of Tola Maracanio, Andreas Solberg. Like, after what we've seen in Copenhagen, I'm excited to see what they can put on this competition floor.
Yeah, such a different workout that's coming up, and it's going to be fun for both those athletes that, you know, have a different kind of skill set. You know, there was an engine this morning, there was weightlifting this morning, and now we truly get to see who has those skills, who's got those pirouettes, who's comfortable upside down, who can do a little bit of pulling on the ropes.
Yeah.
It's going to be exciting. Pro 2 is the workout coming to you very shortly for our elite men. We're going to hit the competition floor first, and the shorty rope, it's brutal.
It's different for sure.
Yeah, and it's the mix, the best of both worlds, right? It's not necessarily a full legless rope climb. It's not a traditional rope climb where you get to do the pinch the entire way. It forces a little bit of attention to detail, a little bit of focus around cadence and timing, where you have to know how many pulls you're going to do into a pinch and make sure you're efficient throughout.
Pro 2, let's take a look.
London Pro 2 is presented by Velitas. Athletes will begin with 8 or 6 rope climbs on the short ropes. Continue with 27 meters of handstand walking with pirouettes. They then complete 120 weighted double unders, 27 more meters of handstand walking with pirouettes, another set of 8 or 6 rope climbs on the short ropes, a final 27 meters of handstand walking with pirouettes, and a second set of 120 weighted double unders before crossing the finish line. There is a 13-minute time cap for London Pro 2.
3 components in workout 1, 3 in workout 2, and for the people in the crowd who are asking for Spiky, yep, there he is. He's back, finally. What are you expecting to see from the 3 components of workout 2?
Kat, I'll let you start.
I think what we need to see here is attention to detail. Tommy kind of mentioned that with the rope cut halfway, you don't want to do too much legless because you're going to be fatiguing your grip and your pull a lot, but you also don't want to fumble. So you really want to make sure that you're paying attention to where you are on the pull on the rope, and then you're going to want to be very diligent on those pirouettes. And we saw some phenomenal ones in Copenhagen. They were amazing, and they were so fast. Oh, actually, that was Indianapolis or Arizona, I believe. In Copenhagen, we saw the speed on the hands. We saw the pirouettes earlier in the season. And so to see who's been practicing, who's been kind of using Victor Hoffer's technique of kind of going over and along and not pirouetting in the spot is going to be so exciting to see.
Big time. And talking or listening to Ed on the desk show and going to the 3-point pirouette turn. Can't wait to see that jump into play as well. Let's look at our top 10 after workout number 1. What jumps out at you straight away, Tommy?
Well, it's the man at the top. I would argue, unless you hail from Spain, you probably weren't expecting to see a Spanish flag at the top of the leaderboard, but some good mixture of newcomers. On the individual side, as far as the elite athletes are concerned, you see Quinn Robinson there inside the top 10. Strong performance, some really good times from the earlier heats that put the pressure on these assigned pro athletes that were in the last 2 heats. So, you know, you can't let off the gas. You got to keep pushing.
It's going to be exciting, and our athletes not too far away from coming onto the competition floor as we welcome out our individual men, heat number 1.
And ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your pro men, heat number 1. Lane number 10, Victor Garcia, Spain. Lane number 9, Ryan Jennings, United States. Lane number 8, Michael van Heesem from Belgium. Lane number 7, Pietro Andeloni, Italia. In number 6, Leonardo Grotino, Italy. Lane number 5, Noah Wilson, United States. Lane number 4, Philroy Peters, United Kingdom. Lane number 3, Len Postel, Germany. Lane number 2, Kian Dunphy, United Kingdom. And lane number 1, Simona Gelinas, Canada. 1 minute.
Our lane assignments for our first heats of Pro 2. And Victor Garcia Daval. Lucky the engine was still running, getting the late call up only a few days ago and doing it pretty well in Pro 1. And he's the second workout of the day, London Pro 2.
So the men will tackle 8 rope climbs, a 27-meter handstand walk with pirouettes in each 9-meter segment, and then 120 weighted double unders. They basically go back the way they came, repeat that again, and finish with another set of weighted double unders and cross the finish line. See, Philroy Peters, keep your eye on him. Someone maybe to make a push here. There's a couple of talented athletes on their hands in this heat, including just a second ago, you saw Noah Wilson, who is already inside the top 20 after that first workout.
Yeah, great 15th finish from Noah Wilson. Athletes getting to work on the shortened rope and the blueprint presented by Velitas.
Well, consistent cadence is important. It speaks to Kat's point of attention to detail. There's so much rhythm involved in gymnastics. Everything from your pinch, your hand placement on the getting upside down, and your rhythm on the dubs. And then early turns. I think we saw some athletes be really successful getting a full head of steam in their kick up and turning early in the 9-foot section so as to not stall their momentum as they get fatigued at the back end of each section. So if you can knock the pirouette out early and then pin your ears back for the rest of each 9 meters.
There was also, I think you remember last season when we had the pirouettes, those who kind of waited to do the pirouette a little bit later in case they missed it, in case they got a no rep, they've done all of this handstand walking before. So best to just get over the line, get the pirouette done. In case you miss, you haven't done much work.
Exactly.
The handstands commencing. Wilson, one of those athletes to get things underway. Jevening over the line, your leader currently, Victor Garcia Daval. Away in lane number 10. Oh, doing it easy.
We can kind of see most of the athletes opt for kicking up, doing the pirouette, walking over the line, and kicking back down, making sure that they're fresh before they kick back up. You can also gain some momentum when you kick up.
We just saw Noah Wilson with that t-shirt coming down and getting annoyingly close to his face. Is that something you take into account when you know you're going to be going upside down and you have a tighter fitting?
Yeah, exactly. It'd be very frustrating. It's kind of like on double unders if your hair gets caught in. You're kind of frustrated at yourself that it wasn't an actual trip. It was like your hair getting in the way. I think he'll be equally as frustrated if his t-shirts end up getting in the way. But
hair in the way, what's that like?
Yeah, you guys want to know.
Built for performance, the Velitas and WFP collection delivers elite level grip, control, and durability. Shop the collection now. Just scan that QR code on your screen.
Victor taking a break, as is Ryan Jevning. A component that can get very fatiguing very quickly.
The way to double unders?
And it forces these athletes to use a little bit more action through the elbow than they're used to, especially when you talk about the pulling motion that they have to do with this shortened rope, really activating the biceps, the forearms, the grip. They just did a ton of toes to bar as well. So right now, holding on to that heavy that rope and trying to make sure you get consistent action on it, really, really taxing the arms.
So a way to kind of, like, I don't want to say cheated, but a way to kind of minimize the weight of the rope is to inch. If you look at middle lane, he's inched his way up towards the front of the handle. So most of the handle is hanging in the back right there, yes. That's a very efficient and good technique that he's using to kind of minimize the weight of the rope and allow the weight of the rope to actually do the jump roping for him. So you look how relaxed he looks.
Victor Garcia Duval with a massive lead. Leonardo Gratino making his way back.
See him taking his t-shirt off. He's not going another lane. Yeah.
We're not doing that again. Len Postel just taking a quick break. Pietro Andaloni as well, jumping into second now. Now, I'll get your opinion on this. What stage are you doing the pirouette? Are you getting it done out of the way, or are you stabilizing yourself for a bit?
I think it depends on how confident you are upside down. If you have a lot of confidence, you're comfortable on your hands, you're gonna wanna just get up and knock it out. And then kind of use the momentum. So you'll kind of see that in some later heats where you'll notice that these guys are very much doing the pirouette in place, and then they continue to walk. If you're very skilled and the pirouette, you'll actually use it as like steps forward. So when you finish your turn, you've actually probably taken 3 or 4 steps towards the finish line. So you'll kind of use the pirouette to gain some ground.
Garcia Duval with a couple of reps on his competitors.
I love his cadence with this. Same thing every time. He jumps up, grips, 1 pull, 2 pull, feet on the rope, and up.
Yeah, and very consistent with what he's doing. It's the same every single time.
And some athletes are just better in person. Remember, Victor's the last guy in. Had to wait for a backfill out of the qualifier. So far, he showed up, and this could be a second strong performance on day 1. He came into this workout in 28th. If he wins this heat, he doesn't get to just move up 1 heat. He's going to be moving up multiple heats and be reseeded on day 2.
Philroy Peters and Mahil Guzehem. So the far right of your screen in the black shirt, black shorts. Our last 2 athletes to head back to the rig for the 8 rope climbs. Victor Garcia Duval, done. And he's got a massive lead. There's every chance he's going to get down the floor with his handstand walks before he has any company. Postel, another rep done.
You should note that Victor, on that first handstand walk, waited a little bit longer than he has in the previous round to do the pirouette. I think that's a byproduct of being away from that movement for long enough that he wants to get a few steps in, kind of rebuild the familiarity and the confidence in that movement before jumping into the pirouette.
Let's talk about confidence in handstand walking. Does that mess your head up a little bit if you start failing or things don't go your way a little?
I think with any skill it does, because it's when you're under fatigue, when your heart rate is high, when you have muscle fatigue from other movements, I think how precise you are is, it's hard to do these kind of skilled movements that require you to be very precise and accurate. And so when that starts to go, it's very hard to pick it back up. And so it can get a little bit scary, and you kind of feel like, oh no, now I have to rest a little bit longer than I wanted to.
Victor Garcia Duval has got an entire length of handstand pirouette walking at his benefit.
That's got to be a good feeling, right? You take a quick peek over your shoulder to see where your closest competition is, and there's no one in sight.
We're talking 30, 40 seconds.
Yeah, easy.
120 weighted double unders.
The key is to now not let off of the gas. Don't let that be a point of complacency for you.
Now that high jump that Victor's going through right now, it's obvious that that's going to be a component of the heavy rope that he's going through at the moment.
For sure. Anytime I'm coaching athletes on double unders, I always try to break it down into two variables: rope speed and jump height. Isolate one and then control the other, right? And adjust the other. For here, with the heavy rope, you're going to isolate your rope speed at what it is. It's going to be a little bit slower than you're used to, so then you adjust your jump height as a result.
Garcia Duval not too far away from finishing. Pietro Andoloni, the second athlete. Leonardo Grottino is next. And there he is, Garcia Duval. Unofficial time of 9:23.
He was very impressive on the rope. He made that look easy. And especially at the end of a workout, you can kind of see most of the athletes, they start tightening up, they start closing their elbows, they start locking up their biceps, and you kind of see in them how much harder the movement is becoming, but Victor truly made that look very easy and effortless.
Jevning getting finished up and joining Wilson, Grottino, Andoloni, and Postel is about to join the other five. Only one of those five have finished. It is Victor Garcia Duval. And as you mentioned, Tommy, some people just better in person.
You know, sometimes you just got to see the whites of the eyes of your opponents to really dial it up another notch.
Deep. Simon Zalina joining the double under crew, and Kian Dunphy about to do the same. Philroy Peters and Mahil Guzahem still stuck back at the rig.
And Jeremy, that principle has proven true for so many people over time. You think about some of the legends. A good friend of mine, Dan Bailey, always said he is so much better in person. He hits numbers in competition that he never even touches in training.
And Andoloni.
Some people just know how to ride the lightning, you know?
"90 seconds away from our time cap of 13 minutes. Victor Garcia Duval. 9:23, impressive. We talk about resting positions for double unders. Is the bent over, elbows on legs, the most efficient resting position?
Well, according to my American football coach, hands on the knees is the worst position. You're not getting enough oxygen. I don't know if that's necessarily true or not. Or maybe that was a way for us to just not let us rest on our laurels, but
I think it's a couple things. I think that putting your hands on your knees, it kind of gives your opponent like a sign of of a weakness, of like you're tired. But I do believe that kind of going into that hunch position does help lower your heart rate. So it's kind of like a give or take, you know. Do you want to show your opponents that you're tired, or are you okay with it and getting your heart rate down a little bit? So a lot of athletes find immense comfort in that position and kind of taking that one breath down there and then being like, okay, I'm now going to continue on.
Jevning, Grottino getting finished up. Noah Wilson in as well. Postel got to be close. And the Canadian, Simon Zalina, all done. Only 15 seconds remaining of our time cap for heat number one. Philroy Peters with a no rep, and I don't think he's going to move far from that seated position. Ian Dunphy. Oh, he's going to get done just under that time cap. And beating Postel and Guzahem, making up a lot of grounds. But Garcia Duval, what a day one he's had.
I don't think you could have drawn it up much better for him as far as day one. Just a week ago, wasn't sure if he was even going to be here. Steps in place of a few late withdrawals.
What sort of expectation do you put on yourself if you're in that position?
It kind of depends on the mindset of the athlete, but I would hope that you view it as an opportunity where you weren't supposed to be here. You're playing with house money already. Why not just let it go? Yeah, exactly. Just send it. And as Kat said, he looked in total control the entire way. Consistent with his hand placement on the handstand walks, a consistent cadence with each rope climb. And by the time he got to the double unders, there was no question who was winning this heat.
An impressive performance from Victor Garcia Duval, and let's head it down to the competition floor. Josie Astula is standing by.
Victor, your first heat win of the first event of the World Fitness Project. Congratulations. ¿Cómo te sientes? Primera victoria en este primer heat.
Muy bien, la verdad que ha sido increíble. La primera vez que vengo aquí, una competición tan seria como la World Fitness Project. Y nada, muy contento por haber ganado este evento, que la verdad que se me ha dado muy bien.
Victor says he is very happy to take the first event of his career here at the World Fitness event, and he's really happy to see how he went out there on the floor. Victor, ¿cómo te sientes estar aquí en Londres con los mejores del mundo? How do you feel being here in London with the best in the world?
Pues la verdad que es increíble. El ambiente que hay, los atletas que son muy buenos, y enseguida en cuanto parece que vas bien, se te pega todo el mundo. La verdad que es increíble. Esto me va a hacer mejor atleta seguro.
Well, Victor says that he is very happy to be here amongst the best athletes in the world, and he thanks the crowd for bringing that vibe down here. Ladies and gentlemen, Victor Garcia.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Victor. An impressive from heat number one. Heat number two, not too far away. Now we're going to see someone take that time of 9:23 from a man last week who was expecting to be sitting at home watching.
Here's P2 of our pro men. Lane 10, Quinn Robinson, United States. Lane 9, Samuel Cournoyer, Canada. Lane number 8, Andreas Jimenez, Norway. Lane 7, Victor Helsinghoff, Norway. Lane 6, Toby Buckland, United Kingdom. Lane 5, Tatu Eronemo, Finland. Lane 4, Fabian Beneito, Spain. Lane 3, Alex Koutulas, Greece. Lane 2, Tom Kingdon, United Kingdom. Lane 1, Nico Lilleorg, Estonia. 1 minute.
Lane assignments. And Quinn Robinson, what is he capable of? Workout number 2 of the day. Good start. Positioning himself in the top 10. And it is London Pro 2.
Athletes are going to knock out some rope climbs, some handstand walk with pirouettes in each 9-meter section, double unders, more handstand walking, back to the rig, another set of rope climbs, working back across the floor a third time, some more pirouettes, and finishing with a second round of dubs before crossing the finish line. See Tom Kingdon, Toby Buckland, a couple athletes from the UK getting some home cooking here in London, and then Alex Koutulas very skilled with the gymnastics. How will he attack these handstand walks to hopefully overtake Victor Garcia Deval?
The blueprint presented by Velites.
Well, we got a taste of it from Victor in heat number 1. Consistent cadence throughout. Very key with the rope climbs, doing a couple of legless pulls before a pinch. Hand placement on those pirouettes, and then managing that heavy rope for 240 total dubs. And we saw a lot of athletes choosing the early turns, get the pirouette out early. As Kat said, you don't want to do all this work, get to the other side of your section and then have to fail because you're too tired to do the pirouette.
Yeah, I kind of want to look at his technique right here. Kind of just missed it on the screen. But he was doing, the initial kip was a very long kip, which typically you would do at the end of a rope when you're very fatigued and you kind of need that big swing to help with the kip. He's utilizing that. I'm interested to see if that's something that he needs for the endurance of the rope climb. And if not, if it's actually just costing him a lot in time.
Kingdon absolutely on fire on his hands and a very quick pirouette. Oh, special. Getting better and more efficient at the movements. Koutoulas. It's a hand race down the floor. Some very quick rope climbs from Kingdon.
Keep your eye on Samuel Cournoyer across the floor. He is very good upside down.
Koutoulas, the speed of his handstand walking, exceptional. Kingdon to work straight away. Kingdon, Koutoulas, and Cournoyer, your top 3 from heat number 2 at the heavy Velites rope.
Wow, look at Sam's technique.
Impeccable.
Very low hands, very relaxed.
Fabian Benito.
What we'll be looking for here on the athletes, you almost want to see the least amount of bend in the elbow. So you look at Sam, he's relatively relaxed. There's just the teeniest bend, and he very much uses his wrist to flick. Versus some of the athletes, when you see them starting closest to us on the screen, when you kind of see the elbows start bending, it's really going to blow up the biceps.
Something I was listening to Ed Haynes on the desk show earlier, and he was expecting some athletes to change their, Derek even was saying to Ed about changing the grip of where they would hold the handles, inside or out, outside, inside out. And I hadn't even thought of that.
I've seen that. I never did that myself, so I actually have no experience with it. Have you, Tommy?
A little bit. I've played with it, and it just kind of changes the, I guess, the point of fatigue, right? When you turn the handles in a little bit, you get more of the outside of that forearm working.
It's kind of just another thing to have in your toolkit if it's blowing up.
Yeah.
We're going to, the best toolkit at the end of this weekend, I'm sure.
The best theoretical toolkit. We haven't actually applied anything yet.
Great toolkit, and we're going to have a great apparel set as well. Built for performance, the Velites WFP collection delivers elite level grip, control, and durability. Shop the collection now. Scan that QR code on your screen. Koutoulas off quickly. Kingdon not too far behind. Cournoyer is sitting in third, but only just. Cournoyer doing a very early turn, but taking 6 steps on his hands to get that pirouette complete.
It's interesting, Koutoulas is not as efficient in the pirouette as Kingdon, but Koutoulas trying to make up for it. Once he gets out of that pirouette, he really starts to kick the feet and pick the hand speed up.
Koutoulas, good finish. And the technique we've seen, the most efficient technique, Koutoulas has got hands down.
Conway and Kingdon to the ropes, your top three. Benito will be next up.
Something that the athletes want to be very careful of is making sure that you get high enough on the rope before they try and clamp the legs. If they try and do it too early, you try and get the leg clamp, and you're not high enough on the rope, you're going to be fumbling. It's going to cost you time and energy kind of holding yourself up in that position.
It's also keeping that rope centered on your body as you do those first two legless climbs, right? Because if you don't, when you bring the knees up, you're basically flinging the tail of that rope up and around. It's only going to make the pinch harder.
Yeah.
Catullus halfway through. Kingdon trying to chase down. Catullus finishing 25th in Wodapalooza. And now heading down the floor, the second round. Coming up to the 7-minute mark. Fabian Benedetto jumping ahead of Kingdon and jumping ahead of Conway. So jumping into second, making up 2 places. Now does Catullus fall in to that trap of not pushing hard enough because he doesn't have someone to push?
Yeah. Not being aware of, you need to imagine those later heats coming in, and there'll be some strong competitors there. He's got a great time. And sometimes on skill events, it truly is better to be in your own lane, because sometimes you can be forced to kick up too soon, you fail, and that's going to cost you a lot on events like this. So maybe it's going to play out for the better for him, but most often, yes, it's so beneficial to have somebody right there to push you or pull you along.
And even still, he's about 40 seconds ahead of the top time from the previous heat. And I mean, this is an opportunity now, and it's easier said than done, obviously, but the cost of pushing to failure on the dubs, at least for this, in this scenario, is very low.
Yeah.
Right? You can try and go for it and eke out a few extra reps to go for unbroken, to go for a little bit bigger set, because it's not going to cost you that much for you to trip up, take a step back, and get going again, especially at the end of the last workout of the day, and you know you're going to have plenty of time to reset for tomorrow.
Conway battling with Catullus. Benito. Kingdon joining the gentleman in lanes 1 through 5 on the left-hand side of your screen. 9:23 our time from Victor Garcia Deval from heat number 1 is your time to beat. Catullus has got to be close.
This should be his last set.
Oh, yes, it is going to be his last one. And Catullus done. 9:03.
It looks comfy. He does not look that tired.
Second place will be interesting. Conway looking great at the top of the screen in lane 9. And I like that. Straight back to work. Very short rest for Conway. Quinn Robinson currently sitting in the top 10. He's just to the right of screen. Conway about to finish. And he will get in second place, just ahead of Fabian Benito, who finishes up in 9:54. Tmenes, Helsingov, Kingdon and Lilleorg at the other ends. Tmenes now coming down the floor with his handstands. Helsingov will be next to finish. Bryn Robinson in as well. Time cap coming in just over 2 minutes. Tatu Erenheimo trying to finish up that last handstand walk. And Kingdon finally getting in after a very good start. The back end fatigue really starting to kick in. Toby Buckland over the line. Tmenes at the top of the screen. Erenheimo and Lilleorg, your final 3 competitors on the floor. But Tommy, I fully agree. Katoulis walking around like nothing's happened.
Yeah, he got across, gave a little flex for his fans in the stands, and then went right back to cheering on his fellow competitors.
Tmenes in under 12 minutes. And our final 2 athletes, Mikko Lilleorg, the fittest man in Estonia, to the bottom of your screen, about to finish up, and Tatu Erenheimo from Finland, our final athlete, and will be pushing the time cap all the way. A 6th place finish in Barcelona in 2025. And Procard set in his sights as well. How close is he? We'll have to wait for the judge's hand. Time is ticking away way too quickly. And he's going to run out of time. And heat number 2, done and dusted. But Katoulis, impressive. I love composure.
Especially leading from the front with composure, right?
Yeah, and finishing. I don't know about you, Kat, but when you win a workout, win an event, it feels way better and you've got more energy. Am I right? Am I wrong?
It depends on the workout. You know, like, I think those who won the workout this morning were not feeling energized. But this is much more of a skill and not requiring as high of a heart rate. So he's probably feeling energized and good and probably able to enjoy it a little bit better.
Of composure, Alex Katoulis standing by with Lauren Smith.
Alex, prior to the Athens Throwdown, you'd taken a little bit of a break from competing. So how does it feel to go out and execute as flawlessly as you just did?
2 weeks, it was not a break. A tip for me, don't follow the guy who starts very fast in the beginning. So I follow him, but after it was good for me.
We didn't see you at the World Fitness Project last season. So what's been your main takeaway from experiencing your last 3 days here?
Now for me, it's first time here. You know, yes. So it is amazing arena. The lights, it was very it is almost stressful. So I'm very excited for this.
Off the back of that workout, what fatigued the most?
My lats, for me, it was not a gymnastics workout. It was a muscle fatigue. So I was stressful in the beginning because my muscles, I'm a very light guy, so it was muscle fatigue. So I was stressed. But finally, I did well.
You make stress look very, very subtle. Great job. That was a great workout.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lauren. Don't follow the fast guy. You've heard it here first. Our next heat coming up in a couple of seconds' time. Time to beat 9 minutes and 3
ladies and gentlemen,
seconds.
give it up for your pro men heat number 3. Lane number 9, Spencer Panchik, United States. In lane number 8, Fran Hurtado, Costa Rica. Lane number 7, Julia Schisa, Germany. In lane number 6, Tommaso Pieri, Italia. Lane number 5, Matt Gilpin, Australia. In lane number 4, Troy Clay, United States. Lane number 3, Rodan Goldman, Mexico. Lane number 2, Yorgos Karavis, Greece. And in lane number 1, Anestis Artemis, Greece.
Our lane assignments for our third
1
heats.
minute.
5 heats in total for our individual men. I'm actually excited for this one. London Pro 2.
Yep. A mixture of rope climbs, handstand walks with pirouettes, and weighted double unders. A lot of skill here, a lot of rhythm involved, and some athletes that are more than game for the challenge in this heat. Yorgos Karavis had a strong start to the weekend in workout 1. And he's got some athletes he's going to be chasing for this. Tommaso Pieri, he won the handstand walk pirouette workout in the challenger division when we saw it in Mesa. Definitely skilled enough to put up a top performance here. And one of the men he will certainly be chasing on the other side of the floor, Spencer Panchik. Long history of being good on his hands.
Get started for our third heat of our elite men for Pro 2. This is the final workout for the day. And expectations on some of our competitors, especially that for Tommaso Pieri. But how best to get through this one? It is the blueprint presented by Velitas.
Well, with these movements, a consistent cadence throughout in terms of hand placement on the rope and pinching. And then placement with the pirouettes in each section on the handstand walk. And I think for the pirouettes, you're gonna wanna have an early turn. So get into that 9-foot section, get some momentum moving forward, get the turn out of the way, keep it moving.
Fran Hurtado looking great, sitting in lane number 8, just ahead of Spencer Panchik. They are your leaders. There we are. They were listening, Tommy. Get the turn out of the way early. Chalk out of the pocket. That's okay, he can pick it up on the way back. You won't need it for handstand walking or double unders. Now the expectation going into workouts or events or competitions, and you read the programming and you go, oh, that's in my wheelhouse. Is it better or is that worse because you know you should do well at that, but is the expectation too high on yourself?
I think it depends on if your assessment is accurate or not. You know, if you look at it and it is in your wheelhouse, I think just executing to your abilities. It's very nice when you know sometimes you got to reach, sometimes you actually got to try and you got to risk it, and sometimes you just got to perform within your abilities. It's a very nice place to be.
Grand Park, it is two-stop two. Think you're good enough to take on the challengers. That's going to take place in Westville, Indiana on August 28th to 30th. Make sure you grab your tickets and sign up for the Grand Park Pro Qualifier now. The QR code on your screen. And you could join the athletes that are currently on the floor and potentially get one of those spots, which is going to be aiming towards a pro card for season 2027. Fran Hurtado, not the way you really want to be starting your double unders with a miss. But if you're going to miss the first one and then...
Sometimes you almost kind of laugh at that, right? Like you do that first jump, you're like, oh, you dummy. you got this. Just reset and go.
Mulligan, do-over. Here we go. Spencer looking very comfortable. You mentioned before, Kat.
Yeah. That extension of the arms is like that minimal bend.
Must be the lane. Sam Cornwall was doing exactly the same thing about 10 minutes ago. Spencer, that efficiency has paid off and he's jumped straight into the lead.
I think something to look for when these guys come back into handstand walking, also for the pirouette, something that really helps you be efficient on the pirouette is actually having a good shuffle of weight. So you don't just want to, you want to shuffle from the left arm really over to the right arm, because if you really shuffle over to the left arm, you can very efficiently pivot, and then you shuffle again over from that left over to the right, and again make that turn. So instead of making a 6-point turn, if you shuffle the weight efficiently, you should be able to make that maybe in 2 turns. If you're a very good gymnast, you can make that turn a 2-point turn.
He spoke about Victor Hoffer before, about his gymnastic prowess, and he's a taller athlete. How hard handstand walks for you?
Not bad, actually. It was something I spent a lot of time working on. And once I became capable at it, then my wingspan and my reach actually started to become a benefit. I felt like even when I got off balance, I could leverage my wingspan and reach to really kind of chew up big steps. But, I mean, but there is a reason why gymnasts tend to be a little bit more compact.
Bit like Spencer Panchik.
Yep. And it's interesting because Spencer's, I would say, almost very conservative in the pirouette. For how good he is upside down and handstand walking, he is taking a little bit more choppy approach and more of that 6-point turn that Kat was talking about. Maybe he just doesn't want to play with fire here. And
yeah.
Well, when is that time to play with fire?
Double unders, for sure. I mean, at that point, like you said, the cost for the no rep is very minimal.
But it is also, I'm not going to say 2 very different things, but I think in our sport, handstand walking has become a very common movement, and almost everybody is comfortable walking on their hands. The pirouette, however, has become, it's a new skill. It's newer to it, and not everybody is as comfortable or even knows the proper technique of how to pivot efficiently. Yeah. So even though he's very comfortable upside down, he might just not have the technique down to make that 2-point turn.
Well, what's interesting is, you know, I think the weight transfer is really important for things like the stairs, when you're going uphill, like we see in the handstand obstacle course. And that was actually something, if you know your history, that the entire Panchik family was fantastic at. It showed up at regionals, I believe, in 2018, and there was a sequence of 3 consecutive heats where a Panchik set the time to beat. Spencer won his heat, then Saxon won his heat, and then Scott won his heat.
Cool.
And it was like, oh, okay.
They've got it down.
Yeah.
And very patient, very clinical with that pirouette turn. Spencer Panchik, 6:20. That's going to be a good split time to get. And obviously very fatigued as well. And when is too soon to push? How long do you break when you're at that full fatigue?
Yeah, I think on these handstand walks, it's not slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Make sure you just get the reps in, smooth, clean, no failed reps. And as Tommy just said, as soon as you get to the double unders, it's go time. It's a very low risk failure on the double under, so you might as well just check and see if it's there.
And I think you know, skill set is obviously important, right? You know, across her career, Katrin was always one of the best handstand walkers. So her ability to recover from the red line, I mean, honestly, she could probably handstand walk with her eyes closed at a heart rate of 200. So
and do double unders at the same time.
Yeah.
It's just a tremendous amount of time that I've spent upside down. My whole childhood, I was upside down. And that's the one thing when people ask me, how can I get better at handstand walking or spend time upside down.
Yeah. Got to train that vestibular system.
Yeah.
Pancic making his way. He is well in control. 9:03. Alex Katoulis. And I was actually very surprised with Katoulis of how quickly he recovered or how much he didn't suffer during workout number 2.
Yeah, and that, you get that sometimes with the really skill-heavy muscle fatigue. It makes more sense when Katoulis mentioned that it was a muscle fatigue workout for him. So his heart rate wasn't necessarily super high. He wasn't necessarily out of breath. It came down to his muscles physically holding up to the very hyper-specific fatigue that this test presented to him.
Spencer getting very close. 9:03, the time to beat, and that is coming up in about 10 seconds. Julius Kieser from Germany jumping into second. Fran Hurtado still in third. And that time from Katoulis is going to stand for another heat. Lane 7, 8, and 9 is where it is all happening in our third of 5 heats. Pancic, 2 reps to go. And done, 9:19, which is faster than the time from Victor Garcia Deval from heat number 1. Matty Gilpin, Tommaso Pieri. Martinis and Caravas in lanes 1 and 2. Tommaso to the left, Julius in the middle, Fran to the right. Still plenty of time on the clock. Julius Kieser looking to finish up next. All right. Leaf out of the Alex Katoulis book. Let's just hang around and chat.
Yeah.
Kieser, good finish.
Just having a chat. Hey, what are you doing later?
Roldan Goldbaum will move forward now to his final reps. Still 90 seconds. Last 5 for Tommaso Pieri. Going to jump ahead of Fran Hurtado.
It just goes to show how with these workouts that have heavy skill components, how much it can create a separation in the field for the haves and have-nots.
Gilpin, the lone Australian in the field, all finished up. A few whip marks on those arms.
Oh, I don't miss those.
With a weighted rope as well.
Just hearing you say that made me recoil like I had tripped up myself.
Caravas is in. Fran Hurtado as well. Artemis Goldbaum and Troy Clay now making his way
Our 13-minute time cap looming. Artemis. And Troy Clay getting done. It's going to be very little time to get double unders done. Roldan just doesn't look like he wants to do any more. I'm done. Call it now. Roldan is not doing them. I don't want it.
Yeah, he's done.
Good read, Jeremy.
I wonder if he's actually hurt. I wonder if he hurt his calf or something. I'm surprised you wouldn't try to squeak out a couple unless you're actually a little injured.
Big smiles, Spencer Panchik. Great performance, and again, some more patience. Hi, Mum.
They've always just got the biggest smile on their face.
They do. Well, why wouldn't you? You walk away with the top time with a couple of heats remaining. Spencer Panchik going toe-to-toe with a few athletes in his heat, but I think his efficiency on that first round of double unders allowed him to get back to the second handstand walk section. And even though he was a little conservative on the pirouettes, his overall fitness and consistency on the rope gave him the edge overall.
Let's head down to the competition floor. Lauren Smith.
Spencer, you're obviously epic on your hands, but how did adopting that early pirouette influence your overall strategy?
I think it was just about kind of being smart out the gate. I feel like I've played around on these short ropes a little bit, so it's just a lot of it's just timing. The more time you get on it, the more comfortable you're going to feel.
You said grippy?
Very grippy.
How are they feeling now?
I thought that rope was going to fall out of my hands. Never felt like that.
Look, you're coming in on a wildcard invite as part of the Challenger field. How do you want to make the most of that opportunity?
I just want to come out and do the best that I can. I feel pretty fit and, have fun. I wouldn't be here if I didn't want to have fun and enjoying time with the competitors.
I love it. It's great to watch you out there. Good job.
Thank you.
Great job, Spencer. Thank you, Lauren. 3 heats down, 2 to come. Are we going to see someone go quicker than 9:19? Julius Kieser with a big gap between himself and Spencer. There's going to be plenty of room for athletes to jump into that spot. Well, we're about to find out. We have 2 more heats to follow before we turn our attention to our individual women. Our 4th heat, some more familiar names, and it is our pro athletes about to hit the competition floor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring out the athletes for heat number 4. Lane number 10, Tola Moraquinho, United States. Lane number 9, Colin Boshart, Switzerland. Lane 8, Nate Ackerman, United States. Lane number 7, BKG, Iceland. Lane 6, Travis Mayer, United States. In lane 5, Ty Jenkins, United States. Lane number 4, Chris Ibarra, United States. Lane 3, Nick Matthew, United States. In lane number 2, Luka Jukic, Serbia. And in lane number 1, Dani Camacho, Spain.
Lane assignments for heat number 4. Impressive performance from Ty Jenkins in London Pro 1. But this is a London Pro 2.
Yeah, we're going to switch it up with some skill here with some short rope climbs, some handstand walking with pirouettes, and some weighted dubs. Athletes are going to work their way down the floor through the movements, work their way back to the rig again, and then all the way back down the floor a 3rd time, finishing on those heavy weighted double unders. See Tola Moraquinho, very good upside down on his hands. Another tremendous athlete in Nate Ackerman. continuing his climb. And then Nick Matthew, he made his arrival on the scene at the top of the sport with some handstand walking. If you remember, 2 of his wins during his rookie season at the game. One came in the speed skill medley that involved, amongst other things, an L-sit to handstand walk.
Underway for our 4th heat of 5. Our final heat's not too far away. And our time to beat 9:03. How are these athletes going to get there? Well, Tommy is going to tell us exactly how with the blueprint presented by Velitas.
As we've seen from the athletes that have already had success, consistency with your cadence on the rope climb, with your placement on the handstand walk and pirouettes, and even in your rhythm with the heavy double unders, given that you're going to have to change things up just a little bit with the weight. And then get a little early turn in there for those handstand walk pirouettes. Then during that 9-meter section, you have the freedom to do the pirouette wherever. Get it out of the way quick. Ooh, I like that little hip hop there from Tola.
Well, just using the full length of his body as well, which is going to be useful.
Big pulls when he's legless. That hip hop kind of reminiscent of almost like a frog kick, which you would see from some athletes in the pull-ups back in the day.
It's a nice technique because the fastest way would be to do them legless, but you also don't want to burn out your arms. So trying to actually use that little efficient kick while still being fast.
Another taller athlete, Travis Mayer, your current leader, but only just. Things getting pretty tight with 5 athletes on the floor. Nick Matthew going straight through.
He's not coming down, but that t-shirt is though.
Thankfully for him, he left some fabric off of that t-shirt, so it's not going to fall all the way down and hit his face.
That's true.
One of many reasons why the crop top should come back in style.
We're going to rock that tomorrow, maybe. Nate Ackerman, lane number 8, just ahead of Nick Matthew in lane 3.
Kind of speaking to what you were saying earlier, Kat, about when people asking you how to get better on your hands, just spending that time practicing. Nate Ackerman, who's the first athlete to the Dubs here, a teenage athlete, someone who's been in the sport for a while despite his youth. He's been putting in time, you know, as a teenager with some of these skill sets, and just pick them up faster. They just become more pliable and adaptable to them.
That's so true.
Built for performance, the Velitas and WFP collection delivers elite level grip, control, and durability. Shop the collection now, scan that QR code on your screen. And Kat, just on what Tommy was just saying about Nate, let's throw that on the other side of the coin to BKG. You've gone through these movements, you're an exceptional athlete for so many years, you've got this massive toolbox now. The things like the legless rope climb and the weighted double unders, so they become like second nature after a while.
Yeah, like anything else, when you learn a skill, it requires so much of your brain power, of your focus to think about what you're doing. So when you're under duress or when you have a higher heart rate, the skill tends to go. When you've done it more and more and more, it just becomes second nature. And so when you have a higher heart rate, BKG has been doing this for so long, you get to kind of only focus on your breath. You get to focus on your efficiency, and you can kind of just do the movement. And BKG truly is one of the best movers in the sport. Great at legless, great at handstand walking, pirouettes. And you could see, I wish we would have talked about him more on the double unders, but he was, and we'll get another chance to watch him, he's so relaxed. He keeps his arm nice and low, and he was able to get through them very efficiently.
Well, that's what tweaked my vision down the floor, just watching Nate and then looking at BKG, and he was just so relaxed. I was like, that's a lot of experience and a lot of time doing the movement. BKG and Nate Ackerman, your 2 leaders. Nick Matthew now jumps both of them. Quick pirouettes.
The one thing I wish we would see more from BKG, because we just spoke about him as being one of the best movers in the sport. And then Nick Matthews, yes, he looks very good. He's very confident. He doesn't necessarily look as good, and I wish BKG could sometimes tip over a little bit, sometimes risk it a little more, sometimes just not do things perfectly and just go a little bit faster, because you can see that it's there, and I want him to just...
Be a little more reckless?
Yes. Be okay with failing. Tola's very much the same. Very good mover. I just want to see play with that knife's edge a little bit and just see if he can go for that win.
Nick Matthew, left of screen. Chris Ibarra joining him on the right side. BKG, Nate Ackerman. Colin Bussard, who started pretty red hot, but fell off the pace once the handstand walks commenced. BKG halfway through those rope climbs. Final two coming up. Nate Ackerman, final two for BKG. Ackerman going to jump back into the lead.
One for Nick Matthews.
It is going to come down to the double unders at the far end, and that is where BKG really put the foot down, and I guess was a little bit more reckless. Ackerman is going to jump ahead of Nick Matthew, but he's got company.
Ackerman always just looks so unbothered when he's out there on the competition floor.
Ty Jenkins jumping into second.
Oh!
Ooh. Ty Jenkins with that massive mop of hair. Matthew, is he going to go straight through? No, he's not. Allows Ty Jenkins, who has paced this pretty well. But it is going to come down to the double unders, and that smile on your face, Kat, tells me a story that you're waiting for BKG to come through and swipe the win from all of them.
I'm just having these flashbacks of the way that they all look a little bit different now, and like Nick Matthews went straight through, he's not doing that right now. It's just a feeling of, it's the shock factor that when you've done, you know, you feel fresh and you can handstand walk and you feel very fluid, and then when you've actually, your lats are gone, your grip is gone, and you don't know how much you use your fingers for handstand walking too, and you kind of kick up and you're so shocked at how stiff your body is. And I was just seeing that in the athletes, and I'm like, oh, I remember that feeling. Okay, here we go.
Good split time for Ty Jenkins. Ackerman in second, Matthew in third. BKG is about to finish off his handstand walk. What can he do? How many reps can he make up with that heavy rope in hand?
Ooh, maybe burning in a little hot for Ty Jenkins there. He had a trip up pretty early on in his second set of dubs. You see Nate Ackerman on the right-hand side too. Two former teen champs going head-to-head as individuals. Get used to that sight.
BKG just taking a quick break. Jenkins, Ackerman, Matthew, Goodmanson. Again, BKG looking good. Spencer did say it in his interview, very, very grippy. Jenkins taking an extended break. We are going to be tight on this one. Ackerman with a good set this time around and a higher jump. Ackerman's put down about 30 in this set.
That's the third break so far for Ty Jenkins. Just in this last set that Ackerman was able to rip out.
Ackerman with that big set, getting over 9:21. It is not going to be the fastest time. Alex Katoulis still with that one. Jenkins is in. Spencer Panchik will be second fastest still. Nick Matthew in just on that 9:30 mark. And some very clever programming on day one of Tour Stop 1. Enough fatigue, but not to hamper the progress over the next 2 days.
Just the right amount of interference between workouts on the day. Plenty of room for athletes to jockey for position.
Ibarra up next. Mayer is in. Both jumping over BKG, who now finishes up 10:16. Camacho, Jukic, Moracanio still left on the floor. Danny Camacho is in. And a good push from Ty Jenkins, just maybe a little early. That second last set of dubs for Nate Ackerman really sealed the deal.
Yeah, especially when you're breaking 6-7 times on that last set. Maybe just burn in a little too quick.
Tolas, some great position. And Jukic as well. The fact that they're stopping rather than missing is a positive to take out of this. It's just fatiguing.
Yeah.
Luca, I'm just going to put the
Looks
rope
like
on.
his grip is gone.
I'm just going to put the rope on the floor. I don't want it.
And even still, like, Luca has great positioning here.
Tola, all done, 11:41. Luka Jukic, still waiting for that judge's hand in the air. To me, it's coming down to just absolute grip fatigue. There's no other component. There's no massive hip hinge. There's no massive jump in the air. Arms aren't coming out wide. It's just being able to hold onto that rope.
Yeah.
You can see Nate Ackerman shaking those forearms out.
Still, 3 minutes later. Jukic going to ride the line, and the last 5 coming now. Yeah, finish up well under time cap. 12:40, unofficial time. For all our official times, head over to competitioncorner.net. A couple of youngsters on day one, look out.
Look out and get used to it.
When we talk about youth versus experience, youth wins day one.
Well, experience gave him a good push to start, but a little battle between Nate Ackerman. Travis Mayer was up towards the front early on. Nick Matthew. BKG inserted himself into the conversation right around the turnaround point for the first way back to the rig. But it was Nate Ackerman, consistency throughout. And even though he fell a little bit behind Ty Jenkins on that last handstand walk, he was much better on the rope and was able to close and get to the finish mat first.
Impressive from Nate Ackerman. He is standing by with Lauren Smith.
Nate, when you were around the back warming up and you were watching the heat ahead of you, what were you thinking to yourself on that workout?
Honestly, I wasn't trying to watch the heat ahead of me because I was a little stressed about the workout, but just seeing the guys in my heat warm up their pirouettes in the back, I was like, uh-oh, like I'm kind of cooked. But I think I ended up going fast enough on the rope climbs that the pirouettes weren't as big of a factor.
It was honestly brilliant. I know that a big focus of yours in this off-season has been endurance. Do you feel that paid off in that workout?
I think endurance pays off in everything. Just, I feel like last season I'd have the same gymnastics as I did here, but just being able to not to breathe as heavy like helps a ton.
It feels like on day one of the World Fitness Project, the youngsters are coming. You've got big goals for this season. What are they?
Top 15, I don't know, we'll see how it goes, but just keep taking top 20s on endurance workouts and I'll be hyped.
It's going very well. Congratulations, you were wicked out there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lauren. Impressive from Nate Ackerman. And heat results coming to you shortly. Eight seconds between 1 and 2. The US leading the charge for the top three. Ibarra and Mayer. That was a close one. And Bossard from Switzerland just over that 10-minute mark. As we head to our final heats for our individual men for day number 1 of Tour Stop 1. We're here in London at the Drum Sheds. Let's welcome out our heat
Are you
5.
ready? The men's pro final heats. Lane number 10, Jelle Hoster, Belgium. Lane number 9, Jack Farlow, Canada. Lane number 8, Joona Koski, Finland. Lane number 7, Tudor Magda, Romania. Lane number 6, Roman Khrennikov, United States. Lane number 5, James Sprague, United States. Lane number 4, Gui Maieros, Brazil. Lane number 3, Chandler Smith, United States. Lane number 2, Aniole Kai, Spain. And lane number 1, Patrick Vellner, Canada. 1 minute.
Our final heats, Elena Simons. And your current leader in lane 2, Aniole Kai. Surprised us all and a great start to competition. This is London Pro 2 and the final heats.
And Aniole's going to have to back it up with some skill here, with some short rope climbs, some handstand walking. Those pirouettes have been a major center point of this workout. You're going to have some heavy dubs in there to boot. And anytime you're talking handstand walks, Tudor Magda has to be a part of the conversation. So skilled, so strong. Pat Vellner traditionally has been good at workouts like this, and he needs it right now after a tough finish in workout 1 to start the weekend.
The final 13 minutes of the individual men's competition for day 1, the World Fitness Project Tour Stop 1.
And another athlete on your screen right now that I think is going to have to factor into the mix is James Sprague. Coming in to this workout in 19th. Actually spoke to him out back during the break. He had a really good perspective about it. He said, you know, 19th in a 50-person field, I've had worse finishes than that. I finished 13th last year in a 30-person field and I didn't freak out. That's right about where I am right now, and I'm not going to freak out now.
Throwing it out there last week in an interview, he said, does he become a veteran now of the sport?
Yeah,
no, you do not. You're still early 20s, go away. Sprague off to work very quickly. Tudor Magda just ahead.
Ooh, see Sprague there. He is well aware of where Tudor is. He took a look across the field when they first got to the handstand walk. They came down at the exact same time. Maybe more of just a mental win for James to kick up before Tudor on that second section.
Gui Malheiros getting to work quickly and battling
with Sprague and Magda. And Guy looking like he's just in the lead by about half a foot. And it's tight between 1, 2, and 3. Magda very quick to grab the rope and get started. Magda 10 seconds ahead of the split time so far. 9:03, Alex Catoulis. The leader, Anyola Kai, after workout number 1 to the bottom of the screen in the white shirts. And there are some big names in this field.
There are. And we see Chandler Smith hanging tough in the top 5 right now. We mentioned during the overhead squat that he was recovering from a broken wrist. If you had to pick 2 movements in this programming array that would probably give you the most trouble, given that would be the overhead squat and handstand walking. You know what? He's got them both on day 1, and so far, so good for Chandler.
Sprague taking a break, but not too long. Magda, still your leader. Sprague, Malheiros, your top 3 coming into the dubs. Sprague looking like he is going to be sitting in second behind Magda. Separation starting. And Sprague very cleverly just letting Tudor just go ahead, run your own race.
Yeah, when James kind of took a pause and a squat to catch his breath for a second, he was staring directly at Tudor, kind of checking in to see, all right, how is he looking? Is he good? All right, well, you know what? I'm just going to run my race for right now because so far Tudor's cruising.
But James's rope climbs are so fast and efficient anyway, he could catch up a bit of time there.
And really what we've been seeing in the first 4 heats, it really is the back half of the workout. It's the later 8 rope climbs, and then how do they look when they kick back up. So it almost feels like what they're doing right now is the buy-in to the real workout.
Just saw Tudor come over the line and glance across the field and saw no one there. I don't know why he was expecting someone to be there, but
reassurance.
Just making sure, yeah.
Tudor Magda now 40 seconds ahead of Alex Catoulis, your current leader. 9:03 finish time for Catoulis, but Spencer Panchik in 9:19. Sprague, another rope climb done. Tudor Magda in control.
Another thing that James is doing, seems like an obvious thing to do, but he takes 1-2 pulls, he looks down at the rope, so he makes sure he can see the rope so that he is sure to get a good clamp. Just avoiding any fumbling, avoiding using any excess energy or any excess time.
And his pinch is really quick. He
Yeah.
kind of throws his hips into it and almost stacks his feet on top of each other, not necessarily needing that left to right action for a pinch like you'll see with an S pinch for a lot of people.
But look at Tudor, he does not look down. He does the extra pull to make sure it's high enough.
Sprague jumping back into the lead and looking across to see what Magda's doing. The two have been competing against each other for roughly on 10 years.
And they've been friends for just as long. I mean, a lot of the guys that came out of, I would say, this 1 to 2 year cohort of teenage competitors are very, very close. You throw Dallin Pepper in the mix, you throw Jack Farlow in there.
And Sprague just starting to accelerate on his handstand walks a little bit faster than Tudor. And it's almost synchronized movement, synchronized squat. And Tudor just watching what Sprague's
just gonna
doing.
come down for the double unders.
Oh, this is going to be an epic finish.
Well, in Mesa, James Sprague won the handstand walk pirouette workout going away. There was no one even close to him. So now he's actually getting a little bit of a push here.
Oh,
Both of them just looking at each other before they go.
starting the doubles at the same time. They should just face each other.
That's what James is doing. He's basically turning so we can see him.
Do you do that? Do you sit there and, as James Sprague, and go, I'm going to wait for Tudor to break, and then I'm going to do one more rep and then break?
100%. You do not, in this situation, you do not want to be the one that breaks first.
This is going to be a very quick time. Neither Sprague nor Magda breaking yet.
You can't really, you can't really do much to speed up the time that it takes to do the 120 double unders. All they're trying to do is be efficient so that you can keep going for longer with less breaks.
Sprague continues.
Still going.
Oh, this is epic. And probably just breaking and pacing that first round. Oh, this is epic from Sprague.
James is back.
The bounce back that he needed.
Little hiccup, but he's back.
Oh, wow, unbroken. Come on, James Sprague, take a bow. Oh, yes, sir. Stamping his authority on Pro 2.
Over a minute faster than the previous time to beat.
That is unbelievable from Sprague. And look, Tudor's rope, a little bit of a malfunction, but he gets done. It is going to be the second fastest time, so regardless of rope malfunction, he's still going to finish second. And there was no way he was going to catch Sprague. The race. Sprague. Magda, who's going to be finishing up next? Waiting for judges' hands to pop up. Jonakowski, thereabouts. It is going to be Guimard Heros. And he's going to finish under that time from Alex Katoulas as well. So a third place finish from Guimard Heros. Alex Katoulas is going to finish fourth. That's an exceptional time for Katoulas. And Jolokai, can he jump into that top five and stay there? Your current leader, second bottom of screen. It is going to be Koski next. Jonakowski, Jelle Hoster has got one to go. Hoster is in. Roman Krenikov is next outside of those times from Spencer Panchik at 9:19. So Spencer's going to go top five. Chandler is in. Vellner, Akai, Farlow, your last three in this heat. Farlow is going to be next up in lane number 10. And Jolokai just outside that 10-minute mark. Vellner with the last five. And all done. Quick heats. But Sprague, wow.
I mean, he was in the order of magnitude of the previous fastest time. Almost 90 seconds ahead.
That's unbelievable. World Fitness Champion from 2025. Yeah, 19th is okay.
Putting his stamp back on this competition weekend. Speaking with him in the back, like I mentioned, one of the reasons he said he struggled in that first one, they said his legs felt heavy. Well, you know what? This one required walking on your hands, so don't worry about the legs, James. And he certainly didn't worry. The only person on his mind was Tudor Magda as they went head-to-head on that final handstand walk. But what a way to seal the deal from James Sprague. A championship-type performance with 120 unbroken weighted double unders.
Our champion for the World Fitness Championship 2025, getting a event win and standing by with Lauren Smith.
James, unbelievable workout, and perhaps the comeback you needed after this morning?
Yeah, for sure. This morning took me for a ride. I think I don't expect 19s out of myself on fitness workouts, and when it comes my way, you have two ways you can respond. Be mad about it and let it fuel you, or be mad about it and move on. Be mad about it and stay in that. So I tried to take the first, just use it as fuel for the next thing, because what good does it do just sitting and sulking? Not much. So was glad I could take it into that and use it for fuel to the fire.
It was amazing. Your final set of weighted double unders, it was like a war of attrition. What were you telling yourself to go unbroken?
Yeah, me and Tudor have been doing the sport for 10 years. I know what he's strong at. I knew it'd be really tough to beat him. That was actually our first time being 1 and 2 in a workout on a big live stage, which was pretty special for the boys who started together 10 years ago. And just kept telling myself, hang on, hang on, hang on. You need these points. The gaps between the points in the top 10 are huge, and so I need to keep taking wins if I want to get relevant at this tour stop. I know we got a whole season ahead though, so I'm looking at the grand scheme of things like, hey, just keep stacking wins wherever you can.
A whole season ahead, and you are the defending champion. How much fire is there to go and do a repeat?
Oh man, so much fire. I think I was telling you the other day in the interview, like there's not a word to describe how bad I want to repeat here. What Will and the team has done for us with the World Fitness Project is something remarkable. I was texting Will the other day that I'm just so honored to be in this time period where there's such a special opportunity for athletes, where we feel so highlighted, and it's just a unique stage. You're not going to get anywhere else at any other competition, and winning the World Fitness Project last year was the highlight of my year.
You're awesome. That was amazing. Thank you so much for being on this stage.
Thank you, Lauren, and thank you, crowd. You guys are awesome.
James, you're not bad yourself. What a performance. That was so good. And just going unbroken in that last step, as you mentioned, 90 seconds ahead.
But that, honestly, that's the championship difference. We see that from every single athlete that's been able to reach the pinnacle of this sport. When the chips are on the table and you get into one of those duels, you just have a little something extra to really dial the volume up to 11 and put down some special performances like we just saw.
Absolutely crazy stuff going on from James Spraggan. Great way to bounce back. Our men are done for day number 1 of Tour Stop 1. And don't worry, we've got 5 more heats to come. Our Pro 2 women up next. Back to the drum sheds. It is day number 1 of the World Fitness Project Tour Stop 1. And it is season 2, 2026. Our top 10 for our pro women. And Amy Kringle winning the first tour stop last year, winning the first workout and doing exactly the same. Are we on that trajectory? Solberg sitting in second, and Laura Horvath, your World Fitness champion from 2025, in third. What's impressed you most?
I think Andrea Solberg. I think she's somebody who, she's been doing very well overall, but didn't necessarily expect her to take second place overall in the workout this morning. And if I'm the other girls looking at Andrea sitting in second going into the workout tonight, I would be a little bit scared because she is phenomenal upside. I have never seen such speed as she showcased in Copenhagen last year.
Oh, it was absolutely ridiculous, and I can't wait we get there. But we are going to get to our Heat 1 women coming up very shortly. And the drum sheds for the final time for our individual athletes, not too far away.
Lane 10, Rikke Kivog, Norway. Lane 9, Hannah Hardy, United States. Lane 8, Marika Seppele, Finland. Lane 7, Amanda Jobs, Sweden. Lane 6, Valentina Magalotti, Italy. Lane 5, Caroline Prevost, Canada. Lane 4, Anja Keller, Germany. Lane 3, Blair Cheney, United States. Lane 2, Dana Perron, United States. Lane 1, M. Gooch, United Kingdom.
Our late assignments for our first of our pro women. Some athletes really jumping in to Pro 1 with some great results. Happy birthday to Hannah Hardy as well. This is Pro number 2.
London Pro number 2, we've got 6 short rope climbs, 27-meter handstand walk with 3 pirouettes every 9 meters, going to 120 double unders. We're going to go back through the handstand walk, rope, handstand walk again, and ending with those double unders.
Okay, Kifog. Blair Cheney. First time outside the United States, first time getting a passport, and reckons we all talk very weirdly, so I hope she doesn't go back and watch the live stream. She'll be in a bit of shock.
I don't think she said weirdly. I think it was her favorite part.
Underway for the first of our 5 heats. And Hannah Hardy turning 29 today, so a big happy birthday. Spent a bit of time in Australia last year at the Torian Pro. And the blueprints presented by Velitas.
With all of the skill in these movements, consistent cadence in terms of hand placement, in terms of rhythm is going to be huge. The pirouettes seem to be one of the movements that everybody has circled here. So anywhere in that 9-meter section, you can do the pirouette, get the turn out early, and then continue to build momentum from there.
And speed of rope climbs was what got James Sprague his workout win, 90 seconds ahead of the fastest time going into that 5th heat. Rikke Kifog. And so many Norwegian athletes here. Team Krieger making up 20% of the female athletes. Birthday girl, Hannah Hardy, getting to work.
Hopefully there's a cake of some sorts waiting for her at the end of this workout.
I thought there was some cake up here.
Oh.
I haven't seen your eyes light up like that, Jeremy, in a lamb's age.
Built for performance, the Velites WFP collection delivers elite level grip, control, and durability. Shop the collection now. Just scan that QR code on your screen. Kivog just on the outside of Hannah Hardy. Marika Seppala on the inside. That look from Hannah was one that told me that she's not real impressed with what she just had to go through. Wait till you pick up the rope.
Well, the good news, Hannah, is that you have to do it 2 more times.
Mday Gooch on the outside. Lane number 1 looking in. Blair Cheney, heat winner from London Pro 1. In the red top and the black pants. And Anya Keller. CrossFit in town. And that hip hinge that we do see, we normally see that with a lot of fatigue. Kivog in lane number 10, probably looking the best with the double unders currently.
Yeah, I would say it's pretty early to see a pretty heavy break in double under technique at this point. Might be a signal of some tough times ahead in round 2.
It looks to me like most of these women don't have a lot of experience with the heavy rope. You can see how they're holding. I would really like them to see them holding further forward on the handles. If you're holding in the middle of the handles, you're holding the whole weight, and you're having to really use arm power. You're having to use your biceps to get that rope twice around.
Seppala finishing up and taking a fair bit of time to get going once again. Magalotti. Kivog already done with 1 segment. Now Hannah Hardy gets finish up. She was the first to the rope and looking to come back. Chiropractor by trade and a Bachelor of Science in Kinesiology. All these smart people taken on the floor. The WFP app is your all-in-one hub for everything World Fitness Project, updates, schedules, and announcements all in one place. Download the WFP app now on the App Store. Just scan that QR code on your screen. Rika Kivog, done. Back to the rope. Marika Seppala, 1 segment to go. And Valentina Magalotti, only a few meters away from finishing.
What I liked from Rika in that last handstand walk section, she got done with the double unders and wasted no time kicking up. Marika was actually done first and took a break. Rika dropped, moved her handles, turned around, immediately kicked back up. That's confidence in the handstand walk.
Seppala back. Magalotti and now Blair Cheney. Keep your eyes on Blair Cheney. She's going to be sitting there in lane number 3. Emre Gooch about to finish up that handstand walk. Rika Kivok looking strong, and I've taken notes of what you said about James Sprague with that quick glance down the rope. Kivok doing exactly the same thing. A lot of people will sit there and do the rope climbs and look for the target and not look for the important part before the target.
Yes. I think just taking that split second, it doesn't even take you any longer. It's just where you place your eyes. And so just looking, you're trying to get a precise lock, with a good lock with your feet. And if you get that good lock, it's one quick hip hop and you're already touching that target. So A, you're going to be faster, and B, it's going to be so much easier for you. Then you can take extra time and effort fumbling.
Rika Kivok done with the rope climbs. Time ticking away, however. We're already 8.5 minutes into our 13-minute time cap.
Just like she did off of the double unders, wasting no time to get upside down and kicking into the handstand walk. So confident, smooth transitions.
Final 4 minutes coming. This is going to be tough going to get these double unders completed. And I didn't mind that extended time on her hands to get about halfway down before the pirouette. How do you go doing your pirouette and your handstand while looking down at that heavy rope going, oh.
Yeah, it's 120 more. You learn to play so many mind games. You just have to break it down into segments that just feel very manageable and just kind of repeat that.
You think all the hard work's done, but it hasn't even started yet. Yeah, there it is. What a great shot. The rope welcoming Rika Kivok.
She's had very good transitions.
And a massive lead as well. Seppala, Magalotti, all the way back. And it's going to be at least another minute before those ladies head down the floor. Prevost on her way down as well. Amanda Jobs commences her handstand walk as well.
Yeah, Rika doing sets of 10 right now. Maybe listening to Kat, trying to make those little
you can always do a 10.
mental checkpoints, playing those mind games with yourself.
Hey, there's worse people to be taking advice from, I can tell you.
I would know I've taken it from those worst people.
You as well. Magalotti jumping ahead of Seppala. Prevost now drawing level with Seppala. This is going to be a good race for this third place in this heat. Rika still in the lead, lane 10.
see Carolyn Prevost really fighting that rope there a little bit. Hasn't always been the best at double unders in her history. The weighted rope is only going to add to the challenge.
Rika Kivog, all done. And a heat win. Unofficial time, 12:09. Prevost still with that very high jump. Knees getting nearly as high as hips.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of extra movement from the torso, from the legs, the knees coming forward.
This is going to be a tough ask for the ladies left on the competition floor to get this done under the time cap. Prevost, Magalotti, Jobs, Seppala, Hardy at the top section of the screen. Cheney, Paran, and Gooch at the bottom. Oh, it is going to be tight. Oh, Seppala, has she got there? We'll have to check the official time, but Rika Kivog, impressive performance. One way to put smiles on people's faces, give them a heat win.
And much like Victor Garcia de Gaulle on the men's side, Rika Kivog was the last woman in out of the qualifier. Doesn't matter though. Once she's on the competition floor, all that matters is your performance. She steps up in a big way, steady, smooth through the handstand walks. Nice, consistent cadence on the short rope and short, manageable chunks on the double unders, and that's a recipe for success.
Heat 1 winner, Rika Kivog, standing by with Lauren Smith.
Rika, I've just spoken to your coaches, and I know that those small sets on that last block of double unders were pre-planned. How much confidence did you have that would get you over the line as a heat win?
I actually haven't made that in training, so it was very fun. But I had a very strict plan, and I followed it very well. So I'm very happy that I made it.
You are awesome. Now, we saw you competing as part of a team in Copenhagen. How did that experience encourage you to get back into qualifiers and turn up as an individual this year?
I love competing at a team, but as a Krieger athlete, I get inspired every day by such amazing athletes. So I really wanted to try it myself. And so far, I'm enjoying it.
Amazing. What does success look like for you this season?
Oh, to learn a lot and have fun. That's my main goal.
I love it. You are awesome out there. Great job.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Rika Kivog. The time to beat, 12:09, unofficial time, of course. For your official results, head to competitioncorner.net. We are not far away from bringing our next heat onto the competition floor, heat number 2. And are we going to see an Ingrid Tondel bounce back after?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's
workout
bring
number
out
1.
the athletes
We'll wait and
for
see.
heat number 2. In lane number 10, Veslemoy Kolstad, Norway. Lane number 9, Ingrid Tundell, Norway. Lane number 8, Connie Easby, United Kingdom. Lane number 7, Morgan Thysens, Belgium. Lane 6, Pernille Kirstensen, Denmark. Lane 5, Mathilde Oyen Garnes, Norway. Lane number 4, Bergros Bjørnsdottir in Iceland. Lane 3, Jasmin van Arnhem, Belgium. Lane 2, Astrid Tint, Denmark. And lane 1, Julia Jakobsen, Germany.
Heat number 2,
1
lane
minute.
assignments. And a big Norwegian contingent from Krieger training. Ingrid Tondal not able to get through much of workout 1. That wrist injury hampering her progress. We're going to see the same in workout 2. This is London Pro 2.
Yep, they're going to have 6 short rope climbs, then some handstand walking with some pirouettes, 120 weighted double unders. They're going to handstand walk back across the floor and then basically repeat that sequence, finishing on the double unders once again. Morgan Thyssen had a strong finish in the first workout, hanging towards the front of her heat. And then another Icelandic woman trying to make her name in this sport. Bergros had an awesome time in that first workout. Good opportunity to back it up with another good performance here.
Tondal getting to work, and that wrist looks like it's doing okay. Tough movement to get through some legless rope climbs on a shorty rope, and then going through some handstand walking. Vesmaloy Kolstad, part of the Krieger training group as well. Some interesting pinching from Tondal with those legs.
Oh. She basically removes the legless portion, right? Pinching with the upper part of the thigh.
So the reason she does that is because her upper body pull is likely not good enough. So she's trying to get away with not using the upper body, kind of use that clamp as a little buffer, do another clamp, and then get a good foothold.
Tilda Garnes. Yasmin Van Arnhem. Getting to work. Built for performance, the Velites and WFP collection delivers elite level grip, control and durability. Shop the collection now. Just scan that QR code on your screen. Van Arnhem, Bjornsdotter, Garnes, and Thyssen's at the far end in the all black. They are your leaders coming into the first set of 120 heavy rope double unders.
See Matilda putting the rope down. Her grip's probably not burning already, but my guess is that she's trying to prevent or trying to minimize her grip fatigue.
There's something to be said for that mental aspect of disconnection with your equipment. Like you put it down and then there's that separation. Yeah. Does that make it easier a little bit? Or if you're hanging onto it in that hunched over position, you're still sort of half suffering because you're still holding the rope?
I honestly feel like it's the opposite. Like, I don't think I would ever drop the rope because this is how lazy I am. I'm like, now I have to pick it up again.
Well, I also think, generally speaking, when you do double unders and you don't have the rope in your hand, it's usually the sign of something bad, right? You tripped and it hooked your foot and it ripped it out of your palms.
Yeah.
I should have a max distance workout of rope throwing. After you miss.
Right after the softball throw, right?
Ganes. Smooth. We spoke about that for workout 1 earlier on.
Something that I noticed from her too, as soon as she finished, so she's always thinking 2 steps ahead. So she finished her double unders, she placed it exactly in the position that she wants to pick it back up again when she gets back to the rope. So she placed it down and immediately kicks up. So not only was it a smooth transition, but she's also prepped extremely well for when she gets back there, showing her experience in the sport.
Morgan Thissens just getting a no rep starting that handstand walk. Van Arnhem currently in second. And to the back left of the screen, Ingrid Tondal in a little bother, still with that wrist. Rope climb's good, but that handstand walking is going to be doing her wrist absolutely no favors. And teammate, training buddy, Ganes, all done on the return leg. A little bit of breathing space.
Look at those pirouettes. Those are kind of the pirouettes that we were talking about earlier, when she kind of uses the pirouette to move forward and gain momentum.
Pretty big breaks here from both Jasmine and Matilda. See the grip fatigue and pull fatigue starting to pile up.
Project 1, Turku, Finland. Sign up now, scan that QR code on your screen. Coming to Finland for the first time, June 14th. Jasmine Van Arnhem, the winner of 2025 in Turku.
Both winners for the men and women here on the World Fitness Project floor. Tatu from the men's side also winning that competition, kind of been the springboard for up-and-coming Finnish athletes in the sport.
Tilda, done again. She's half Australian as well, did you know?
Really?
True story.
I had no idea.
Spent a bit of time in Australia years ago, working and studying in Sydney. We were talking yesterday about Australia, and she said it's such a wonderful place to live, and I went, yeah, you know.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
You know how to pick them, Jeremy.
Oh, that's it. Van Arnhem, hot on the heels of Matilda Ganes. Oh, smooth.
Very smooth. You're gonna see her stacked position too. She looks like she has a lot of endurance in those shoulders. Versus, like, look at how Matilda, it looks like she's almost, and it is her last one, but her lats were getting so tight and she was closing up.
The thing I noticed about
There we go. She's using the opposite grip.
There we go. The thing I noticed about Jasmine's pirouette as well, when she goes to the pirouette, her legs straighten, so she gets a pirouette and then she goes back into that bent leg
just
position.
easier to twist, yeah.
But I'm glad we saw that reverse grip from Matilda, because people probably thought we were completely
What are they talking about?
just loopy.
So another strategic set of 10 from a Krieger athlete could be something they discussed in the back.
Yeah, from the start, it looked like Matilda has very much been reserving her grip. So first round, kind of putting that rope down. The second round, actually switching that grip and trying to utilize a muscle group that should be a little bit fresher.
Rika Kivog, 12:09 from heat number 1. Our time to beat. Matilda Ganes in great position to knock that off. Tissons on the far left of screen in all black. Bjornsdotter making a move. And this is great composure from Matilda. All right, Rope, you can stay there for a minute. Tind and Jakobsen. Jakobsen close to screen. Tind getting further away and through that third segment. One segment to go. In the background, we see our leader, Matilda Ganes, continue. And probably the benefit of having a big camp like Krieger Training, and you all stay together and travel together and all that sort of thing, you'll recover together as well, so you'll be going through the same protocols.
And also assuming that they're all sharing information freely as they test and work through the programming, that's that many more opportunities for people to try different nuances and techniques and you know, provide feedback.
And even within the competition, so you think about somebody like Tola, now he's already done the workout and he can now tell them, you know, how did this feel? Was there something that surprised them, something that they maybe need to be aware of? So 100% both in training, but then also in competition.
Matilda Ganes, 10:24, the new time to beat, and some whip marks on her arms as well. Battle now with the athletes left on the floor, Jasmine and Arnhem. Bergros Bjornsdotter, Astrid Tind, Julia Jakobsen, Morgan Tissons at the top, Vesmaloy Kolstad. Ingrid Tondor coming down to give a little bit of support, not adding any more reps to those rope climbs. And Van Arnhem gets in 11:41. And that is under the time from Rika from heat number 1. And Tissons looks like she's going to get through that as well. And the third fastest time so far for our pro women. Into the final minutes. Bjornsdotter. Kolstad finishing up. Bjornsdotter will be next. And you know it's tough going when 5 reps has got to be broken up.
Yeah, you kind of see her head kind of bobbing, her shoulders are leaning forward, and she's got that hinge at the hip.
The final 10 seconds coming now. Oh, Astrid Tind has got a chance. Oh, she's going to sneak under it. And yeah, they're breathing relatively heavy, but you can just see the amount of fatigue the athletes are going through. But Ganes, what a performance. Taking nearly 2 minutes off Rika Kivog's time from the previous heats.
And Ganes showed incredible poise and confidence, moving freely and smoothly between each transition, and no hesitation from the double unders into her second handstand walk. And that was really the big turning point for her, because at that point she was pretty much on an island by herself. And for the second straight heat, we have a Krieger Training athlete setting the top time to beat.
Leader overall so far in workout 2, Matilda Ganis standing by with Lauren Smith.
Matilda, another Krieger athlete to come with an unofficial heat win. Can we talk about your mixed grip on those double unders and the benefit that you got from that?
Yeah, I just learned a new technique which is a bit less grippy and more on the shoulders. So I find it smart during a workout where it's like 120 at the time to do like every other, to be able to just go faster. So I saw Brent was posting something like, if you're a good athlete, you know how to do things in different ways. And I was like, yeah, I should do both.
I mean, that's a tell to your experience as an athlete in the many years you spent in the sport. Coming into the World Fitness Project, how do you want to develop further?
Oh, I really want to try to steal someone's pro card. Yeah, I was watching last season with injuries and saw all my Krieger girls with sparkling out there, and it's just so fun to be here with them this year. So first of all, I just want to enjoy the experience, have fun, enjoy being back, but of course try to gain as many points as possible towards the end of the season. Yeah.
And sneak a pro card. Amazing work out there. That was great to watch.
Thank you so much.
Great stuff from Matilda Ganis. Thank you, Lauren Smith. Sneaking a pro card, wish it was that easy. You got to go work for it.
Performances like that will make it a little bit easier.
Exactly right. Heat 3, only seconds away. We're going to welcome them onto the Drum Sheds arena floor to a stop 1.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring out the athletes for heat number 3. In lane number 10, Nicole Heer, Switzerland. Lane number 9, Leah Storen, Norway. Lane 8, Maribel Gallardo, Spain. Lane 7, Vivian Marie Christian, Germany. Lane 6, Emily Rathwell, United States. Lane number 6, Elena Carratala, Spain. Lane 4, Noortje Bleker, Netherlands. Lane 3, Amanda Fisher, United States. Lane number 2, Sara Sigmundsdottir, Iceland. And lane 1, Andra Moistus, Estonia.
Our lane assignments for heat number 3.
1 minute.
And our challenges and invitees. Great battle between Storen and Heer in lanes 9 and 10 in workout 1. Let's find out what's going to happen in London Pro 2.
Another great battle is in store with these 6 rope climbs, the handstand walks, and heavy double unders on tap for these women. Elena Carratala hoping to pick up some steam here in the second workout of the day. Vivian Marie Christian, strong showing to start the day this morning in workout number 1, but I think the woman they're all going to be chasing over in lane 9, Leah Storen. I'm going to call it now. Keep your eyes on lane 9. I think we're going to go 3 for 3 for Krieger training, setting the top time.
Fun fact, Tommy, 1 in 5 female athletes is from Krieger training.
1 in 5 women. 1 in 5 women at some point in this competition will experience Krieger training.
Yes, they will. And they've done very well so far in heats 1 and 2. The blueprint presented by Velites.
Well, whether it's the shortened rope climbs transitioning between legless into a pinch, the handstand walks with your placement and where you do the pirouettes, and even the double unders. Cadence, rhythm, all going to be incredibly important in keeping consistency across the board. And we're seeing most athletes do their pirouettes early on in each 9-meter section. Get it out of the way and then build some speed from there in the handstand walk.
Nicole Heer moving very quickly. Elena Carratala is all done alongside Nicole Heer. Let's head down to the competition floor. Let's hear from Lauren.
Cheers, guys. I was chatting to the Krieger training crew, and it was definitely a question I asked them. I was like, how do you manage so many athletes? Look, they have got 4 coaches on the ground, and they're each split up into different roles. You've got someone who deals with the debriefs, someone who's warming up the athletes, and a couple of them who are stood on the sidelines cheering them on as they're going through the workouts. They love this, and obviously all the girls are this huge support system to one another, and boys. But of course, the Krieger girls are the ones that are making the headlines at the moment. And I know that Andrea Solberg has said she's going to do this handstand walk pirouette unbroken. So I'm wondering whether Leah Storen has taken that on board. Oh, she's not going to do the same.
Leah did come down for each section, but do pay attention to how she's manhandling these handstand walks. She's really gaining ground with the rotation in each step, as Katrin mentioned previously.
And a miss from Storen. Oh, another miss. Maybe just rushing things a little bit too much. Elena Karatala getting to work, and Nicole Heyer in lane number 10. Your top 3.
There's also 3 consecutive misses from Leah, and she was trying to jump directly into a double under, so not doing a couple of singles to try and build up some rhythm.
Storen now adjusting her rope, maybe just a little bit too short. It looks like those hand positions for Leah Storen, they are all over the place. Maybe that adjustment on the fly hasn't worked as well.
You're seeing Leah Storen, her hands really moving front to back pretty heavily. Sarah's doing single double, at least she was previously. I mean, she just looks uncomfortable. You can see that maybe she's working through something, maybe trying to build some confidence in her bounding. As she comes back from an injury, that was something that she hadn't spent a lot of time doing.
Yeah, I think she had talked about not being able to bound. We can kind of see that on the run earlier today, but there's discomfort in that she's not really rebounding. It looks like she's jumping each jump, which is going to be so much harder than actually just allowing the reflexes to do the jumping for you.
It's almost like she's trying to increase the arc of her jump by pulling her feet up rather than actually driving off of the floor and letting momentum carry.
Karatala, the first athlete to get finished up with the first 120 weighted double unders. Storen with some work to do now. Nicole Heyer in lane 10 in all green. Built for performance, the Velites WFP collection delivers elite level grip, control and durability. Shop the collection now, just scan that QR code on your screen. Elena Karatala enjoying some distance between herself and the rest of the field. Nicole Heyer on the outside, lane number 10. Vivian Marie Christian level with Nicole Heyer. Here comes Leah Storen coming down and then kicking straight back up. And good pirouettes from Storen as Karatala continues her progress through the final segment. Karatala is finished. Storen finishes 3 segments, 1 to come. Andra Moistis, lane 1, just chipping away, battling with Marie Christian for that 3rd place. Christian, a few meters away as Elena Karatala. Just a miss pinch on that rope climb. Christian is back, your top 3.
Nicole Hare gets started now. Been impressed with Hare's rope climbing ability. Storen.
Yeah, Storen utilizing that pinch grip before getting the feet onto the rope.
Some interesting changes in overall position because Leah Storen has been able to overtake multiple athletes on the handstand walk each time, but has ceded ground on the rope climbs and the double under rope.
Nortje Bleeker in the yellow and green. 2 rope climbs left now for Karatala. Been a great combination of movements right across day one. Who's got the best balance? Karatala.
Oh.
Another missed pinch.
Just what we've been talking about. Just place your eyes where you want your feet to go and get that secure pinch.
I'm not sure if Elena was looking for some chalk on the way down, but she was looking around for something. Not going to need a whole lot of chalk for the rest of this workout.
Sometimes if your palms are very sweaty, it does make the double unders a little bit harder. So I don't know if she's thinking, like, if there is a chalk there, I'll grab it just in case.
And a pretty quick no rep from Elena Karatala on that handstand walk. She kicked up and a couple of steps in, immediately came back down.
Nicole Hare on the outside now. Keep your eyes on lane 10. This is going to be an interesting race. Leah Storen jumps in the conversation as well.
Yeah, and it's going to come down to the dubs because I'll tell you right now, based on how the previous handstand walks have gone, Leah Storen is going to get to the rope first. She's going to be the first person off of that handstand walk, but can she improve upon what was a difficult go at the first round of heavy double unders to close the door here?
Elena Karatala. 3 down, 1 to go. Storen in the same position. Nicole Hare about to move herself into that 3rd position. Pirouette great from Storen. And a roundabout trajectory for Karatala, but she finally gets on her way. Storen now the opportunity to pull ahead. Double unders for Leah Storen looking a lot better. Matilda Garnes, sets of 10 worked for her. Sets of 120 worked for James Sprague.
That goes to show how impressive that was, that most of the athletes are doing sets of 10 and he went unbroken.
So interesting, I think Leah Storen going sets of 12 here, so trying to make it 10 total sets.
Nicole Hare on the outside, quick break. And that hand position from Leah Storen looking a lot better than the first set of double unders.
Yeah, I mean, she had 3 misses before she got a single rep on that first round, and 3 breaks in now, she's at 36 reps.
Emily Rethwell with that reverse grip as well. Emily Rethwell trying different things in different weeks. Your top 3, Karatala on the left in the red and black. Leah Storen, center of our right screen. Nicole Hare at the top of screen now.
Matilda Garnes' time is officially safe.
Can Krieger Training go 3 from 3? Nortje Bleeker in the yellow and green, looking the best movement-wise. No judges' hands in the air just yet. Storen's got to be getting close. Nicole Hare has been putting in some big sets in lane 10. Karatala jumping back into the lead and will be first finished at 11:10 unofficial time. Storen is done. Nicole Heyer making up a lot of grounds. Karatala spoiling the Krieger party. Andra Moistis is done. And the final 60 seconds coming for the women in heat number 3. Amanda Fisher. Nortje Blaker just to her left. Rathwell, Vivian Marie Christian, and Maribel Gallardo. Gallardo will be done next. Only 30 seconds now. Sigmundsdottir making her way down on her final handstand walk. One segment remaining. See if she can get that done under that time cap. Blaker gets done, 12:47. Rathwell is in next. The last 5 seconds, Sarah working hard. And he's going to fall about half a metre short. Tough going, heat number 3. Not so, Elena Karatala. Loving the lead change.
Yeah, this was the most back and forth heat that we've seen thus far. And honestly, it was due to the mix in skills between the women at the forefront of it. Nicole Heyer, one of the fastest off of the rope climbs, but athletes across the board having a couple of different sticking points. Sarah Sigmundsdottir struggling with the dubs. Leah Storen was the best on the handstand walk, making up huge ground after every section there, but Elena Karatala was probably the most balanced across the board. And even though she ceded the overall lead to Leah Storen going into the final dub set, she was able to overtake her with some bigger sets at the end and gets the heat win.
Our heat 3 winner, Elena Karatala, standing by with Joe Sciastula.
Elena, congratulations. You paced that perfectly. But I know those hands and shoulders are going to be hurting. Lo hiciste perfecto hasta el final, pero las manos y los hombros están en llamas.
Sí, sí, están a fuego ahora mismo. Estoy como las manos raras puestas. Pero bueno, muy contenta por el resultado de hoy y muy agradecida de haber tenido la oportunidad de estar aquí por segundo año consecutivo, porque al final esto es súper guay y me encanta.
We can see there was a battle until the final moment there with Leah. You got to the doubles in second place, but kept your cool and paced it all the way for the win. Hubo una batalla entre tú y entre Leah hasta el final, mantuviste esa posición y luego en los dobles es donde apretaste.
Sí, sí, apreté, hice lo que podía. Aún pensaba un poquito que lo haría algo mejor, pero es verdad que, como te he dicho, manos y hombros a fuego.
Wow, great work, Elena. Felicidades, gran trabajo. Elena Karatala, everybody.
Thanks, Joe, and thanks, Elena. Impressive. And as Tommy said, the changes just kept coming, but Elena able to hold on, especially with those 120 heavy rope double unders. Heat 4 coming up next.
And here is Heat 4 of our pro women workout number 2. Lane 10, Janie Chipperly, Canada. Lane 9, Fee Zagafi, United States. Lane 8, Ella Wilkinson, United Kingdom. Lane 7, Jennifer Muir, Scotland. Lane 6, Hannah Black, United States. Lane 5, Danny Spiegel, United States. Lane 4, Manon Anganese, Belgium. Lane 3, Oda Lundekram, Norway. Lane 2, Linda Keesman, the Netherlands. Lane number 1, Bo Thurman Mo, Norway.
Elena Simons, our second to last heat. Before we wrap up day number 1, big jump from Ella Wilkinson in workout 1. And great to see Linda Keesman back on London Pro 2.
With these rope climbs, 6 in total, leading into some handstand walk pirouettes, followed by some dubs. You're gonna go back to the rig via handstand walk, some more rope climbs, some more handstand walking, and another set of dubs to finish. Uda Lundekvam, Hannah Black. Hannah's one of those athletes that I think has this one circled to try and avoid a bottom half finish, an opportunity for her to showcase some gymnastic skill that she's been working on. And Manon Anganese is in an unfamiliar position in the bottom 10 after the first workout.
Underway. Bortham and Mo straight to work and almost an L-sit legless rope climb to start things off. How best to get through pro number 2? Well, let's find out. The blueprint presented by Velitas.
You want to be a metronome with your cadence on the rope, on the handstand walk, on the double unders. And I think on top of just being proficient in general, upside down, we've seen even the best handstand walkers like Leah Storen get that pirouette out of the way early.
Lead changes in heat number 3. We were going back and forth depending on the movement. We're going to see something similar with heat number 4. Our final workout for our individuals. Our third team workout coming up after our 5th heats. Fisa Garfi getting to work. Hannah Black just ahead of Fee. And Manon to the center of your screen. As you said, Tommy, time to make a move for Manon.
Remember talking about in the previous heat, about when they're making the pirouette to actually extend their legs and make the twist so much easier. And so you look at Hannah Black right now, she's got those legs kind of apart and a little bit bent, and that circular motion that she's going in is very long versus making that pirouette short and quick.
Yeah, if you think about your feet drawing a circle, right? You want the circumference of that circle to be very tight, very
small
short.
as possible.
Ella Wilkinson not just fast on her legs, fast on her hands as well, and the first athlete to grab the rope. Hannah Black, Danny Spiegel, Fisa Garfi, Manon Anganese. And the hunched over position your coach hates. It seems to be working with some of our women.
Anyone playing, traditional stick and ball sports has probably heard that from their coach. No resting on your knees. You're like, come on, coach.
I only rested in that position. I didn't actually put my elbows on my legs. I actually grabbed my shorts. Still hunched over though. Built for performance, the Velites WFP collection delivers elite level grip, control, and durability. Shop the collection now. Scan that QR code on your screen. Wilkinson, center of 5 athletes. Hannah Black to the far left. Jennifer Muir, Fee Sagafi, and Janie Chevrolet. A whole field of 10 athletes.
You're seeing some athletes already showing signs of fatigue in the forearms and hands. The grip really burnt up. Setting the handles down.
It just goes to show, I think, a little bit of the mentality of the athletes. Ella setting the ropes up. For me, I would just be placing it down wherever, because when I got off the handstand walk, that would give me a few more seconds to start recovering.
Exactly.
So, I don't know, the mentality of, hey, I'm going to get straight to work once I finish the handstands.
It just shows experience and maturity in the sport that you're constantly, it doesn't take any extra effort to lay it down like you want to pick it back up. You know, whether you throw it down or lay it down like that, but it is going to help you moving forward. And it just shows the level of, what do I say? Professionalism. Yes, wow. Got it at the
Look
same
at us,
time.
look at us
But
go.
it just shows that every second matters, and she's trying to make everything out of this workout and get everything out of it as she can.
And when you have that attention to detail, that just shows that you are driving the workout. It's not driving you.
Exactly.
Wilkinson in control again of heat number 4. And the progress of Ella Wilkinson from the start of competition last year, and you fast forward 1 year and we're here already. Big things coming for Ella Wilkinson.
And I remember talking to her at Mesa at the second tour stop, and you could just see that she's like still kind of finding her footing as far as like believing that she belongs and building the confidence that she can compete with some of the best out on this competition floor. And clearly, you know, spending time and training with Amy Kringle has paid off, because the way she's carried herself so far has been a night and day difference.
I think it's just proximity to greatness, proximity to that caliber of athlete, and constantly competing at that level. It should give her so much confidence, and I'm sure in training, when she starts beating her a little bit too, of knowing, yes, I belong here.
And confidence doesn't always come naturally to every athlete, right? There are some athletes that we can probably all think of that just have that natural swagger, and it just flows so easily from them.
Yeah.
Other athletes need to kind of prove it time and time again for themselves.
And sometimes that's actually a good thing, because it keeps you on your toes. Having that slight bit of like nervousness, a slight bit of like, no, I constantly have to prove myself, can actually be a huge push.
Spiegel battling with the rope. Wilkinson, last one coming.
You know, really impressive adjustments there from Ella Wilkinson. She had to do that long, almost Alessandra Pacelli kick on the legless rope climb portion from the start, but no cause for panic. In fact, when she would come down, the time she rested was much shorter than everyone else. So even though she wasn't as strong in the upper body pull, she was able to kind of recover a little bit, not necessarily come off the rope breathing too hard, and make the turnover between reps shorter.
Ella Wilkinson is on fire currently. 10:24 the time to beat from Matilda Garnis from heat number 2. Gets this done, she's going to have almost 2.5 minutes to get these dubs done. Big gap back to Hannah Black as well. And a big knot in that rope. Just getting it to the position that is going to work for Ella Wilkinson. Oh, Ella is absolutely
absolutely streets ahead.
And in terms of pacing, once getting to the rope, they were about the same. They're pretty close, maybe a second difference between Ella and Matilda in the previous heats. But the difference here is on the rope. Look at how confident and calm Ella Wilkinson is, just ripping big chunks right away. We saw Matilda taking a lot of breaks, the sets of 10, changing the grips.
Yeah, I believe Ella's gone through half already. So she did 60 reps unbroken and is now just finishing her last 60 reps.
Manon Agones now jumping alongside Hannah Black for that second place position in Heat 4. Nine down.
And honestly, pay no mind to the gap between her and Ella Wilkinson. This is a good performance from Hannah Black, especially what we know is coming on day 2. Some tests that will really suit her. I think this is a great workout performance from Hannah so far.
Your leader, Ella Wilkinson, Hannah Black, Manon Agones, Janie Chevrolet. They make up your top 4. Danny Spiegel coming in now.
It's also one of those workouts that typically is kind of would be looked at as a damage control workout for Hannah Black. She's not great at handstand push-ups, but handstand walking is not as detrimental for her as handstand push-ups, for example.
Ella Wilkinson. Oh, talk
Impressive.
about absolute purple patch for Ella Wilkinson on day 1 of the World Fitness Project.
25 seconds ahead of Matilda Garness unofficially. That'll do.
What a day for Ella.
She definitely belongs here, I can tell you.
Yes. She showed up looking good.
Ella, if you're listening, listen up. Hannah Black. Still got time for a good finish here.
Back to Hannah Black. For a damage control workout, she's doing very good.
Manon Agones pushing hard to get this finished. Hannah's got to be getting close.
And another time to pay attention to, Matilda Garness had the top time coming in. Elena Karatala, 11:15 was the next best time.
Hannah Black is going to be just outside that.
That's the 4th fastest time we've seen so far.
Not bad from a track athlete.
Not bad at all.
Janie Chevrolet, lane number 10, sneaks in 11:30 ahead of Manon Agones. Fisa Garfi is not far away either in lane 9. The judge balked at putting the hand up for Fisa Garfi. There it is. She had 6 to go. And Fisa Garfi all done. Sub 12. Spiegel is in. Vortham and Mo at the bottom. Jen Muir is in. Uda Ludwigvam. Our final athletes. Linda Casemon heading out onto the field of play, but not getting to work for this one either. Impressive from Ella Wilkinson once again. What a day she's had. She's doing something right.
And it doesn't always have to be a workout win, right? Strong performance earlier in the day, finishes top 5 overall in Pro 1. How does she back it up here? You know what the best you can do knowing there's another heat behind you is win your heat now and set the top time going into that. That's exactly what Ella Wilkinson did. leading from the outset, confidence through and through, and I think we are seeing an entirely different athlete here in UK's own Ella Wilkinson.
Great performances from heat number 4. Hey, you should be scared. We've got Hannah Black standing by with Lauren Smith.
Thanks, guys. Hannah, look, day one, what an opportunity to show the world what you've been working on. How proud are you of the 2 performances you put out this morning?
Honestly, I'm really proud. I've changed a lot, even since Copenhagen, which hasn't been that far of a time, but a lot of these workouts have something that I've gotten a lot better in. So I'm like really excited to test it and see, kind of cash out my hard work.
A new kind of training club for you, a new coach, things are going to be going really well. What has been the focus and what are you learning about yourself?
I think when you get around a group of really, really good athletes, you remember like what's possible. And so, not gonna lie, I got my butt kicked quite a bit at TTT when I first moved there about a month ago. But towards the end, I was giving some people a run for their money. So just learning what's possible and how to get better in every way.
You've been trying these workouts, but not testing them in full. So now you have done this. What have you learned?
They're way worse altogether. No, I mean, my intervals were hard, and I think you're able to push really, really hard in intervals. So some of my like times here so far have been a little slower than what I did my version. But altogether, like, my arms are so pumped right now. Like, I don't think I've felt this in like a really, really long time. So like, everything together is a compounding effect, and you have to be like ready for that.
Well, you looked ready. Awesome work. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Lauren. And Hannah Black, she's on a mission. She had a great day as well. Ella Wilkinson, again with another heat win. And our time to beat, 9:56. Our final heats for our individual competition about to hit the floor. It is heat number 5 before we turn our attention to our third team workout for the day. Massive day 1 here. Tour stop number 1. It is the World Fitness Projects.
For your final pro women's heat of the evening. Lane number 10, Emily Rolfe, Canada. Lane number 9, Lydia Fish, United States. Lane number 8, Olivia Kerstetter, United States. Lane number 7, Ariel Lowen, United States. Lane number 6, Laura Horvath, Hungary. Lane number 5, and current leader, Amy Kringle, United Kingdom. Lane number 4, Emma Toll, Sweden. Lane number 3, Sydney Wells, United States. Lane number 2, Andrea Solberg, Norway. And lane number 1, Sydney Mikkelsen, Canada. Athletes, 1 minute.
Lane assignments for our final heats of our individual competition. Your overall leader, Amy Kringle, in good company currently with Ella Wilkinson. Training buddies and London Pro 2 for the final time.
For the final time, we'll see some rope climbs, handstand walking with pirouettes, and heavy double unders. But the question will be, which one of these women will be up to the task in taking down the top time? From Ella Wilkinson, Sydney Wells, Olivia Kerstetter, both very proficient on their hands. But the woman that I think everyone is excited to watch, Andrea Solberg, almost raising her hand as if she heard us, saying, you know what, that's me, I got this.
10 seconds. You got this, Sarah, let's go, girl. Stand by. Go.
The final 13 minutes ahead for our pro women. Krieger winning Heat 1 and Heat 2. Can they come back? And Sakura win for Heat number 5. It's all going to depend on Andrea Solberg. Emily Rolfe. Probably fortunate sitting on the outside lane 10, looking inwards. Sydney Mikulishin, only 1 rep remaining. Laura
Sydney
Horvath.
Mikulishin has some of the best pull in this field. She's phenomenal.
Laura getting to work immediately on those handstands.
Laura, tremendous puller as well. Great grip strength from her time as a competitive rock climber, but I think very similar to Hannah Black. I think the fact that this is handstand walking makes a difference versus, you know, other upside down variants like handstand push-ups, specifically the deficit kind.
Yes.
Awesome,
yes,
great.
This is not going to be as much of a detriment to her, and actually she's pretty decent on her hands.
Great pirouettes from Sydney Wells. Still waiting for Andrea Solberg. And she's on the way now and got a lot of time to make up. Horvath and Lowen. Kringle in there as well. Solberg gets done, but has got a lot of ground to make up, and I'm not sure there's enough time in the handstand component to do that.
It'll depend on how proficient she is with these double unders. I think knowing that you're gonna cede some ground on the next set of short rope climbs, if she moves pretty easily through these double unders, I think there's enough, at least as far as between the next set and the 2 handstand walks that are ahead to give her a shot.
You're Amy Kringle. You've just won Pro 1. You're coming into Pro 2. What's your mindset when you get to these double unders? Are we going for broke? Do we want to go bang, bang and really make a statement?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. I think she needs to make it through this one. I think she needs to keep just playing her game, and then on the way back, I think she can try and make a statement if she's in that position. You know, I think at this point in the competition, she needs to just go out there and perform to her capabilities and get every single point that she can. And with her consistency, she's going to end up near the top. For this workout specifically, Laura, I don't think anybody has the grip strength that she has. As Tommy mentioned, she has a climbing background. She's incredible with pulling, incredible with grip, so it could be a little dangerous to try and play her game in this. So if I'm Amy, stay focused, do your thing. She's going to be just fine.
Amy Kringle not too far behind Laura Horvath. And big separation coming now. Sydney Wells jumping into 3rd. Lydia Fish. Keep your eyes on lane 9. Good result in Pro 1. Can she back it up? Amy Kringle making up a bit of ground on Laura Horvath. Big gap between Ella Wilkinson's time and Laura Horvath.
That's, I mean, sorry to cut you off, Jeremy, but there's just confidence there in Laura Horvath and her grip strength. She goes up to the rope, doesn't even really jump, just grabs it and starts pulling. Not concerned with potentially burning out there. Understands that she's got plenty in the tank to get through these rope climbs.
Amy Kringle half a rope climb behind. Laura Horvath is about to make that a full rope climb behind. Just so confident on the rope and so strong.
Andrea Solberg just passed 4 athletes on that last handstand walk. but then conceded some ground on that first rope climb. She is not doing any of the legless portion. She's trying to pinch with the thighs like we saw some of the other smaller athletes before.
Yeah, we see Sydney Wells doing it too.
Horvath not far away from finishing the rope climb portion of Pro 2. There it is, the single rep. And with so much of a lead over Ella Wilkinson's time, she can afford to take a breath.
Very smooth on those rope climbs. Took a couple of legless, gets her foot locked in, and one pull and she's up.
Horvath, composed and ready. Interesting, couple of meters in before getting the pirouette done. Kringle missing the touch, managing to grab it.
And I think that's just Laura playing it a little bit more safe, making sure she gets some distance, feels comfortable starting the pirouette turn.
Now, Amy made up a bit of ground on the double unders in the first round. Is there going to be enough time to make up that time in the second?
I know we kind of talked about Amy coming in and wanting to make a statement, but I think we have another lady too that also wants to come in and make a statement. You know, I don't think neither one of them wants to win by tiebreak. I think both of them want to show dominance and show how good they are.
Yeah, to be the queen, you got to beat the queen. And I don't think Laura's the type of athlete to just let someone come and take it from her.
Lydia Fish jumping into third. Laura with some breathing space and having a look to see exactly how much. But Lydia Fish making up some ground on Amy Kringle. Final segment for Lydia Fish coming up. Sneaky, sneaky, lane number 9.
Laura just so strong. Good posture, good positioning with that.
Both of them making very light work of these double unders.
Time to beat 9:56. Ella Wilkinson from heat 4. Laura on the right, Amy on the left. Lydia Fish to hers. Solberg making a big charge. Been able to jump athletes with that increased fatigue. Emma Tall and Sydney Wells in there as well. Ariel Lowen grabs her rope. Horvath well in control. The battle could come down to Lydia Fish and Amy Kringle for second. Easy does it for Laura Horvath. The queen is still the queen.
And no sweat off her back in that performance, just cruising.
Amy Kringle looks as though she's going to be able to hold on to second. And hold on to second easily. This is a quick time as well. And second fastest, Amy Kringle will be sitting up top of our leaderboard after day number 1. Lydia Fish with a missed rep. Rolf now to the final portion of Pro 2. Oh, Emma Tall, this has been impressive. She's going to jump into third and faster than Ella Wilkinson as well.
That's a
big result, big
result, yeah. We haven't talked about Emma much here, but making a push on the back half of that. She's strong with the upper body pulling. She was 12th in workout 1.
Oh, Fish just ahead of Solberg. We're going to have to go back to the replay there.
Wait, is that Solberg's second time of the day that it's a photo finish?
Flair for the dramatic.
Oh, and I think she took the
the lower end of it both times.
Wells trying to get this finished up. Not far away. She will be next done. Ariel Lowen not far away either. Only 4 athletes left on the floor. Ariel in at 10:28. All unofficial times, of course. Go back and check that Lydia Fish. Andrea Solberg. Photo finish. That is going to be a tight one. And the last 3 women on the floor are going to get done. We still have over 2 minutes of our time cap left. Emily Rolfe, the final 5, the final 1. How often do we see that? Always finishing with that final rep. Mikulishin, Kerstetter. And the benefit for the athletes finishing early, recovery's already started.
Yeah, they all have a big day coming up tomorrow too.
Exceptional performance from Emma Saul, jumping into that 3rd place position. Mikulishin, Kerstetter, they are battling together. The final break, Mikulishin will probably finish up after this set. The final 5 for both of our ladies on the floor. Livia Kerstetter get in just ahead, and the final rep once again, Sydney Mikulishin. Done well under that time cap. But Horvath showing again who's boss.
Show who's the lady boss.
Gonna love how this is gonna play out over the course of 3 days. Oh, I'm so excited for tomorrow.
I mean, we're kind of picking up right where we left off last season. I mean, came down to a tiebreaker and a tight points race between Laura Horvath and Amy Kringle, and we're going to be right back in another tight points race, but this time Laura Horvath gets the better of Amy in their head-to-head race. On Pro 2, Laura's grip strength really gave her a leg up coming off of the rope climbs and able to make quick work of those double unders, and it's all smiles for your reigning WFP champ.
The 2025 champ standing by with Lauren Smith.
Lara, on paper, day 1 was always going to be amazing for you, but how motivated are you by the way you executed it?
Oh, I'm so happy and excited about the rest of the weekend, and I'm very proud how I performed these 2 first workouts. So yeah, couldn't ask for better finishes and better execution.
Life behind the scenes, your work-life balance, we'll call it. You're running HYROX with your brother, your dog, your gyms. Do you find you've just kind of created this perfect place for happiness at the moment?
Exactly, you described it perfectly. Me and Krzysztof created this amazing bubble for us to live in, like the gym, the community, training, WFP, family, my dog especially, obviously, shout out to Cusco. So yeah, it's just amazing, and I couldn't be happier and love life currently. So just life keeps giving.
I can only assume that he's watching from home.
Probably napping, probably. He never watches.
Look, you've done a mock week, right? You've tried all of these workouts and you know the stimulus. Have you made any tweaks as we look ahead to tomorrow and what to expect?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think the tryout of the workouts is self-explanatory because they come out like 3 weeks before the actual event. So I think it's good to give it a go and then change things or keep things and just practice a little bit. So I have nothing else to do, just to train for this event. So I think it makes sense to work on the workouts and, you know, just keep looking at what Will is posting. And yeah, I don't know.
Coming for a second title?
Yeah, definitely. That's the goal at the end of the day. So yeah, enjoying this weekend, definitely giving it my all, but there is a long plan and the goal is not just right now, but later in the season.
Well, can't wait to see you in action. We'll see you tomorrow. Rest up.
Thank you so much. And thank you guys for coming out.
Impressive once again from Laura Horvath. And dominant in season 2025 and 2026 on the way as well. Spiky, he's gone to bed. We'll see more tomorrow. Our overall results. And Laura Horvath with that wonderful performance, 8:36. Amy Kringle and Emma Tall rounding out your top three. Lydia Fish, she's had a good day.
Yeah, 2 fourth-place finishes to start this weekend puts her right in podium contention for this first tour stop. Obviously, with the bigger goals in mind across the entirety of the season, as you heard from Laura Horvath. Just stacking consistent finishes inside the top 5 will serve you in the long run, no matter who you are.
Matilda Ganes also jumping into the top 10 for Pro 2. Exciting things happening today. We've had our team competition. We'll get to our third team workout coming up a little bit later on. But what's impressed you most about our individuals today?
I just think the variety, the tests, and how well-rounded these athletes are. And I think the programming has been so different from this morning to tonight, and then tomorrow it's a whole other set of tests. And so you have people like, Hannah Black or Danny Spiegel, or these people that are specialists in what they do that are so ready to shine tomorrow. So I'm sure they're excited to get back and start recovering for that.
And building off of that, because we've had the multiple tour stops and seen some athletes show up throughout, it feels like we've been able to gradually see the improvement and work put in from the athletes that have been really studious and putting in the work on the things that they're not so great at. Hannah Black is a great example of that. She even mentioned the improvement from Copenhagen back in December, which hasn't been a huge amount of time, but if you think back, it's been about 6 months, a half a year. You can see a lot change. Her, Ella Wilkinson, Lydia Fish continuing to impress along the way.
It has been an impressive performance from a number of athletes all the way through today. To break what we just saw down, we're going to head over to On the Pulse, and we're going to get to Derek and the team, Annie, Ed and Pip Malone as well. We look forward to welcoming you back here to the booth for team workout number 3. But for now, let's head over to On the Pulse.
It all began with a jump rope in 2015. It was tangled, plastic, and poorly adjusted. We knew we could do better, and so we did. We built our first prototype by hand. It worked. It made a difference. Our first double unders made a big impact. We felt the joy of success for the first time, and it felt magical. From there, our mission became clear: to facilitate the joy of success for athletes around the globe. Since then, we've focused on one thing: improving what others overlook. Engineering and innovation are our tools. It all began with a jump rope in 2015. It was tangled, plastic, and poorly adjusted. We knew we could do better, and so we did. We built our first prototype by hand. It worked. It made a difference. Our first double unders made a big impact. We felt the joy of success for the first time, and it felt magical. From there, our mission became clear: to facilitate the joy of success for athletes around the globe. Since then, we've focused on one thing: improving what others overlook. Engineering and innovation are our tools.
Welcome back into On the Pulse Live here in London, England, the first tour stop for season number 2. And we got another exciting workout with London Pro 2. I'm Derek Forrest from left to right, Annie Thorisdottir, Pip Malone, and Ed Haynes. We're going to get right to it because we saw another exciting finish. This time, it was on the women's side of things that we got a really good finish between Laura Horvath and Amy Kringle, but we're going to get to that in just a little bit. On the men's side, we had another battle there as well. James Sprague and Tuta Magda kind of went toe-to-toe. They were eyeing each other right there on the double unders, and it ended up being James Sprague who gets another event win on tour.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when we talked about this workout earlier, we were saying that we thought it was going to be like a bottleneck maybe on those rope climbs for the women, and for the men, we didn't really know if it was just the grip fatigue and the stamina, the shoulder stamina, and that turned out to be the truth. We definitely saw that the other elements did matter, and we'll get more into that, but overall, you had to be very efficient at every single movement and then have what it took in the end on those double unders.
I was going to say, in workout 1, we talked about, well, where's the biggest separator? We saw the treadmill was, a lot of athletes were spending more time there. So, a slight improvement or faster pace was going to, really make a big difference over the workout. When you look at the breakdown of this time spent on movements with the efficient athletes on this one, it's actually pretty evenly spread between the rope climb, between the pirouettes, and between the double unders. And so the separator amongst all the athletes was actually very different. You had some people, making up a lot of time on the pirouettes, some people making up time on the rope, and then some, that last set of double unders was actually a massive separator, which I didn't really foresee.
And just to go off the back of you, Ed, is the massive spread of